I mean, the Tigers' magic number is 59. 13.5 game lead.
Some people will still be mad at us for pointing it out.
I don't care.
But whatever. Reality is reality. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. The Tigers are running away with this division.
Yeah.
You can't say it. Well, we are. And the Tigers, to me, that was the most satisfying game of the season, Sunday. And I know we've had some fun ones. Look, I mean, en route to the best record in the American League, we've had a ton of wins. And whether it was a Javi walk-off against the Red Sox or Skubal's complete game, we've had some great games. To me, Sunday was the pinnacle because you thought you'd lost it in the ninth, only to have McKinstry save the day. He comes in as a pinch runner, steals a bag, had to be reviewed, but he did steal that bag.
Yes, it was the right call.
He scores on the wild pitch, and it's because instinctively he was close. He took a couple cheat steps, and he was ready to capitalize on a wild pitch.
I can't remember, and I've been watching baseball since Ty Cobb. No. I can't remember a guy scoring on a wild pitch where the ball really wasn't that far away.
It didn't go back to the cage. No.
I mean, it was amazing.
He is grit personified. He is one of these dudes who represents who the Tigers are as a ball club. And then, Stoney, the best part of it all to me is he's got to go play first base for the first time in his major league career.
Right, use Torque's glove.
He's using Torque. He's like, whatever it takes. I mean, Zack McKinstry is whatever it takes. And, of course, the Tigers feed on it and hit a couple bombs. Yes. And Riley, who had been struggling against Cleveland, hits a bomb.
Struggling? He was 0 for 16 with 10 strikeouts heading into that at-bat, including striking out with the bases loaded in his previous at-bat. He was like, Riley Green goes through these, ups and downs more than any other player, I think. But yeah, and he goes up. And Sweeney's first home run in his career off of a fastball?
Yeah, and Cade Smith's first given up all season, the power reliever for these guys. It was everything. I mean, I don't want to make too big a deal out of one regular season game in July, but if we're going to ask what's the most satisfying win of the season, to me it was on Sunday because it was a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and look, the pitching all weekend, the bullpen made you nervous a little bit, obviously, but the starting pitching was really, really good. Obviously, Olsen coming back was good. Mize was great on Saturday. Skubal was Skubal. But offensively, I mean, they had 3 hits in 18 innings in their last 18 innings going into the 10th inning. In the first 27 innings of the series, 3 runs, 10 hits. That's not going to win most baseball games, but this team, this team.
How much of that too is that we saw, well, I don't know if Cleveland's going to make the playoffs. Those are the kind of games you have to win in the playoffs,
True.
right? When, offense is hard to come by, and you got to find a way to win a close 2-1 ball game, a 1-0 ball game, a game that goes into extras. You have to find a way to win those games if you're going to win in the postseason.
And what shouldn't be overlooked in going down, what happened yesterday in that game, you talked about, McKinstry playing first base for the first time. I mean, it's not I wouldn't call it a no-brainer, but not every manager is going to pinch run for Torkelson in that situation.
Right, on first. Some would do it on second because a single could score you.
That was a brilliant move.
You have to do that. I don't think that was I actually was wondering why he was out there for the first batter that came up. Who came up right after Torque? He didn't pinch run?
Not initially, you're right, because there was a fly ball and he had to get back to first.
Right.
No, I mean, you look at this. That was a magical win yesterday.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Like, I actually was kind of waiting for you guys to rescind your prep and say that's the best win of the year, because I thought it was.
Yeah.
What you said about McKinstry playing first, for the first time ever in his career in the 10th inning, Trey Sweeney also hit his first home run off a fastball in his career in that 10th inning.
Yeah.
It's just... It's laughable. It's ridiculous.
And against those guys too. I mean, I do think it matters that it's against Cleveland for people.
And it's against
Cade Smith, who killed them in the playoffs last year.
Yes.
Yeah,
and you get a Skubal start on top of it where he strikes out 10. Like, it was the game of the year for the Tigers.
Right. And look, they were fortunate. We'll never know, but they were fortunate that, Clase hits Torkelson.
Yep.
I mean, out of nowhere.
But one base runner,
exactly.
And you don't score if it's not McKinstry with 2 great plays on the base paths.
Right, they don't get a hit. They scored the
they
time
scored on a hit.
Yeah.
And then they bust the game open in extras. But again, the team feeds off of that stuff.
Yes.
Sweep the Guardians over the weekend. Most satisfying game of the year, you tell us. 248-539-9797. And there have been some great ones this season.
Yeah.
But this to me, because of who it's against, because of how they did it, because
Where it was.
Great point. It reinforces who this baseball team is. This gritty team. I know we overdo the grit thing, but that was a gritty win.
I know.
Sonny, your point, they're not getting any hits.
No.
They're going to drop the third game, and it wouldn't have been a huge deal. They would have taken the series.
Right.
But I think to put the exclamation mark, the emphatic, like burying Cleveland, rubbing their nose in it. They've struggled. This is now 10 in a row,
I know.
rubbing their nose in it.
And for the Tigers, it's coming off a series that they lost to Washington, a team that fired their manager and their general manager yesterday.
On the eve of the draft?
Yeah.
The draft is this month, like a week away.
Yeah, which actually proves that the general manager basically just lets, in all these teams, you let the scouts do most of it.
It's just handed in the card. Someone else will hand in the card.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. When the game was done, we found out who was in the All-Star game. And we knew we had 3 Tigers. And we kind of knew we had 4 because of Skubal. But it was only 4.
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
Oh, come on. You're supposed to be outraged today.
Enough of that. Enough of the outrage. And then I hear some people say, well, they should get rid of the rule where you have to have one representative from each team. No. I mean, granted, I don't want to say, when I was a kid, when the Phillies stunk, and they always look forward to the introductions of the one guy from your team. And I know people, how many times did we have Was Bobby Higginson an all-star one year? One of these.
I think he was, yeah.
They had some really.
Oh, we've had some. Joe Jimenez was our all-star one year.
But it's cool to see your team, especially when you're a kid, get introduced and then a tip of the cap. So, yeah, I mean. Do you remember
but it does shrink the pool when you have to put one Angel in and you have to put one
they expanded the rosters
Sock.
too, so as well. So there's just a lot of there's other players, there's other guys that got snubbed more than our guys.
I'm with you. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and yell and scream about we didn't get 5 or 6 All-Stars. Now, some people may have someone they want to stump for. If you want to make a case for someone, we'll leave the lines open for you. Certainly want Tiger fans to speak their mind today.
Do you remember the last time they had 4 All-Stars?
4 All-Star starters?
4 All-Stars in the game.
Period?
Yeah.
I know the last time they had 3 was 07. I just don't even, when was it?
Last time they had 4 All-Stars.
Was it 80s?
2015.
Wait, what?
2015, they had 4 All-Stars.
The Tigers did?
Yep. Cabrera, J.D. Martinez, David Price, and Jose Iglesias.
Okay. I thought I had seen the last time. Oh, 3 starters was 07.
Yes.
Okay. And we had Price in 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jose Iglesias.
Jose Iglesias. All right, if you guys have thoughts on the All-Stars, the lack thereof, only 4 for the Tigers, 248-539-9797. Let us know, and if you have one that you think was snubbed more than others, it's 97.1. And just like that, Tigers get to extra innings. Tigers sweep the Guardians. Dan Dickerson on the call. Most satisfying win of the year yesterday. Beating those guys that way.
Yeah, it's right up there.
McKinstry, borderline all-star, making 2 plays on the bases. You got Sweeney hitting his first homer off a fastball. You have Green finally hitting the Guardians. And you have Cade Smith, who had been a nemesis, giving up some bombs in the 10th. Tigers win.
They did everything they needed to do that would just win. I mean, it's the Raiders cliche, but it's true. It's like when they won the game, and I tweeted out just 2 words: this team. Yeah. It's the way they do things in certain games is just incredible, because when you look at it, individually, they're not that good. They need this, they need that, but it's the collection, the sum of the parts that they have this incredible situation going on.
I also think, too, taking advantage of other teams' stupidity. With all due respect to how magical that win was yesterday, that was a stupid pitch. You're going up against Parker Meadows, who can't hit 200 barely.
Yeah.
And
blow it by him.
Yeah, don't take the risk. You need to recognize what the Tigers are trying to do with McKinstry. They put him in. He steals a base. By the way, the second baseman for the Guardians, he knew he was safe.
Oh, yeah.
They were talking immediately like, yeah, right, But he gets the second, and then once they advance him to third, everything has to be down the pipe.
Yep.
You know what? Against that hitter. If you're going against Riley Green or maybe Carpenter's who burned you last year, you start throwing a little junk. But it's just stupid.
Know the matchup, and it didn't feel like they
racing
did.
down the base. They're not holding third.
Right. That's also
yes.
a stupid play by Ramirez or whoever instructed him not to play.
We had 2 strikes, so you're supposed to play back then. I mean, it was but not at least I know you're not holding them right at third, but you need to hold them responsible.
Right.
Keep them fair.
If Benetti's pointing out in the TV broadcast a wild pitch ties the game, then Cleveland should be aware of that too when you can't pitch that low in the zone.
You get the break of Torres not suffering a more significant injury.
Right.
On a play where I think most times and not a guy's going on at least the IL, and it could have been something major.
Right.
But they're just catching the breaks, man. That's the magic to it. You have to have that, I think, to win a championship.
First ticket text. This is a championship caliber moment for a championship caliber team. They don't quit. How can you not be romantic about baseball? What a swing, what an inning.
Yeah, it's the charm of the sport.
Baez walk-off to sweep Boston was the best game of the season until yesterday. We got a new number 1. If Carp isn't on the IL, does it even happen? Sweeney would still be in Toledo. How crazy the stars align,
Correct.
Jody.
But if Carp was playing, he might have hit a home run.
Might not have needed it, yeah.
Exactly.
We mentioned all-star snubs.
Yeah.
Tigers got Skubal, and then they got the 3 guys who made it in on the fan vote with Baez and Torres and Green. Skubal was asked about only 4 all-stars after Sunday's game.
There's people that deserve it, but there's people at other. We mentioned Junior Caminero of the Rays. I mean, he's going to be playing third base tonight at Comerica Park. He's slugging .511 with 21 home runs and 55 RBIs. Now, he might be added for Bregman because Bregman's hurt, as you know. Pitching wise, Framber Valdez didn't make it.
Tigers got the most players of any American League club with 4.
Yeah.
I don't know who the biggest snub is. Like a ticket texter says it's Dingler, who's arguably the second best catcher in the AL. That would have been the only one he would have stumped for. Kirk has better numbers. Kirk was the second catcher from Toronto.
Yeah.
I don't think Dingler had a great case.
No.
Torque had a case.
Yes and no, but I mean...
He has a higher OPS than the guy who's starting the game at first base, and he has 20 homers.
That's true.
He has a case. Again, I'm not sitting here shedding any tears. McKinstry has a case. I mean, Benetti was stumping for him on the broadcast yesterday. McKinstry's got double-digit stolen bases. He's got an 800 OPS. I think he's got an OPS higher than Caminero.
Maybe. I mean, you could make an argument, George Springer, the Blue Jays as well. 16 homers, 53 RBIs. He's hitting 281. I mean,
They did
Joe Ryan of Minnesota.
Sure. I mean, I know people are going to say Casey Mize. He got hurt. He missed a little bit of time that may have hurt him.
Well, that's where Valdez also would have, I mean, what's Valdez? I see here. He's like 10-4, I think.
Yeah, I'm not
290, 115 strikeouts and 115
I'm not
innings.
kicking him out of the game.
No.
And if they had taken more relievers, maybe there's a case for one of Canely or Vest. I thought there was a chance he could get up to 5.
Yeah.
Look, you have a team that's good. There's plenty of guys who were deserving. Scooble's were deserving.
I would say like Mize with his ERAs probably might have the high or the lowest ERA of anybody that didn't make it of a starter. Is Valdez's lower?
Yeah, he's 2.90.
Mize is 2.63.
Yeah.
9-2.
Yeah.
I mean, win-loss, it's hard to value that.
But he's got 100. But if you like strikeouts, 115 and 115 innings, pretty damn good too for Valdez. Look, it'd be nice and all that, but it's not, to me. It's not worth getting worked up about.
I don't think it was some injustice.
No.
And again, I think there's a chance that McKinstry could get in with an injury.
Yes.
You mentioned Springer. A lot of his damage has been done recently to the point where the voting, and he hit 5 home runs this week, I think. So. Speaking of them, how about this little nugget? I know people are still saying the Tigers need to add a bat, but you look at this conversation and the amount of all-stars that you could campaign for. Do they really need it? And I still think we all think they need it because the hitting just goes into such a funk for several innings during a game. But my biggest concern right now is not only the Astros are absolutely playing great. They're only a game and a half behind the Tigers, but the Blue Jays are 4.5 back. And I just think it's imperative that they keep a top 2 seed and avoid that 2 out of 3 series. I
because
really
stuff can happen when they just lost to the Nationals in the best 2 out of 3 series.
That's my point. It's like it's just so dangerous.
Well, look at last year.
Yeah, last year the Astros were the better ball club for the course of the season, and we got them 2 out of 3. Someone springs a great starter on you.
You're right,
and now you're up against it, backed into a corner. You want to set Scooble up for Game 1 in a 5-game series because you might be able to pitch him twice in that 5-game series. And now you're in the ALCS.
All right, I think the Blue Jays and the Tigers are kind of teetering, I think, on maybe controlling that a little bit. The Blue Jays are 36-18 their last 54.
And Houston's been hot too.
That's 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
And the Blue Jays get Oakland or Sacramento and the White Sox this week.
They're going to push. They're going to push. I mean, we're going to talk about you're going to need more than 95 wins potentially here.
And look, the Tigers have played both of them already this season on the road, so they'll play them both here later in the season. So, look.
Yeah, there's a 4-game series at Comerica Park in late July against the Blue Jays.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up, do they need a bat even though they're going to have 3 and maybe deserve 4 or even 5 bats in the All-Star game? Yeah, they strike out a lot.
Yes.
Playoff baseball's tough. We saw this weekend what tight games look like. I know they won all of them, but if you can add, you should add, and you can add, so they should.
Right. If you're just going to base everything, they're doing right now, let's leave everything now. No, I mean, because you can look at what's happening now.
God forbid Zack McKinstry regresses back down to the utility player he's been for his entire career, or Javi Baez takes a step back, or Torque gets into a slump, or Riley Green gets into a slump, or Parker Meadows
stays the way he is right now. Although he's starting to get out of it a little bit.
And they've done a good job picking up one another, but we saw last year in the playoffs, if you're swinging and missing, you're not putting the ball in play, you can't use your base running, and you end up in these games you never wanted to be in. One proven back can go a long way. Mm-hmm. Texter says they still need a bat. They're winning, but every time I tune in, it's 1 or 2 hits by the 7th or the 8th inning. Doug in Rochester. And one ticket text says, no way we're glossing over Costa saying he built his cat a fort for 4th of July.
Okay, what kind of fort?
If it wasn't anything extravagant.
It wasn't the catio?
No. It's just a couple blankets over furniture.
Oh, okay.
You know what I don't get is people will spoil their dogs, and that's totally fine. But if someone spoils their cat, that's like embarrassing. How dare you care for your animal when they're freaked out over the fireworks?
You know what I think that is? That's not if people spoil their cat. It's if Jim Costa spoils their cat.
Right.
It's fine. I get how this works. 248-539-9797. We're talking a lot of Tigers basking in a sweep of the Guardians over the weekend. One of the stories that we haven't really spent a lot of time on from the weekend. They'll do that next. 97.1. 97.1. Good morning on a Monday following 4th of July weekend. Little Alejandro.
Isn't that the first name of the Blue Jays catcher?
Catcher who got in over Dingler. Greg is always doing stuff subtly behind the scenes here.
I'm surprised he didn't play stuff from Star Trek, Captain Kirk.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Alejandro Kirk.
I don't have any issue with Kirk in over Dingler.
Underrated Lady Gaga song, by the way.
True. Look, if you're mad Torque's not in, you can make a numbers case. If you wish McKinstry was in, hey, fire up chips. I'll sit there with you. But 4 All-Stars for the Tigers.
It's fine.
This is a team, right?
You need the rest.
We got to take a text your points it out, man. It is a team.
Yeah.
They're not worried about the individuals. I know Scooball was sticking up for his teammates yesterday, but 4 All-Stars, most of any team in the American League for the team with the best record in the American League. Everybody gets a representative, so it squeezes out a couple guys that otherwise had cases.
Yeah.
Casey Mize.
He had a case.
He had a case, too.
Yeah.
How about the game he had on Saturday?
That was when you needed it, because you only had 2 hits, right?
He had 7 innings of shutout baseball, less than a base runner an inning. And the times he did have a little traffic, 6th, 7th inning, he bared down and got it done. They didn't pull him. He finished the job.
He's had 6 straight games, I believe, where he's given up 2 or fewer runs.
ERA now down to 2.63. On a team where we have focused on Javier Baez and his redemption arc from get his ass out of town to starting center fielder in the All-Star game. In a season where we've highlighted Spencer Torkelson, does he even have a job when the season starts? To everyday bopper at first base. Casey Mize having a great redemption story, too.
Absolutely. Well, about a month ago when I was in here with you, we did a, what was it, buy, trade, sell, or whatever it was? Or?
Buy, sell, or hold with those 3 guys.
Yeah.
And I think we both bought Mize.
Yes.
He was the guy we were most optimistic about.
Yes.
And he got injured for a couple weeks in there, but Stoney, he's locked down as the number 2 starter on this ball club right now.
Yeah.
And I feel good with him as the number 2 for the postseason.
Absolutely. Look, when you look at the rotation, and actually he's actually pitched decent his last 2 or 3 starts, being Flaherty. Right now, I don't, AJ's never going to say it right now, and they're not going to give numbers except for Scooball, obviously. But if I'm ranking the starting pitchers on this team, Flaherty's 4. It's Scooball, Mize, Olsen, Flaherty.
And in a 5-game series, maybe Jack doesn't pitch.
Right. You put him in, God forbid you need somebody early in a game or whatever. Yeah.
For Casey Mize, think about this. He wasn't on the ALDS roster a year ago. Right. And we're talking about him starting game 2 of the ALDS right now.
You almost got this sense last year, or maybe it was even the year before, that there was a little acrimony between him and the organization.
You remember they fought over $25,000 in arbitration?
Yeah.
Which, hey, $25,000, you and me, it's a lot of money. For a ball player, it's like, what are we doing here?
Right.
This is the number 1 overall pick, and they're fighting over $25,000. But he went through Tommy John, essentially missed 2 seasons with Tommy John, then's fighting with the team over MLB pennies, wasn't on the ALDS roster, and now he's a clear-cut number 2.
Yes.
His redemption story, maybe it's not as impressive as the other 2, but I think it's in there. I think it should be included in the conversation.
Absolutely.
Like, who's the most impressive of the bunch? Is it Javi?
I think it's probably Javi from where he was, but I don't know. Javi at least had some sort of stardom before.
Right.
Mize has really been, except for every once in a while, he's been disappointing his whole career from where he was drafted.
Some of this was you come out of Auburn, number 1 overall pick, and you're supposed to be an ace.
Yeah. And
he really was a guy who didn't walk dudes, had the splitter, and just kind of nibbled. And it's hard to be an ace that way.
Yeah.
But his splitter, he's amped up the velo on his fastball and his splitter, and he's gotten stronger in the lower body. I mean, he really has put in the work. I know all these guys do, but like you can see it with him that he had a clear fork in the road moment in his career where I'm not even on the playoff roster. And I got to put in the work this offseason. I got to be stronger post Tommy John, and this is that second season post Tommy John.
To me, he's the best story. Now, he doesn't play every day like the other 2 pretty much do, but it's because if you have another starter in there, man, It's great. It's great, and he's been that guy.
How much does it alleviate people's concern what he's done? Because we get calls saying they need a bat, they need an arm, both in the bullpen and in the rotation. I feel like the rotation is a distant third.
Yes. Although the way this team gets injured, I mean, I don't.
That's pitching for you.
Yes, right. I know. I'd still think if I'm going to prioritize it, as bad as the hitting was this week, even though they won the 3 this weekend, I say another bullpen arm is still number one in my. Chapman's number one for me.
Followed by then a bat and then a starter.
Yeah.
Tom?
It has to be the bullpen right now. I mean, because the starter...
who'd they throw out in the 8th inning yesterday? Bailey Horn.
Yeah, the starter's leash is shorter in playoff baseball, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw Skubal coming out last year, six innings? Yeah. So you're playing the better teams. The better teams stretch out pitchers. You don't want your starter to be seen a third time except for Skubal, probably. Even Mize. I question
everybody else is 4 or 5 innings.
Yeah. So
how do you get you got to get the job done? You need an arm in the bullpen.
I hope this team doesn't fool itself into believing they don't need anything, because they certainly have I think they know they need a bullpen arm, and I don't think that's going to dismiss or disrupt any chemistry. And I don't think a starting pitcher would either, because they definitely need a 5, and I'd still like to see them do that, but you can't have everything. But I wonder, with the team's chemistry in the lineup, and you win games like yesterday, and you see this team plays, Derek Skubal just campaigned to have 3 more All-Stars. What's that do?
So is this you saying, not that you don't want them to add a bat, but that may be in their mind when it comes to who to add? So Suarez is a guy that's come up because the Diamondbacks are in the toilet.
Right.
Would you not get him because what? I mean, McKinstry didn't start the game. McKinstry can still be McKinstry if you add a third baseman.
Right, because AJ's AJ.
Right.
I'm just asking the question. I didn't.
Yeah. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying
I don't.
That stuff does matter.
Right. I don't anticipate. Who do you think is the leader of this team? Riley Green? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't anticipate it if they decide to don't do anything to deadline. Then when the season's over, one of the players pulling a Dylan Larkin, saying the room was pissed off we didn't do anything at the deadline.
No,
I don't think that's going to happen.
But they don't have any chemistry.
Well, they'll do. Oh no, but they'll do something.
Yes.
Like the bare minimum to me is
everybody does something.
You're going to add some reliever who throws a different shape that you don't already have in your bullpen.
Right.
Amateur geometrist Scott Harris will find a new shape that they can throw in their bullpen. He's all about the shapes. They'll add somebody from a struggling seller in the bullpen. It's just, are they going to add more than what I think is the bare minimum, a reliever?
Right. The question, there's other teams in a similar situation who need relievers as well. Everybody does. So there's going to be competition for that.
But I think there's more. History tells us we've been on the other side of this going,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got 3 relievers. I'd trade any of them.
Right.
So go down the rosters. I mean, I know the Rockies have a couple dudes people like.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned Chapman with the Red Sox if they end up being sellers.
In terms of adding a bat, I've been on this for probably a month now. I would just do Suarez, and I'd do it right now, and I'd be done with it. I think it's the perfect ad.
You wouldn't wait for the dream scenario.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't get strung out and wait until the deadline. I go target my guy. This is a power bat. It's the perfect bat for this lineup and the perfect position of need.
Yeah, but tell me one time Alex Bregman has strung out the Detroit Tigers.
He's a true rental, Suarez. True rental,
Yes.
and you might have interest in bringing him back.
Maybe, because there's a team option, right?
Yes.
Who knows?
The one thing that's nice about, and it cuts both ways.
He's an actual rental. He's a straight rental.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay. The double-edged sword with him. Postseason baseball, one swing of the bat. We saw it last year with Kerry Carpenter. That power is legit. The other thing is he strikes out a ton, and we know they like to own the zone, and they already have a strikeout problem. With Bregman, I mean, I don't have to sell you on this. He's the better player. Strikes out less, puts the ball in play more, has a higher OPS, plays Gold Glove third base. If there's even a chance he's available, I'm waiting on him.
Right. I don't think.
Especially because you feel like otherwise you're okay, right? That's the case to pursue Bregman is, well, it's not like if we don't get Suarez,
Right.
the whole thing collapses.
Red Sox are only a couple out.
I know. They're being stingy. They're staying in the fight.
Right.
That's the thing, though. Like, I'm actually surprised that's your answer. You would be willing to not be able to get Suarez because you're going to wait for Bregman.
I would prefer Alex Bregman. I don't know if I've made this clear before.
I don't think you answered that question.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You'd
if the two
be
choices,
willing to lose out on both.
yes, to pursue the best option possible. I don't want to settle 6 weeks out. Well, I guess we're 4 weeks out now.
Yeah.
I mean, we already know they're good. I want them to be great.
I wouldn't. I'd wait at least a week for Suarez and see what happens.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the Red Sox didn't go in the tank as dramatically as we'd all hoped.
I know.
248-539-9797, talking about the redemption story that is Casey Mize and just the great stories from over the weekend. Tigers sweep the Guardians. Not a great story. I already had a joke about our hockey team this morning. Reports about how this team is viewed. Really? Can't get a meeting with this guy? It's 97.1.
Listen to those Tiger fans in Cleveland.
I love it. That's the most satisfying game of the year. Tigers.
Yes.
Find a way. Sweep the Guardians.
Amazing. By the way, condolences to our friends in Grand Rapids. They will not be able to see Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, and Jose Briseño anymore. They got promoted to Erie yesterday.
All together.
Yeah, so double A is usually the point in someone's career where you think the person's either going to make it or not make it.
And some people would argue like the best players are in double A.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah, which seems counterproductive because triple A is closer to the big leagues. But those elite prospects, you find out in double A.
Yes.
So Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, and so Briseño is this guy that no one even knew about a year ago.
Yeah, he went to the Arizona Fall League and just like stopped. He hit like 3 home runs every game. No, I'm exaggerating.
He had a 1,300 OPS. Yeah, it's video game stuff. And you go, okay, let's Fall League. Who knows? 1,000 OPS in high A. He's not even 21 years old. 6'4", big power. I don't know. He's probably 2 years away like all these guys. But it's good problems to have because what they're going to do is they're going to create a little bit of a squeeze now in terms of like players and at-bats in double A and triple A. Someone's got to get squeezed out and they become a trade chip.
Well, they have trade chips if they play and if these guys are playing any decently. I mean, like Jace Young. I mean,
he's got upside for somebody. I know
I'm not holding on to him for any particular reason.
If he's the second, if he's the second piece in a bigger trade, I think that makes all the sense in the world, right? Yeah. Or can he get you a relief pitcher?
Right.
I would think so. Someone gets control of a once promising bat, and he's hitting in AAA or has.
Right, and even the guy they got with Sweeney in the Flaherty trade, Lorenzen, right?
Yeah, which it feels like a little bit of redundancy with Briseño. So you got power hitting first base catcher guys. Yes. You can use one of them as a trade chip. I think another dude was the guy that we just played the home run for.
Yeah.
I don't think he's bolted down. Trey Sweeney would be a guy who someone else might covet in a trade that you're upgrading. Again, you're giving up these guys only if you're upgrading. I mean, Hyu Lee.
Yeah. He's doing very well at Toledo.
What's his future in the organization?
Max Anderson.
Another guy that everybody loves. So a lot of these guys are infielders, by the way. So there's only so many spots. Mm-hmm. You should be willing to give up some of these guys, and they've said they will, or are open to doing that.
Yes.
So there you go.
There's no need for them to hoard them. Look, Clark, McGonigal, and Briseño, I don't think you're going to have to get a superstar for those guys to get traded.
Yeah, you're not giving them up for a rental. You're only doing it for a star with multiple years of control. Like, I as much as I love Alex Bregman, I'm not giving up Max Clark for 3 months of Bregman.
No, I know.
Now, if Bregman said, I'm opting into a 6-year deal with no opt-outs, like, okay, then some people still wouldn't do it, but now that's the type of move you do give up a guy for. 248-539-9797.
By the way, what would you do for Alex Bregman?
Oh, God. What wouldn't I, Stoney?
I mean, Alex Bregman, a good Jewish boy. Would you convert to Judaism to bring Alex Bregman to Detroit?
I'm going to temple.
Yes.
Ticket text coming in. It says, go after Austin Riley from the Braves. If you're talking third baseman, he has power and he's a better hitter than Suarez. He signed a long-term deal. He's not a name that's come up at all. I don't know that the Braves are motivated to move Austin Riley.
No, well, don't forget, their general manager. They only make trades when they can fleece other teams, too, it seems.
Yeah. 28 years old. He signed a 10-year, $212 million contract that takes him through 2032 with a team option for 2033. I don't feel like the Braves think they're going into a long rebuild.
No.
They'll take this year as a year where they take their lumps. I don't imagine he's actually going to get dealt.
Right. I don't think they're going to trade Sale either.
No, I think
once he comes back.
Yeah, that injury threw a wrench in it. Texter says, go get Lugo from the Royals or make an attempt. I think the relievers will be all right. We could probably afford a bat too, but pitching is playoff baseball.
Well, relief pitching is playoff baseball.
More than starting pitching is at this point.
That's the way the game has evolved.
It's shifted.
Yes.
Well, what is he's specialist. It's the guy who comes out and throws 2 pitches, and you only get to see him once, maybe twice in a 7-game series. Mm-hmm. Managers are very strategic about not letting you see the same guy twice. So it's the super pen. It's having 6-7 guys that can take you from the 6th inning on,
right?
In some cases, the 5th inning on. That's what playoff baseball is morphed into.
I know.
It's specialists. It's a lefty for this pocket in the lineup, and then you don't see him again.
Right. If you have a stud like Skubal, that's a different story. But most of the other guys, you're seeing lots of relievers by the 6th inning.
Casey has the biggest complaint as not being an all-star. Do you think that?
Yeah, but I mean, there's other guys like I mentioned Valdez. Okay, so his ERA is a little better than his, but the strikeout by Valdez is incredible. I mean, there's others. People I haven't looked at the stats. I read somewhere they think what's his name for Texas, Evaldi.
He's a hell of a pitcher.
Got snubbed.
Sure.
The aforementioned Lugo.
Yeah.
Now he's only 6-4.
I don't care about your win-loss record.
No, I know.
I care about like how you pitch. You could pitch well and lose. You could pitch. I mean, Paul Skeens is a great example of that. Pitching well and losing. Mm-hmm. I don't care about your win-loss record.
Agree.
248-539-9797. All right, Stoney, the Red Wings. You and I talked a little bit about them on Friday. Mm-hmm. Long holiday weekend. Maybe people didn't get a chance to hear what we thought of Eiserman's offseason, but there's clearly frustrations. Mm-hmm. And people want to point out, well, there's only so much Steve could do. I saw a report from Elliot Friedman. The Red Wings had interest in Nikolai Ehlers, who did not have interest in meeting with Detroit.
I think Grigorkov, or whatever his name is, the defensive from L.A., who played for Todd McClellan, wanted to go to New York immediately.
Do we have a reputation problem here with our hockey team?
Well, I don't know if it's the hockey team or it's that we're not a glorious city in other people's minds.
Here we go, Sophie Cunningham all over again.
I don't know. I mean, the reason we got guys years ago, besides the no cap deal, we did get guys when there was a cap, is the fact that this team was really good. But as you pointed out before the show, this is not just an Eiserman thing. This has been going on for a while.
Oh, I don't bring this up necessarily to stick up for Steve.
No, I know.
But it is just a history lesson. I remember, was it 2012, Parise and Suter?
Yeah.
We're going to get these two great USA hockey studs. They're going to extend what had been kind of the end of the era of Red Wing hockey.
Right.
And instead they go to Minnesota. Now, neither player turned out to be what they were supposed to be.
No, and they both were from there and all that. So I
understood.
Yes.
But we didn't get those guys.
Right.
And we haven't gotten meetings with big names. Stamkos in his prime didn't meet with us.
Right.
Stamkos last year, it didn't sound like, even as he was exiting his prime, gave us much of a thought. Now we can't even get a meeting with Nikolai Ehlers? The guy's never scored 30 goals in a season.
I know.
He's a definition of secondary scoring. Like, we brought him up as a name because of a pretty dry free agency class.
Correct. It's all about winning.
But we can't even get a meeting with Nikolai Ehlers? Like, I mean, some of this is a question of what does it mean to be an Original Six franchise with top-notch facilities and a history? The answer is very little.
No. If the team is not a team, guys, now look, the money's huge, number one, not compared to other sports, but the money differential from one team to the other is not going to be that much to sway somebody, I don't think. Now these guys, it seems for the most part, they want to go someplace where they have a chance to win. I mean, say what you want about Marner, and he, made a lot of money and all that stuff. But Vegas is really freaking good. Mm-hmm. If Vegas was a team that wasn't really good, would he have gone there? I don't think so.
Right. Would the Panther players stay there if the team was struggling to make the playoffs?
No.
Yeah, but the tax breaks. No. I don't think it has the same appeal if you're not winning.
No.
So, if anything, it's not like to defend Eiserman. It's more of an indictment that they haven't created a winning product to lure in.
Which is he should take some responsibility for, no doubt.
Or even get the meeting.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing he goes, hey, I'd rather play for Carolina, or they offered me $500,000 a year more. Mm-hmm. He's like, Detroit? Nah, I'm not going to take the Zoom. I'm not going to fly out. I'm not going to give him the time of day. Ehlers.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Austin Matthews, Connor McDavid.
No.
Ehlers won't meet with us. Do we have a reputation issue with our hockey team? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. An eventful weekend of baseball as the Tigers sweep the series against the Guardians, capping off yesterday's finale with a 7-2 extra innings victory in come-from-behind fashion. Detroit now has Tampa on their agenda with that series beginning tonight. First pitch at 6:40 can be heard right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Meanwhile, to the surprise of few, if any, Tigers ace Tarek Skubal making the All-Star team. However, he did have some concern regarding the fact that no Tigers made the reserves following yesterday's reveal. Skubal saying, quote, We got the best record in the American League. I would like to think we'd be more represented there. Along with Scooble, Detroit does have 3 starters in this year's game in the form of Riley Green, Gleyber Torres, and Javi Baez. Some news coming out of this weekend, Michigan's recruiting class as they lose a 4-star recruit and gain one as well, both at the role of cornerback. The loss coming in the form of Brody Jennings, who flipped from Michigan to Miami. The gain coming in the form of 4-star recruit Dorian Barney from the state of Georgia. Michigan State also making a move over the weekend, adding 3-star edge rusher Chris Addison. In soccer, the U.S. falls to Mexico in the Gold Cup Finals 2-1. Chris Richards getting a 1-0 lead for the U.S. within the first few minutes of the match. But a late second-half goal from Edson Alvarez proved to be the game winner for Mexico. Finally, in golf, Brian Campbell wins the John Deere Classic. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Saw a report over the weekend, Elliot Friedman saying the Wings couldn't get a meeting with Ehlers. Nikolai Ehlers, Winnipeg Jets, President's Trophy team. Ehlers is not a superstar.
No, good player.
He's
good.
Listen, we brought him up, so I don't want to turn this into he's actually a bum. We brought him up, okay? No. He was one of the top forwards available in free agency, right. But he's never scored 30 goals in a season, okay? Right. He plays 15 minutes of ice time. Detroit was interested in him, and he didn't even meet with us. What does that say about the state of Hockeytown? And I use the word Hockeytown because it is more than just the team. Are we not this destination that we think we are?
I think we're just like every other team.
So it doesn't matter that you're Original Six, you got the coolest logo in the sport, that your arena's nearly brand new.
To somebody who's from Denmark, I don't think he gives a rat's ass about the Original Six, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean,
no, it's just an honest, fair, blunt conversation.
At first, I thought, Swedes usually really like it. And then I looked it up, and he's not from Sweden. He's from Denmark.
Is he from Denmark? Okay, so he doesn't give a
No.
But this is a theme. This isn't just one player.
No,
we don't get meetings with the big name guys. I mean, Marner's had his mind made up.
Yeah,
he was going to Vegas.
Right.
Parise and Suter. All the way back more than a decade ago. They were going to extend the window. Well, they went to Minnesota. Didn't really get a chance. Stamkos in his prime. I remember gearing up. This is going to be, we'll at least get a meeting. Ken Holland couldn't get a meeting. We can't even get meetings with these guys. I mean, step one is get the meeting.
Yeah.
Well, forget about signing any of these guys, impact players in free agency. They won't meet with us.
You need to have guys who can also recruit. Players on your team that can recruit.
I had a little light bulb go off in my head.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin's comments after the season hurt this team.
Optically? In the eyes of free agents?
He said it publicly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he was at the Four Nations. These people talk. People talk around the league.
But the Four Nations was pre-deadline.
No. People talk. Players from other teams.
Do you think he was bad-mouthing the city that he grew up on?
He's just talking to guys he played with at the Four Nations after the season or something like that.
Oh, okay.
He built relationships. They were together for 2.5, 3 weeks.
Sure.
And
maybe he vented to them. You're saying?
If word has percolated around the league a little bit.
Well, Ticket Texture points that out. It says maybe it's Steve who has the reputation for not wanting to give out term or high dollars.
Well, they'll give out high dollars. He's not going to do 8-year contracts anymore. Well, the CBA is not going to allow him to do that next year anyway when they lower that.
He does have a reputation of being kind of a grinder with deals.
Yes.
Right? Like hard line. And he doesn't have a bad contract on this team right now.
No.
So that's the other side of the coin. But if you're a free agent where you are hitting the open market to leave your current team, you're doing it with the idea that you're going to break the bank.
Correct.
And Steve Eiserman is not a general manager who is a break the bank guy. So that's a conflict when you get to free agency.
They have to, I mean,
because if they have to overpay, but your GM does it, like Steve Eiserman may go, well, yeah, Ehlers $8.5 million is stupid for a guy who's never scored 30. And he may be right, but then you end up in this scenario where you're not a destination and you won't overpay, so you're never going to get anybody.
I mean, it would never happen because he's at the end of his career, but you need, like, let's say there's a few really good players that become available who grew up watching. I forget the name of the player, but at the draft, his favorite player growing up was Patrick Kane. Mm-hmm. So, there's a lot of players in that vein who loved Patrick Kane, one of the great players in this era. A guy like that's got to recruit. I mean, that's what you need, and he's not going to do that. I don't blame him.
First of all, he didn't even sign until the night before free agency, so
Right.
his recruiting pitch may have fallen on deaf ears.
Yeah, well, that was true. That's true, but you get my point. Yeah, in
Well, the only reason we have-
basketball, this happens all the time. These guys, they call each other and they recruit, and maybe Gov's right, where they call the other way around and say, you don't want to go here.
I'm hearing some bad things. Reputation, do we have an issue? 248-539-9797. I think part of the reason we got Patrick Kane is because we had Alex DeBrincat.
Yes.
Their connection going back to Chicago, and now their kids are buddies, and Kane likes living here.
Right.
Right? But I don't know that we get him if we don't have DeBrincat. And I don't think we get DeBrincat unless he grew up here. Right?
Probably.
So I know people roll their eyes at, we point out when guys grew up here, like, I brought up Kyle Connor last week, or Jason Robertson has come up. Like, there's a reason we bring those guys up, because at least you can appeal to that.
Or
You've lived here. Because I think people who are listening who live here know that whatever the reputation is of this area outside of here is not the reality once you're here.
Of course not. I mean, I'm a perfect example.
Yeah.
I thought I'd be here for a year.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Like, I'll do a year in Detroit
Yeah,
and
exactly.
bounce over to the East Coast.
Yeah, check it out. See what happens. And the next thing you know, I'm here for 40 years, almost.
But if they don't ever get, like, if you're drafted here and you
Right.
see it, you love it. If you're traded here, you grew up here. Yeah, we see that.
Or if you're lucky and you're a citizen of this great country, and you actually lived in Plymouth or wherever that area with the U.S. developmental team, and billeted here or lived here for 2 years or whatever before college, before you were drafted and liked it here, you got a chance there. I mean,
Yeah.
the bottom line is the team's no good. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, well, because you're right. When we were able to add Hull and Robitaille, there was no cap, but you're also joining a juggernaut, right?
Yeah.
You had Hasek in the pipes, and you had Eiserman with Shanahan and Fedorov and Lidstrom.
Yeah.
It's a little easier to get guys to squeeze in and into that world. Because the Panthers squeezed in. Those guys took less.
Yeah,
That's the other thing. We got to pay more. Other teams will get guys for less.
correct. Because you're good, or you're a destination.
Texter says the Wings are a dead destination. Ehlers said he didn't want to go to Canada or Original Six. He specifically wanted a no-pressure market. Dude is soft. I'm not telling you I wanted to live and die with landing Nikolai Ehlers.
No.
But yeah, that is an indictment if that's true. Players don't want to meet with us because the team's bad. Whose fault is that? Yet another amongst the many black eyes for Steve Eiserman.
Right.
Guys, we're not a destination for athletes or even tourism. We only get bad free agents. We're a championship contender. That's the only other time we'll get guys, or if we overpay.
When was the last?
You want to go through the last big free agent our city had? That's a fun game.
Yeah.
Who is it? Javi Baez?
Oh, God. No. But yes.
I mean, who else? I mean, I can go through some awful Pistons ones. We can go team by team. The last
Right.
big Piston free agent probably was Josh Smith. And before that would have been Charlie V and Ben Gordon, unless I'm missing somebody.
Lord.
Baseball. Who were our big free agents? Cabrera was a trade.
Correct.
Was Fielder a free agent?
Yeah, but he was coming from Japan. That doesn't count.
Prince Fielder?
No, that was a
trade.
trade.
That was a trade.
Yeah.
So who's our big Tiger free agent?
Was Mags a free agent?
Yes.
Yes, and Pudge. But now we're
Mags
going
was
back.
before Pudge.
Yeah, we're going like a decade
Well,
ago.
you mentioned Cabrera. It was only 2 years later.
Yeah.
So and they took a chance.
Yeah.
They took a chance on Maglio. He
Right.
had a bum knee.
Yes.
They took a chance on Pudge. They gave him term. You have to take a chance.
Yeah.
That's why they're sitting in this position. Stop being afraid.
Last big Red Wing free agent, last big Lion free agent. Last big Lion free agent was Trey Flowers, maybe? Golden Tate was a good free agent we brought in.
Yes.
Reggie Bush for a season. He had a 1,000-yard season here.
Yeah, he was good for 1 year.
They got Vandenbosch. He kind of turned things around.
Jim Schwartz was waiting for it at
wide
his
nine.
house. Nate Burleson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red Wings, though, I think you got to go back like Marion Hossa.
Yeah.
Hossa was a free agent,
Yeah,
but that would have been 09.
It's been
And
a
You know
long
what I
time.
mean?
I think some of this like time lapse is justifiable because these teams pretty much did a complete rebuild from the bottom up.
But now we're coming out of it.
You do build out of the draft. And so now we just sit here and it seems like all 4 teams to a degree. When is somebody going to do something? Now, you don't want to make the wrong move, but you got to eventually push that envelope some. I mean, the great thing about like some of the teams that have been good in football the last 7-8 years, routine teams, they've pushed that envelope. The Chiefs took a tremendous risk trading Tyreek Hill. I don't know how many GMs would have done that, and yet they've remained good.
Yeah,
they had the vision with Mahomes and becoming more of a defensive team, and then they paid Chris Jones. You know, you got to take a chance, man.
Ticket Texter says Prince Fielder was traded to Texas, but a free agent when we added him in 2014.
Oh, yeah, because when Victor got hurt.
Yes. Yeah, V-Mart changed everything that offseason. David Montgomery, quality free agent.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter saying.
Quality, yeah.
Yeah, David
But
Montgomery.
he wasn't like major high profile, though.
No.
But yeah, it was a good free agent signing.
Labor Torres.
Somebody sent in a Mike Pelfrey text, Tony.
Oh, my God. How about those relievers that they had? All those guys that, was it Lowe or whatever from Toronto? Oh, God, they had please. They had the Al Avila free agents were just ridiculous.
Edgar Renteria on the ticket text. Okay. I see where this is going. 248-539-9797. Talking about the Red Wings, not a destination. Can't even get a meeting with Nikolai Ehlers. Yikes. Is it an issue that we continue to see with our teams
Kevin
here?
Zeitler. That was a good
There you go.
signing. There we go.
It's 97-1.
For the last 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more life-changing procedures than the amazing Dr. Yaldo. And I am one of the 50,000 plus patients who've benefited from his custom LASIK or bifocal lens implants. Glasses, contact lenses, reading glasses, they do an okay job, but you know the problems that go with them. Your prescription changes, your lenses get scratched, your contacts are an annoyance, and you can have 10 pairs of reading glasses in your house and still not find a pair when you need it. Happened to me all the time. Now I got bifocal lens implants from Dr. Yaldo 6 years ago, and my 20/20 vision, it's up close, far away, remains unchanged for the rest of my life. Let Dr. Yaldo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers, those old, poorly performing technologies, and instead enjoy better eyesight without them. This is awesome. It's changed my life. I don't have to wear the damn glasses anymore. It's easy. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com to sign up for a free evaluation.
I got bad news. I don't have any news for you.
Me
But-
neither.
but we are-
This just said Nikolai Ehlers still says he doesn't want to meet with the Red Wings.
Got some ticket text on that. Again, it's exciting day. Baseball team swept the Guardians. We're going to talk more about it coming up at 7:35. Feeling very good. And Stoney, I know with you in, it's time for a funeral.
Oh, yeah.
Burial of a certain team.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we'll get to that as well. Ehlers snubs Detroit. Not only doesn't sign here, whatever, doesn't even want to meet with us. Who the hell is he to not take a meeting with us? But then you got to look in the mirror and go, well,
Yeah.
smell under our armpit. It's us.
And he also played the game well. I'm going to let everything else play out, and he did his like later than everybody else.
Yeah. Drew in Woodhaven says maybe it's Stevie has a reputation for not wanting to give out high dollar contracts. Guys,
No, it's term. It's the
well, those go
money's-
hand in hand. It's the
yes.
total dollars which
Right.
come with 6, 7, 8 year commitments.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not a destination for athletes or even tourism. Another one says we've missed the playoffs.
Well, hold on a second with the tourism. The tourism in this state is really good, isn't it?
I don't have the numbers, Stoney. I would think I would think if people visited here, yeah, they'd see what we got up on in northern Michigan in the water in the
Yes.
summertime.
I'd love to ask that question to every single rostered professional athlete right now in Detroit and say, do you go up north? I think we get what from some.
You're probably
I think
right.
Some would be like, yeah, I love it.
The ones
I
who
mean,
know,
half the Red Wings
know.
do because they're all from Michigan. So
Well, there you go. I'm sure Larkin goes up north.
even go back to Canada. All right, sorry. Stoney, that's my new bit, by the way. They don't have enough Canadians.
You got
I'm
Don
trying to
Cherry
figure it
over
out.
here.
I'm just
I
kidding.
know.
It says we missed the playoffs for a decade now. Doesn't seem like we're even close. We're no longer Hockey Town, guys. Sonny, what did you make of the vote that fans could vote to put Hockey Town back on the center ice?
Have they said what the results are?
I
yet?
haven't seen the results.
If Hockey Town won, I'd be shocked and upset.
You'd be upset.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't be shocked or upset. I mean, I think it's kind of silly to put it back now when you haven't made the playoffs, but I wouldn't be shocked that people here yearn for the nostalgia of Hockey Town.
I actually voted. That shows you what kind of loser I am.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And you voted for just the clean, classic.
Yes.
I thought that was the better way to go
Oh,
anyway.
there's no way.
But I wouldn't
Of
be
course.
shocked if people here wanted to see Hockey Town back.
Hockey Town, I was
I'm talking about
it
my
was-
childhood, Stoney.
It was great when it happened, okay?
But you
maybe,
can't-
maybe they could have like Hockey Town night, bring back when like when the Avs come in or something, bring back Hockey Town night, have Karen Newman come back,
There you
I don't know,
go.
whatever. I'll allow Al Sabaka in the building again. I don't know, do something like that.
Maybe it'll be the night they retire Fedorov's jersey. It'll all come together.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Hell freeze over before that
I
happens.
know.
The point is, it's nostalgia. It's in the past. We're currently not that.
Yeah.
So when the guy says we're not Hockey Town, I think that's going to hurt some people, but the truth hurts.
Yeah.
We're not that. We're not a destination. We're not a place that people even take meetings with. Says Ehlers specifically wanted to go to a warm environment, literally said that. The problem with the Wings that has been alluded to by Stoney a million times, it's pro scouting. Eiserman can make trades. He doesn't. Good GM swap players that don't necessarily fit their system for guys that do. Eiserman has done very little of that with the Red Wings.
That's a pretty accurate statement.
What is Eiserman's most impactful trade here in Detroit?
DeBrincat.
Yes. And I feel like that's almost under special circumstances. You had a restricted free agent in Ottawa who grew up here, who really wanted to get back here.
There were some moves that you thought were good, like when they
The Mantha trade at the time looked good.
when they got Husso. That was people thought that
Sure.
was pretty good. But I mean, there hasn't been that
No.
much.
They really haven't.
No, they're just bad.
If you were a top flight free agent, would you go to a random city in the Midwest that hasn't made the playoffs in a decade? No, I don't think so.
No, I get it.
Like, take
I
out that you
get it.
grew up here, you live here, you've spent 30, 40 years somewhere.
Right.
If you're not from here, you don't get it.
Let me ask you this: if Pittsburgh per se was going through, now they haven't made the playoffs for 2 straight years, I think it is, or did they make it the year before?
I think they snuck in the year before.
Okay, but let's say Pittsburgh goes through what we're going through down the road. Malkin, I don't think is coming back, or it's going to be his last
year, I believe.
Crosby, whatever.
Who knows?
You think Pittsburgh's a destination?
No, they're going to struggle to get players to
Yes.
sign there.
Yeah, I mean, It's just the old Rust Belt.
Well, you guys are going to win the lottery next year and get what's his face?
Gavin McKenna.
Yeah,
from Michigan State.
they're due.
Did he commit
Either
yet?
them or
No.
the Blackhawks.
No.
You want to take right now?
course.
You guys can have the field. The Penguins or Blackhawks will win the lottery next year.
Well, Bedard's going to need a boost.
Yeah.
Now you get your 1-2 punch. Of course, that's how it'll work out.
Cool, yeah.
Of course.
And then they'll trade that pick to Edmonton, and McDavid will go to Chicago.
That's interesting. I heard McDavid wanted to come here.
Yeah, right.
He likes the Conies.
Can't get a Zoom meeting with these guys.
I know.
248-539-9797. You mentioned Pittsburgh. What do you think of, there's, again, social media, stuff gets collected. People are looking for moves. Any thoughts on Carlson if he becomes available? Would you like him for the Wings? They'd have to eat salary.
If they don't have to eat, the Penguins would have to eat the salary.
Yeah, the Penguins would have to eat. Let's say they eat almost half his contract, and you bring him over.
It wouldn't kill. I'd be okay with it. Maybe he could tutor, Pelika, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's a classic
One-way player.
One-way player. Do we want more guys here who don't play in their own end defensively?
No.
The selling point would be he can transition from defense to offense, puck possession. You already have a great power play, though, so I don't really put a lot of stock in the fact.
He's still a really good passer.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's one of the greatest offensive defensemen in the history of the National Hockey League. But he's 35 years old, and there's a reason they're trying to dump his contract. He was a minus 24 last year. He doesn't play a lick of defense. You're playing with 4 forwards when he's on the ice, which is great if you have the man advantage. Not so great if you're trying to get over the hump. Look, if they were dumping his body here, we currently don't have a second pair right shot defenseman. I'm not going to be mad at the deal.
Would you rather have him or Hall? I mean,
I'd rather have him.
Yeah, so would I. Now,
so that's the level of excitement you get.
The problem is, and it's another reason of what we were talking about, is, you're going to get a veteran defenseman, free agent near the end of his career who still has something left. He signed with Colorado, and that was Burns.
Yeah.
We talked about that last week. It would have been great to have him come here.
Band-Aid, you could overpay him for a year.
Yeah.
No big deal. You're sitting on cap space anyway. But it sounds like he wanted to go where he could win.
Right.
Which reinforces the whole point here. But how does the cycle end, Stoney? I mean, the cycle is all your draft picks turn out to be,
Yes.
Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
That's how the cycle ends.
Yeah.
You draft Lidstrom and Fedorov and Eiserman, and then away you go.
Exactly. Or you create something like, look, the Lions, they haven't been turned down. Maybe to their detriment, they haven't really gone after major people, free agency, at least we've been told. But they have to do something like the Lions, because the Lions are an attractive team to play for because people love the coach. They love the environment.
Yeah. Good point.
That's what they have to build here.
Ticket texters, we mentioned some free agents last time. Detroit landed big free agents. Jake Bates was a free agent on the ticket text.
He was.
Kenta Maeda.
Oh, my God.
Okay, what else we got here? We dodged a bullet with Ehlers. Glad he didn't want to come here. John in a truck. Yeah, I'm not personally
No.
dreading that we lost him.
It's the point that he wouldn't even meet with us.
Who cares? There's been more Dead Wing talk the last 4 weeks than anything else. Enough. I'd rather talk darts. Guys, I don't know how much more hockey we're talking after this today.
Yeah.
Because I don't suspect Steve's making some cowabunga cannonball splash trade between now and the start of the season. It's funny, different hosts will, I tried to give you the Connor angle. Maybe that could happen. I don't think it's overly likely.
No.
Anybody saying it is saying it more out of optimism and hope than they are in anything rooted in reality. This is kind of the end. This is post-mortem, shutting the door on what didn't happen in free agency and moving on. And like I said, we're talking Tiger baseball coming up for most of the show.
I know. Hey, the only non-Tiger, non-Lion stuff coming up is Summer League. That's the worst.
Do you geek out of that stuff?
No. If it's on, I'll check it out a little bit.
When they were worse, the Pistons.
Yeah.
I remember, hey, are we going to watch Summer League? We're a playoff team.
Yeah.
I don't worry about Summer League.
No. Me neither. I'd be interested to see how Chaz Lanier looks, but, I'm not going to.
I'll let someone post a highlight.
Arrange my day around it. No. The great Bobby Klitman. I don't know.
Exactly. All right, so what we're going to talk about the Tigers. Sunday's win, the most satisfying win of the season. Would you agree with that statement? We'll talk about everything that went into the weekend, sweeping the Guardians, and yes, a funeral is planned for those down in Cleveland. It's 97-1. Feeling good after the 4th of July weekend. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa with Stoney today. No John, no Heather. Gov and Greg behind the glass.
You know what never gets old?
What?
Saying that the Tigers have the best record in baseball.
Say it every single day. It's great. And it never gets old.
No.
Just like beating the Cleveland Guardians.
I know.
Sweep over the weekend. And Stoney, I thought Sunday was the most satisfying game they've played all season.
I know. And you might look at it, feel like you didn't watch the game. You said, they won 7-2 in 10 innings. That was kind of weird. The game was off the charts.
So you got Scooble dealing. Neither team can get a hit.
Correct.
Game drags on. All the games this weekend were nail biters. It drags into the 8th inning 0-0. They get one.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, boy, this is going to be
And
kind
of
of a
course, it
lousy-
was Kwan that came
course.
through it always.
But not for long.
No.
That 9th inning, Clase's on the bump. Torkelson gets hit by a pitch.
Right.
McKinstry comes in as a pinch runner.
With one out.
Steals second. They had to review it. He stole second clean.
Right. He got called out, and then they overturned it.
Now he's standing over at third base.
Right after a ground out. Right?
Yeah, so 2 outs. He's at third base. 1-run game, and he's inching. He's cheating a little bit. Here's Dickerson's call.
They tied the game up without getting a hit.
It's the most gritty Tigers, you know what, because it's a guy who's not even in the game that has to make not one but 2 heads-up plays. And
Correct.
then because the game's tied and McKinstry came in for Torkelson, guess who gets to play first base for the first time in his big league career? Here you go. Take his mitt. He has Torkelson's glove, and he's playing first for the first time.
The only position he has not played in his major league career is catcher.
Yep. We could scratch that off by the end of the season.
Yeah, probably. What
There
the
you
hell?
go. There you go. Make the full inch is what they're calling it. But the game's not over. The game's tied. And in extra innings, Trey Sweeney, who's back up with the big club.
Yeah, because he struggled. He was in Toledo. Curry Carpenter gets hurt. They bring him up.
He's facing Cade Smith.
Who's a Tiger killer. I mean, if you remember the playoffs, Cade Smith Tigers can't hit Cade Smith.
He doesn't give up homers.
No.
Sweeney hadn't hit a home run off a fastball in his career. Well, it was until this at bat.
And they weren't done. Riley Green.
You have the stats on him against the Guardians?
Yeah, well, not against the Guardians, but, well, I guess it kind of is. But Riley Green, you know, he's an all-star. He's having a terrific year, but he goes through peaks and valleys. And heading into this upcoming at-bat, he was 0 for 16 with 10 strikeouts, including striking out looking with the bases loaded in, I believe it was the 8th inning.
And then he went off. Green now batting 1 for 23 against the Guardians this season. That was the one.
They had, before that inning, they had 3 hits in their last 18 innings. In the first 27 innings of the series, before that inning, they had 3 runs and 10 hits and had won both games.
It was a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
It was the DNA of this team. It was a Scooble start. It was rallying. It was unexpected heroes. And it's sweeping the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah.
Like, there's just nothing more satisfying. That's the one team that's been a thorn in our side to win every game this weekend. Like, but look, they win Friday and Saturday. They could have lost yesterday, and ho-hum, they win another series. To put the exclamation mark, to sweep them, to send them further into their tailspin. That's now 10 losses in a row for the Cleveland Guardians.
I mean, we complain sometimes about the ownership of the Tigers. If you're a Cleveland Guardian fan, I mean, they were, they made the ALCS last year, as we know. So they're basically a couple of wins from getting to the World Series. And they do absolutely nothing, right, in the offseason except trade one of their guys.
An all-star first baseman in Naylor.
Right.
Send him away.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean, you're in the ALCS. You should be adding.
Right.
You should be going for it.
Now, granted, Sean Bieber's hurt, but still.
Yeah, Fry was hurt too, and he was an all-star last year.
Yeah.
And then Logan Thomas has been injured.
Yeah.
So
they've had some problems.
They've had some things that have maybe caused this to fall off the rails.
They're 15 and a half games back in the division.
All right. Somebody brought this up on Ticket Text. I'll give them the credit. Brad in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Would you throw out there potentially trying to acquire Clase?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They should be sellers. We're buyers. We want a reliever.
I think Detroit and Cleveland made an in-season trade back when the Tigers were. Was it Peralta?
Well, he played there. Yeah.
He played there.
I don't know if that's.
Yes, I think they did.
So they trade within the division in baseball. They don't care about that stuff.
Come on, they traded Rocky Colavito.
Oh.
I think, right? I don't know. That was before my time. Yeah,
Peralta went Cleveland to Detroit.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember.
We talked about biggest needs bullpen. If they're clear sellers.
I mean, we're in his head, but he doesn't play against us once he comes here.
That's the selling point.
Yes.
Emmanuel, you don't have to face Tigers hitters. No Kerry Carpenter postseason at bats.
And he likes small market teams, if you want to call Detroit a small market.
We understand we got to fight a little harder to get these guys.
What's Ramirez, too?
Yeah, exactly.
What's his contract? Is he a rental? He's got to be a multi-year guy, right?
And you're probably giving up something pretty good.
Yeah, he's signed. Yeah, you'd have to go something pretty good. He's signed through 26, but then he also has team options in 27 and 28, which you can go to year. You're never going to be burdened. It's your option. Baseball Reference has team option for Clase.
I don't know how long-term he is. I'm a little curious about his career path. I mean, last year he had one of the greatest seasons ever as a closer.
Yeah, you got Cy Young votes, MVP votes. He was an all-star. This year has not been that. I mean, last year he finished with an 0.61 ERA. This year it's 3.29.
I'd still take a chance.
I'd still roll the dice on him, sure.
Absolutely. So I looked this up. Do you know who the Tigers gave up to get Johnny Peralta?
This will be good. Who?
Giovanni Soto. Who? Exactly. He pitched a total of 6 games for they were the Indians then in 2015. That's it. Great trade by Dombrowski.
It's more fun when you're buying. You're throwing these darts on somebody else's. They got to play the scratch off.
So the point is not that you have, not only do you have really good prospects, you have enough ones who are like that guy and you can get something for.
Yeah.
That was the brilliance of Dombrowski was. He's willing to give up the jackpot of prospects when he knew he was getting a generational talent in Cabrera, but a lot of times he acquired the Guillens, the Peraltas that way. You know, he used Granderson's value to get Scherzer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they traded for David Price. I mean, they would swing to go get big-time players.
Well, heck, wasn't Robbie Ray in that trade? And he's turned out to be a pretty good pitcher.
Robbie Ray was in the
Fister trade.
In the Fister trade, yeah.
That's when they started going backwards.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And that was the precursor to Scherzer, too. If you think
Leaving, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Look, our team, Stoney's point, best record in all of the American League now, right? Because the Dodgers are still doing their thing.
Right.
They've had so many great wins this season, so many wins, period. I thought Sunday was the most satisfying. Now, maybe you think it's Javi Baez and the walk-off against the Boston Red Sox. 2-homer night that night. And maybe it's Sunday Night Baseball last week against the Twins. Scooble. Maybe it's Scooble's
Maddox.
His complete game with under 100 pitches. I thought the most satisfying game was yesterday. Maybe it's prisoner of the moment, but I just think how they did it, who they did it against, completing the sweep. 248-539-9797. The other thing we're going to do is we are going to do a funeral for Cleveland. I don't know if it's going to make people uncomfortable, Stoney, but you're no stranger to doing this.
Oh, I know. The problem is that when I usually do them, they end up, next thing you know, the team turns around or the player in question turns around and I look like a freaking ass.
Yeah, but we can bury Cleveland, right? 15.5 back in the division. They've lost 10 in a row.
Yeah.
They're gotta have to be sellers here, right?
Yeah.
They got no offense.
Should.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. I mean, we got Taps queued up. We're going to bury him coming up next.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car, truck, and motorcycle accidents. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he'll fight hard for you, and KG wins big. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need KG Law now. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. The great Tom Hamilton on the call.
God, he's so good. I mean, you almost thought that he was the hometown announcer there.
He is a legend, and he said it as well as any could. You thought they'd hit rock bottom. They can go lower, Stoney.
Yeah, they did. And like a few batters later.
Gave up another 3-run jack, this time from Riley Green.
Oppo again.
That was so much fun. Okay, that's a game to complete a sweep against a team that's been a pain in the ass.
Yes.
It's hitting bombs off a guy nobody can hit bombs off of. It's Zack McKinstry doing the gritty thing to keep the game alive with a couple plays on the base paths. And it's Tiger fans starting to take over their ballpark. Let's go Tiger chants. That was awesome. That was the most satisfying win of the year for me as a Tiger fan. And I would love to know if it's the same for you. I know there's a bunch of wins that you could pick from, but to me, throwing in how they did it, the unexpected heroes against who they did it against, made it the most satisfying so far, knowing there's going to be more satisfying games coming up.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Javi walk-off, that was pretty sweet.
Yeah, what he did against the Red Sox, that was kind of the moment where I think it clicked for everybody. Oh, this is really happening.
Yes.
They made a Moneyball mashup out of that home run.
The Javi home run.
Yes.
Yeah. A couple ticket texts. Riley Green only seems to get in on the action after the Tigers have started to beat down, and it kind of irks me. He went down in the 8th when we needed him. He has no clutch gene. And then he's jumping in and saying, hell yeah to everybody. Even though Trey Sweeney was the guy who delivered.
I'd like to see I guess analytics or just the stats on him in those situations.
Clutch situation?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious.
I mean, Riley Green is leading the team in like every category.
Right.
I don't know why this guy's so bent out of shape about Riley Green.
But just to see if this guy has a point at all.
Okay. Well, the idea that Riley Green's a front runner, they're not here without Riley Green.
Of course not.
It's not like all of his home runs are in garbage time.
No.
We can pull up the clutch stats that people want. Texter says we need John and Heather back ASAP before you guys jinx this.
Oh, please.
Your antics are going to jinx the Tigers, Fowlerville Frank.
What kind of antics?
Well, I did promise we'd do a burial and some sort of funeral here.
Okay.
But I think that's apropos. So if we could play some taps.
Now, I do want to say this. I'm going to turn this over to the Reverend Costa. That this is not a Michael Steven Stone burial.
Hold on, are you participating?
I'm endorsing it.
Okay. Here lies the 2025 Cleveland Guardians. Losers of 10 consecutive baseball games. A team who is 13 games below 500 since May 1st. This is not a new trend. This is a doormat. They have a losing record over the last 162 baseball games played by their franchise. Their season is over. They lie 15 and a half games back of the American League Central as we gather here today to pay our respects.
I heard that Roger Dorn has sent a condolence card as well.
Jose Ramirez is cold, and therefore so is all of Cleveland. One of the worst offenses in all of Major League Baseball doesn't have it. Not going to be able to get it up. No miracle Tiger run in them. Impotence. If you'd like to join in, 248-539-9797 as we bury the Cleveland Guardians. Their season is over.
The poor city of Cleveland. Another year without a championship.
100 plus and counting. For the baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no.
When's the last Guardians World Series?
Did they win in like 48 or 50?
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, sorry, guys. Amendments.
Yes, okay.
Approaching 100 years without a World Series.
Yes.
Were they the Spiders at the time?
No.
They were the Indians.
No, they were still.
Okay. Anyway. Texas says, I hope this ages well. Another one says, what antics? With funeral music 30 seconds later. That's classic. Guys, I'm not afraid of Cleveland. Why would anybody be afraid of these guys?
No.
Act like the big league ball club that we are.
Well, it's no big deal. They're done for the year.
This is a safe burial.
Yes.
That's different than other burials. Stoney's burials, I thought, were taking chances to a degree.
Yes.
This is awfully safe. 15 and a half. I mean, if this one implodes, you have had a few Stoney tendencies since you've joined the mornings.
That's this seat.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out. I think this will age well simply because 15 and a half is so... They don't have answers. You buried the Heat in 2006.
Yeah.
It was. I remember the date. It was April 4th.
And after the Pistons beat them
down in Miami, and you said they had no chance of winning the NBA championship, and then they beat the Pistons in the conference final and won the NBA championship.
Correct. Brett Favre.
Yeah, he buried him after a regular season game against the Lions where he played poorly at Ford Field. He said Brett Favre will never play a playoff game again. He went on to 2 NFC championship games and another playoff game.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't want Stoney to endorse this burial.
That's why I didn't. I mean, I endorsed it, but I
You
didn't perform the
lead it.
ceremony.
Okay, but these are important details.
Yes.
Last word, Stoney?
Have I ever had any successful ones, by the way?
No.
I know.
You did one. Was it the 2012 Tigers in the division?
Well, that wasn't a burial, but that was a bet, and then I ended up getting my chest waxed, remember?
Yeah, there's video on the internet of that somewhere.
Yes, there is.
I'm still scarred from it.
Why do you dress up as a woman on TV? Okay.
That was because I guaranteed that Michigan, when they had Rich Rod, would beat Purdue.
Oh,
and they didn't. Remember Purdue had that onside kick that they recovered that game out of nowhere? Yeah.
I stopped watching by then.
Was that a safe prediction by him? I don't remember if Purdue was any good that year. I know
They
it
weren't.
was a stupid
they weren't.
prediction. Michigan was awful under Rich Rod.
Yes, I know. I don't remember if it was the first year or second year, Rich Rod.
Ticket Texture says you did some of this dumbass stuff during the Lions season. How did that work out for you, Costa, you bum? I remember 2 years ago, Stoney, you and I together hired the seamstress to sew up the division banner in early October.
Right, and that was correct.
Amazing. Mm-hmm. So you and I together somehow balanced the universe in just the right way.
Right, we're both on the same page as far as the division's done.
Well, yeah, I got these guys behind the glass that are afraid of their own shadow. Well, I'm not willing to say it yet.
Oh,
I shouldn't lump Greg in. I'm sorry, Greg. That's a Tom issue. Tom is the one. And John, who wouldn't declare this division over.
Just because he's not here. And that was last week, and I said I would consider it. I kind of wanted to see the Cleveland series and see if they had any life left.
You going to break some news for us?
Let's do it right now.
You're
The
going to
Tigers
declare
are winning the division.
Yes! Let's go!
hey, Gov said when the magic number goes below 60. And it is.
I wanted to see the Cleveland series.
I know.
Direct competition.
I agree.
And those were close games. I mean, but they're done.
We now have another member of the show declaring the division over. Tom Milliken.
That loss for Cleveland yesterday is a mental backbreaker. I mean, Cade Smith looked like defeated completely on the mound. I almost thought they hung him out to dry, letting him pitch to Green.
How about this if we're playing the game of jinxes or whatever? J.K. Simmons, big Tiger fan.
Yeah.
Like watches all the games, has been on the broadcasts. Yeah. Through the first pitch for the Guardians in a Tigers shirt. They've lost 10 straight since. The shirt was under the, Cleveland.
Oh, he threw it at a Cleveland game?
He was a guest of Cleveland. He was wearing their stuff on the outside, but you could see the undershirt was Tigers. And since that moment, they've lost 10 straight. You didn't see this?
No.
I have to pull it up for you.
Wow.
So everything's going the Tigers' way here. We're burying the Guardians. We're declaring divisions over. If this makes you uncomfortable, you got to get used to having a good ball club. And that was a death blow to Cleveland. That's what this weekend was.
They're in 4th place.
Right. Well, what about what the Tigers did last year, Stoney? You mean where the Tigers didn't come back to win the division? Yeah, cool. I'm cool with saying the Tigers have won this division. 248-539-9797. What do you got over there?
I was just looking at something because you mentioned Cade Smith. Cade Cunningham could have pitched better than Cade Smith.
You see his first pitch for
I was
Texas
just
Rangers.
looking at it. I hadn't seen it. I heard that it was bad. It wasn't horrible. It wasn't 50 Cent-esque or anything like that.
Didn't you guys see the Kamara over the weekend? Alvin Kamara?
Yeah, he got a redo.
Oh, yeah, you got a second one.
Yeah, he took a mulligan after his first one.
Have you ever seen that?
No.
He threw the first and second pitch of the baseball game.
Yeah.
I don't know how he hit those people out in Vegas doing that.
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
He was aiming someplace else. That's how he hit him.
You didn't need to hit him.
Right. He was shadow boxing.
Oh, no.
His aim was so bad.
How do you feel about the funeral for the Guardians? Are you ready to declare the AL Central over for the Tigers? In the 8 o'clock hour, Greg Hargrave with an outside-the-box idea, a punishment for Michigan football. We want Wolverine fans to weigh in. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. Tigers ended yesterday's finale with Cleveland in epic fashion, tying the game at 1 in the 9th. They put up a 6th spot in the 10th to get the series sweep. That series guaranteeing the Tigers the Central, according to Gov. Detroit having a series with Tampa ahead of them now as they begin that series 6:40 tonight at Comerica Park. We'll have that action for you right here on the tickets. And as expected, Tarek Skubal receives all-star honors this year as he's named to the American League team. However, the Tigers ace a bit disappointed more teammates won't be joining him. Following the announcement, no Tigers made the reserves for the AL. He said, quote, "We have the best record in the American League. I'd like to think we'd be more represented out there." Skubal will still be pitching the All-Star game along fellow Tiger starters Riley Green, Gleyber Torres, and Javi Baez. Some news coming out this weekend regarding Michigan's recruiting class as they lose a 4-star recruit and also gain one, both coming at the role of cornerback. The loss in the form of Brody Jennings, who flipped from Michigan to Miami, and the gain coming in form of 4-star recruit Dorian Barney from the state of Georgia. Michigan State also active as they pick up a 3-star edge rusher, Chris Addison. The 4th round of Wimbledon begins today as Djokovic gets ready to take the court this morning. He's coming in off of picking up his 100th career win at Wimbledon over the weekend. And finally in soccer, the U.S. falls to Mexico in the Gold Cup Finals 2-1. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Dustin mentioned the CONCACAF final last night.
Yeah.
Between the United States and Mexico. I saw it on social media and then I saw it on highlights. It was a guy, I've never seen a guy on the Mexico team. He had his hand on the ball on the ground, and how they never called a handball was incredible to me. But the other thing that was kind of weird, and the U.S. loses 2-1, the game was held in Houston.
But I saw this was designated.
The game was played in Houston, but you know what there are more fans of? Yes! The place was invaded by Mexicans.
I don't know if you know geography, but
I know
it's pretty close.
I understand that. But I thought it's a home game. That's something that shouldn't. I mean, I realize when they play in California.
Stoney, I can only imagine the ticket text you're inviting right now.
Well, I know. Yes. Keep your ice jokes away.
Okay.
Yeah.
We brought up the Tigers. They swept the Guardians. I thought it was the most satisfying win of the year, what they did on Sunday.
It was.
To see the unheralded Trey Sweeney, the definition of grit, Zack McKinstry. Success off of Cade Smith, success over that team, burying that team. And we did our little Cleveland burial, and you know this division is all but sewn up.
Mm-hmm. Before the All-Star game.
How could you? I don't know, I'm watching, just like you guys are, and I'm having a great time.
Yep.
And I'm believing in this team, like I think many people are believing in this team. We're going to talk about All-Star snubs. I know it rubbed Skubal the wrong way. They only got 4 guys. We'll do that later this hour. Greg Hargrave, the lone Michigan grad on the show today with John Off. You have an outside-the-box punishment idea for Michigan football, and we want to know if this would be palatable for our Wolverine fan listeners.
And for the rival fan bases, by the way.
Okay.
Because there is a look. We're going to go into a little bit of silly season here because this is not enforceable. The NCAA does not have any jurisdiction when it comes to this particular type of punishment. But as we know, hasn't been a final verdict yet on the Connor Stallions illegal scouting scandal embroiled with Michigan. We know that Michigan has self-imposed a suspension with Sharon Moore for games 3 and 4 for Michigan this season. So I have thought of something that it's not going to take away anything of Michigan's accomplishment, but it will have a bit of a stain on their short-term future, and it would be taking away something that is identifiable with them.
It'd be painful for them.
Yes. For 5 years, you can't wear the winged helmet. 5 years, plain blue helmet. And that's your punishment.
Can they still touch the banner when they run out of the tunnel?
Yes, they can. This
Okay.
just touches the helmet.
Okay.
And think of it like you're going to have to play these 5 years, and then any highlights you looking back on these 5 years, say, let's look at Bryce Underwood highlights. Oh, that's the year where they couldn't wear helmets because of the Connor Stallion ordeal.
Right, but they would still be eligible for the postseason.
Yes.
They would have no records vacated from previous seasons. And if they win a Big Ten title in the next 5 years, you got to deal with the fact that it's in helmets that aren't winged.
And to the pleasure of sports radio talk show hosts everywhere, this saga will be behind us.
Michigan fans, would you do that? Would you effectively wear that scarlet letter, have your winged helmets removed, clipped wings for 5 years as a punishment, the only punishment for what Jim Harbaugh and company did with Connor Stallions?
Greg, I've always thought, and I still think, that you are the most intelligent person
Here it comes.
on this show.
This is the only time
In
someone
any-
compliments me for being smart
in
is when
any of our shows. In fact, you're one of the smartest Michigan grads I know, and I actually live with two of them, my wife and my daughter. Okay? You're a smart guy.
But
That could be one of the dumbest things you've ever come up with. For this reason. How would that satiate the desire from the anti-Michigan people for them to declare that the hammer was being thrown down? And as for the Michigan fans, who cares? I mean, I love the tradition. It would be weird as hell, but if it meant I wouldn't have to suffer anything else, I'll wear pink helmets, for crying out loud.
Okay. I would be curious on John's take on this.
I think John would bristle at this. I really
he would.
do.
He absolutely would.
I'm not compromising my traditions.
Well, he's an idiot. Then he'd be a dumbass.
Well, they're not going to get any punishment, right? I mean, that's kind of how Michigan operates.
You're right. I know.
I mean, they've been in denial the entire way, taking away the wing. So it wouldn't be a hammer; it'd be scissors.
Yeah, for
clipping
5
the wings.
years?
5 years. Is 5 years the right number of years? I mean, you don't think this is enough? I don't think it's enough either. I think it's
No,
funny,
I think
and I
it's-
wonder if Michigan fans would accept it.
Of course
I would
they
hope.
would.
I would hope they would.
Of course you would, unless you don't think you did anything wrong. Unless you're in the well, everybody else did it, but we just get caught category, which might be true, but who cares? You got caught.
You got caught. And for rival fan bases, there's no state fan that's going to go, yeah, this is acceptable.
Oh, yes.
What is acceptable then? Like if you're on the outside, you're the state fan, you're the Spartan fan, you're the Buckeye fan, you're a college football fan that just doesn't, worship at the altar of Michigan.
What's acceptable to the Michigan, the cult of Michigan haters, because that's a cult too. As much as Mike and Rico want to talk about the Michigan fan cult, there's the anti-Michigan cult as well. The only thing that would satisfy them is if the national championship got taken away. That'd be the only thing.
Yeah. Greg's idea is ridiculous, but I do think when you think about it deeper, something like this would burn many, many Michigan fans. It would burn them. And I tell state fans who want to see them really bothered that this would bother Michigan fans more than you realize.
Probably.
It'd needle them for a long time.
Well, we do have a ticket text. You know damn well those blue wall nuts would not go for that at all. Quote, winged helmets are our tradition. Signed, Roy.
I think there are some Michigan fans out there that would accept a one-season bowl ban over this. Greg's idea, too, is it doesn't really punish the current team and coaches that much other than the
cosmetically.
Yeah,
Right.
But it will bother the fans the most. But one of the arguments is that you shouldn't punish the current. Now, Moore is question. He was on the staff, okay? But the current players, that's always been one of the arguments. Something like this, yeah, other than they're real at Michigan,
Yeah.
it wouldn't mean anything.
I mean, if you want to come up with weird-ass punishments, you could come up with weird-ass punishments, like punish them and say that Brady Hoke has to coach this team for 2 years.
I have an idea.
Or
question.
John Navarre has to be the quarterback coach. That's
Kurt-
for you, Gov.
Oh, okay.
I do have a question for Greg. I want to know when you thought of this
And why?
and why. I need that
Inside the
answer.
brain of Greg Hargrave. How did this come up?
So I can't exactly think about how this came up. I will say that for a long time, I have compared 23 Michigan football to 22 Kansas basketball. And what is the joke that Jamie had for because this happened before the level 1 violations against Kansas was happening before 2020. Jamie said, "What is the punishment for Kansas basketball? Bill Self should have to coach without his toupee on." And so this is Michigan's version of coaching a game without their toupee on.
Basically, you get like humiliated.
Yes.
You have to walk out there with a stain.
Well, Brady Hoke actually coached without headsets, so that was similar to the toupee.
And I just thought of it like this is, it's like an antithesis of what Michigan is about. Like Michigan is about the tradition and, all of the 100 years building up to where they are now, and the history continues, and it's clipping that history, like you say. And I just thought this would be like, it's an everything punishment, but a nothing punishment at the same time.
248-539-9797. Believe it or not, we're getting a bunch of ticket texts on this. If you're a Wolverine fan, would this actually hurt you? Would you accept this as your punishment? It's completely ridiculous, but play along. 248-539-9797. You don't get a bowl ban. You don't have any wins vacated. You get publicly stripped of your tradition for 5 years, and any highlights of that era forever will be, well, that's because they had multiple level ones and cheated the game of football. That would be your punishment. Is that satisfying for you as a Michigan fan? And if you're on the outside, what would be satisfying? Would you take any joy in seeing them squirm with their traditions removed? Or does it have to be a postseason ban? I mean, we're talking multiple level ones, non-compliance. It's got to be more than stripping them of their helmets. So what is it? 248-539-9797.
I mean, what are you going to do next? Make them play Hang On Sloopy at the games? That would piss them off.
No more Mr. Brightside.
Yeah.
I will completely accept, and Stoney, I accept your criticism that this is a ridiculous take.
Yeah.
And look, we are going into the land of make-believe here.
Yeah.
There's no enforcement that the NCAA can do regarding this.
Texter says, make it so they also can't run and touch the banner for 5 years. Josh and Warren really go in on the traditions.
What if they, if as a punishment, Michigan State fans get to name the next prosecutor in Washington County?
Punishment should be no headsets during the games for a period of time for Michigan. Let everybody else be able to communicate signs while they can't.
That, would be interesting if you're going to go completely out of the box. Sure.
Let's make John Jansen become a Buckeye and be their radio color commentator for a year so the Michigan doesn't get a punishment. Would he do that to fall on the sword for the Wolverines?
If the check was right, he would.
Has to do an unpaid year of Columbus Buckeye broadcasts on the weekends.
Take the place of what is it? Jim Lachey, I think, is their color commentary.
I believe you're right. Texter says, "Oh boy, I can hear Mike now. Insert chair drop." Now this is the dumbest thing I've heard. Drop the hammer on the scumbags. Get them. I'd never wear the helmet again if we buried the cheating scandal once and for all. It's an unnamed texter. I thought they already punished Michigan when Harbaugh had to sit out games for the Stallion stuff. Okay, now you're just being obtuse.
Yeah.
We've done nothing wrong. We've already taken our medicine.
No, he hasn't been punished for that yet, right?
Well, Harbaugh got punished. The school has yet to truly face any serious consequences.
Oh yeah.
They tried and they missed.
Right.
We still won the games anyway.
Absolutely not. We have our traditions, and you aren't guilty until proven guilty.
Okay, we're assuming that they're going to be proven guilty.
What's the punishment? Winged helmet ban, dumbest thing ever. God, I love Stoney. He's a national treasure. What else we got here?
You need to raise the bar.
You know what this is like?
What?
It's like a fantasy football league punishment.
Yes.
That is.
I like it.
This is clownish.
In an evil, different way.
Guys, this is clownish. Come on. Do better. This should be the death penalty. This is stupid. They're not going to get the death penalty, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to let everybody down who's waiting at the guillotine for the Michigan football program. It's not coming. Spartan fan here, I would accept it if the winged helmets were removed and they wore Leaders of Cheaters replaced on the helmet for 5 years. Christian in Tampa. Texter says, I'd rather lose out on a bowl game than have this taken away.
Maybe
They're
for
winged helmets.
Maybe for this year, because who knows? Well,
they still make a bowl game. They're going to be a
8-win team.
Yeah, they'll be hanging on the outside of the playoff.
They made a bowl game last year, and they were terrible for
right.
Everybody
3 quarters of the year.
I know.
Last year, again, I made the pitch to John. I said, last year is the year you take your bowl ban.
Yes.
Proactively. You know you don't have a quarterback, and I get it. Well, we couldn't because of the timing of the portal. Last year, they could have said, we're taking a bowl ban.
Right.
Would have been great.
They never would have beaten Alabama, though, Jim.
But we're never wrong, and we never did anything wrong, and you can't prove it. Okay, 97-1. Greg with a helmet punishment for the University of Michigan. Outside the box, popped into his head. Why not? Well, it's probably not enough, but it's a funny concept. The idea that you strip Michigan of one of its signature traditions as a punishment. He said, hey, what if we take away the winged helmets for 5 years? And all the highlights that you have from this era, you're going to have to remember why. The tradition that you stick out your chest so loudly and proudly to embrace would be taken from you in a public humiliation ritual for everybody in the sport to mock. Is that enough for what took place? Multiple level ones. I tend to think the program needs more than that.
Yes.
But there are Michigan fans who love their traditions and might bristle at this.
Well, if you're going to live in this hypothetical world, I mean, they won't take Schembechler's statue down for something that's probably, arguably more serious than the Connor Stallion stuff. So
Tony, I would say it's definitely more serious.
You would never do this with the helmets.
They go kicking and screaming. They're not going to take away the M-Go blue banner or the winged helmets or any of their traditions. Which is why if John was here, I think he would turn down this proposal, which is letting them off easy. As one ticket texter says, yeah, Greg, just have them apologize and we'll all forget about it.
Yeah. It's so funny because, as a Michigan fan / ticket holder, I love a lot of the traditions. If you're going to take one of them that I could care less about, it would be touching the banner. For some reason, does nothing for me. And it's weird. And I know it's a great tradition, but, that one, that's the one that can be, who cares?
I look at it like what Clemson does Howard's Rock.
Yeah.
Like all these schools have their
I know.
walk in, walk out traditions. Texter says Greg should be suspended 1 week from Greg Palm for this take. Greg should sing "Oh Sunday Night" before every game for the next 5 years. I don't think he'd mind. Media and non-Michigan fans will not be satisfied until a championship is stripped. Tim and Goodrich.
I don't think the media will. Well, unless you consider, Sparty or Buckeye football fans as media or talk show hosts.
Sparty fan here. I would accept the winged helmets being removed and the words "leaders of cheaters" being replaced. No home game for 5 years. Darren in Canton.
That would be freaking interesting.
Now that's punitive.
Yes.
You're taking away those Sunday tailgates. You're taking away those revenue-generating gates.
Yeah. That would be.
Where would they play? All road games?
Yeah.
Or would they pack into Ann Arbor Pioneer High School?
Or Ford Field?
Ugh. Well, MSU's already throwing away a game to do that.
I know.
Willingly.
See, that would be very interesting. Now, that would be punitive without them giving away, any wins or things like that.
Team could still go earn whatever they want.
Yeah. You know what? That would piss people off and upset me, but that would be an interesting punishment. It would never happen because it would cost the school so much money.
Yeah.
But I like that. I like that idea.
As a Spartan grad, Greg's idea is the most Michigan punishment ever, getting away with cheating and not even being punished.
Right, exactly. That's why I thought it was the dumbest thing he's ever said.
Anthony in Washington Township. So in other words, you want Michigan to look like Penn State for 5 years? Grady in Shelby Township.
No, they'd be blue helmets, not white helmets.
This is dumb. They'd put a big block M on the helmet. They'd move on. Take your punishment. Yes, a number of schools have likely done it, but they got caught. Deal with it.
Even a block M on the helmet is not going to, talk about changing the helmet design with a U of M fan and say, no, you can't do that. The helmet's sacred.
Yeah, everything else they've done with the jerseys and the combos, they always keep the helmet. Take away home games for 1 season. No Mr. Brightside. Michigan has to get Samaj Morgan 20 bubble screens per game as punishment. What about a TV ban for a year? None of the games can be televised, and they have to pay their opponents to make up for the revenue they would miss out on by playing on TV. That'd be more punitive than the home games.
Yeah.
To not have them televised? I mean, that's where most of the money is.
Yeah.
Okay. In today's game, a fair punishment is next time you qualify for the playoff, you're ineligible. It's like an NBA protected pick in a trade. We don't want a bowl ban. We want to hit you when it hurts.
That's okay.
I'd be down with that.
That'd be pleasing to the non-Michigan fan.
I like that idea.
hurts.
That feels like it hurts.
Yes.
The next time you're playoff eligible, so you'd get in as a Big Ten champ or otherwise, you don't get to play in that playoff. Now, what if it floats? You don't make the playoff this year or next year, and then
right.
after a long drought, the next time you make it, you still don't even get to compete in it.
I think you have to do it during a window. But
So like a 5-year window.
Mm-hmm.
If you make the playoff in the next 5 years, the first time you do, you are ineligible. Do they still get to play in a bowl game?
Sure.
The alums can travel to Florida and watch the Outback Bowl.
Yeah.
Fine. But you don't get to go to the college football playoff.
Look, there actually are some interesting ones. The no home games is interesting. Would never happen. The no television and losing a playoff spot. Wow. But then again, you know what the answer to that is? Well, you're punishing the kids who had nothing to do with it.
No, I'm punishing the school that
I
had
know.
everything to do with it.
I
And
agree.
I think that's that you can never punish anybody for anything in college athletics because
Exactly.
everything's so year to year.
Right.
Texter points out it was on-field cheating that led to an on-field advantage, not some recruiter shenanigans. As an outsider, nothing less than a 1-year death penalty is acceptable. Brian in a truck.
That ain't going to happen.
I can't help people like Brian. Like they're not going to.
No.
The death penalty is your program gets nuked.
Right.
You don't play any games. Televised, road, home, they're all gone. Everybody leaves, coaches and players, it's nuked to the ground. That's not happening.
No.
They are one of the most powerful, profitable, money-making entities in all of college sports. They're not going to disappear for a year.
No.
Do they deserve to be punished? Absolutely.
Yes.
248-539-9797. All right, we're going to get into the Tigers. All-Star snubs. Turk School took issue with the fact that there are only 4 Tigers in the All-Star game. We'll talk about that coming up next. 9 o'clock today is a big day in the Costa household. It's 97.1. And they'd pile on and hit another 3-run homer with Riley Green. But Cade Smith hadn't given up a homer all season long. And the Tigers torch him to complete the sweep.
Pretty special. Pretty damn special the way they won that game.
That is the most satisfying game they've played all season for me because it was against Cleveland, a team that's been a thorn in our side. It's not taking 2 or 3. It's completing a sweep. It's an exclamation mark. It's Trace Sweeney, an unheralded hero. It's Zack McKinstry doing Zack McKinstry things. Pinch run, steal a base, heads up running, get home on a wild pitch. He's playing first base for the first time in his major league career. It's very much vintage gritty Tigers.
Yeah.
And to do it against those guys, to do it that way, to do it in come from behind fashion, yeah, that was satisfying. That felt great. 248-539-9797.
But let's be fair, let's be honest here. We all somewhat believe that they still need to make additions to this team, and they will.
Yeah, Stoney, I think that's the delicate dance, and some people don't get it. Like, we're going to say nice things about this team, but we also have to understand that to win a World Series, keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah, you can't count on having 27 innings where you're only scoring 3 runs and having 10 hits and expect to win games like that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen.
What I do like is that these were all low-scoring nail-biters, that those are the kind of games you have to win when you get into the postseason.
Yes,
so
no doubt
that
about
added
it.
a little bit of satisfaction,
yes,
too.
absolutely.
2-1, 1-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are, look, maybe it reinforced the need to add a bat. I don't want to see them strike out, leave guys on base like they did last year against the Guardians in the playoffs.
Correct.
But finding ways to win those games, pushing these guys further and further into their tailspin, that's 10 straight losses for the Guardians.
Yeah.
15 and a half back in the division. Losing record over the last 162.
By the way, if you're looking for a bat, I think the way Toronto's playing, your Bo Bichette dreams are over.
Yeah, I think that's dead. I mean, they're fighting to win that division right now.
I know they're in top.
Yeah. Tigers got 4 All-Stars after the game.
Mm-hmm.
We knew about 3. Skubal, no surprise, is the 4th. Tarek Skubal speaking about the fact that there should have been more Tigers in the All-Star game.
Most really good teams usually should have, or usually feel that they should have more. But you can't do it, and especially in this situation. I mean, who are the biggest snubs who didn't make it? I mean, there are people say I'm seeing ESPN talking about Joe Ryan of the Twins.
Mm-hmm.
8-4, the 2.76 ERA now. Casey Mize, his ERA is better than that.
Yeah, but Ryan's got a ton of strikeouts too. He had a real case.
Right. Well, Valdez for Houston. I mean, he had 115 strikeouts in 115 innings, and he was 10-4, whatever. There's a lot of those guys. I mean, how about Evaldi? He didn't make it, right?
I don't believe so.
Texas,
no.
So there's a lot of guys who don't make it. You could argue McKinstry could make it. I
know Benetti was very loudly making a case for McKinstry to make it yesterday on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Is there one that you feel was snubbed? I mean, Skubal named half the roster. He sounds like he wanted 8 or 9. They got the most of any American League team. Is there one that you felt like was particularly snub, a particular snub? 248-539-9797.
No. I mean, look, Torkelson, okay, he's got, 20 home runs?
20 bombs.
Okay.
A higher OPS than Vlad Guerrero, who is the all-star starter.
Okay, but he's a starter, so I'm talking about the reserves.
But Randa, however you say it for Tampa, has a higher OPS than Torque, so I'm not losing sleep over it.
No.
I think Torque had a case. Whatever.
Yeah, a lot of
guys.
guys.
Who else? I mean, Dingler was outplayed by Alejandro Kirk. So, sorry,
yes.
Dingler's having a great year. It's nothing against their guy. He wasn't one of the 2 best catchers in the American League.
And look, Mize deserved to be in there, but
He missed a couple weeks.
there's other guys who also didn't make it or in the same situation as
He
Mize.
wasn't glaring.
Correct.
I think you could be deserving, but he wasn't some glaring omission.
I mean, it's not like the guy from who's here tonight, Camarino. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Caminero?
Yeah, from Tampa. I mean, he's really good.
McKinstry has a higher OPS than Caminero, although Caminero's got, 20? How many bombs has he hit this season?
I think 21. I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, McKinstry's in a pocket of guys. I mean,
Yes.
Isak Paredes is another guy who you could say was right on the bubble too. Every team has to have somebody. So that's going to end up trimming spots from guys who would ordinarily be on the bubble. But, Stoney, only one team in all of baseball got more All-Stars than the Tigers. You know who it was? The Dodgers.
Right.
Who's the only team definitively that you think is better than the Tigers right now?
The Dodgers.
The Dodgers. So what injustice was done? And I'm not mad at Scooble. He's sticking up for his teammates, and he believes in his guys and thinks they're all having great years. But this isn't disappointing. I don't feel disappointed today.
And please spare me it's time to get rid of the every team should have a representative. It's a freaking exhibition game. Just remember when you were a kid or even as a young adult, when the Tigers were going through some really bad times, and you kind of got a little thrill to see Joe Jimenez, introduced as an all-star, or some of the obscure all-stars. Was Damian Easley once an all-star, I think, back then? I mean, it's okay. It's an all-star game. Every team should have a representative.
Doesn't bother me.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we had lean years. I mean, go back and look. Yeah, Damian Easley was the 98 All-Star for the Tigers. Brad Ausmus was once the lone All-Star for the Detroit Tigers, 1999.
Great defensive catcher.
Right.
It's an all-star game. And now the game has changed so much anyway. It used to be, pitchers would actually pitch 3 innings. Now they pitch 1 inning.
Yeah.
Every guy basically gets in, so it's not that big of a deal. I got another question for you here, okay? Hypothetically. Taking Tarek Skubal out of the equation, because he would be the answer. Who's the Tigers' MVP?
Riley Green.
I think it's McKinstry.
You think it's Zack McKinstry?
And then the numbers don't show it. The numbers don't show it per se, but I think that's a lot of the intangibles that he provides, whether it's like he did yesterday with the base running. He's a pretty good fielder. He's had, 5 errors, 4 of them at third base. The fact that he can play anywhere and play well, and the fact he has hit the ball decently.
He's got, I think, 11 stolen bases. He's just kind of an all-around good ball player.
Yeah. I mean,
I think he will go down as one of the all-time great role players, glue guys in Detroit sports history. But I don't think he's the MVP. The MVP of this team?
Yeah, because I believe the most valuable player does not necessarily have to be the best player.
Not necessarily, but
Right.
oftentimes they go hand in hand. The
I
best
know.
player adds the most value to his ball club.
I get that.
So the case for McKinstry is what? This team desperately needed someone to step up at third, desperately needed someone who could hit lefties. He has this season. He's one of the many unheralded
he's made
great
some really
stories.
good plays in the outfield. He's played right. He's played left. He's played center at one point.
Now
I
first
think.
base.
Yeah. Well, that's just 1 inning.
Yeah, my
Yes.
point is, I mean,
Yes.
he's willing. Look, he is the great example of willing to do whatever it takes.
I mean, it may be a stretch. I get it, but they would not. Obviously, they wouldn't be where they are without Riley Green. They wouldn't be where they are without Zack McKinstry right now. And I know what's Riley Green's WAR, because that's always the thing. The guy wasn't there, because
Wins above replacement.
yeah, because McKinstry's is 2.4.
So this is the stupid thing with baseball. Certain sites do WAR differently. Like Baseball Reference is different than
That's what I'm
ESPN.
looking, yeah.
So you're looking at Baseball Reference. I was
Yeah.
going to look at ESPN. I don't know how they have him cut up. I know Riley Green is a 2.6 WAR on ESPN,
Okay.
and that would lead all of the Tiger position players. McKinstry is a 2.4
Right.
on
Yeah,
on ESPN. Okay.
It's on Baseball Reference too at 2.
Okay, so then Riley Green's just a tick better.
Yeah.
I mean, Riley Green leads them in average, homers, RBI,
I know.
hits,
I know.
strikeouts too. But he is
I
their
know.
best player, position player.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, I hate when you No way, Stoney. I'm just gonna say
That's okay.
Okay, I know what you're doing, and he's been unbelievable. And that base running yesterday was excellent. But I would go green, just like Jim, and WAR is the indicator. But if you want to have conversation about two other people, I would go Mize or Baez. Mize has been very important for this rotation.
No doubt.
Olsen was hurt. Flaherty has been very rocky, and the stability Mize has brought, I think, is huge. Okay,
It's definitely huge.
and then I think with Baez, you cannot, just because it happened a while ago, dismiss what he did for this team in center field.
No, you're right.
Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling were not here, and they didn't want to use Green there to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
And the impact that he made, and then he was very good in center field, and his WAR is right around a 2, isn't it?
2.0.
So I just can't get McKinstry ahead of them. I mean, the fact that they have 5 players that are in an MVP conversation for the team speaks volumes about what
Correct.
they've done.
Yeah, that's a good
And that's
point,
not
too.
even counting Skubal,
Right.
right?
Right. I mean, that's what you said.
I mean,
Skubal's
right.
the clear-cut number 1, best player, face of the team. Buck stops with him. Riley Green's in his second consecutive All-Star game and having a huge breakout season
Terrific.
for him, even
He's-
beyond what he did last year.
He's been terrific.
But
There's no doubt
if you want to
about it.
give McKinstry love, I got no issue, firing up for a
Right.
chip.
I know.
I think he'll go down in the pantheon of the great role players in this city. I mean, we could do that. I mean, where does he rank among role players in the history of Detroit sports?
Well, it's a little early to put him up there with some of the great
grind liners. He's not there.
He's not there
He's not
yet.
McCarty Draper.
Maltby. Even they've played 14 years. These guys, some of them won 4 cups. He's with the Pitbulls with Mike James and Lindsey Hunter
Okay.
on that team, right?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's fair.
They were role players.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. This is where you get into it. Well, if he's the MVP or he's a role player, which is he?
Well, he's a
kind of
role
both.
player that plays every game, though. Right?
He plays all over.
He plays all over, and he plays all the time.
He's played 82 games.
Yes.
Yeah. He's played more games than Torres and Baez and Dingler and Carpenter
I
and
bet
Keith.
he's probably played more games than anybody on the team, probably.
Riley Green's played
Riley
the
Green's
most.
more.
Yeah.
How about this one? He's good Dan Cleary. When Cleary was contributing and helping and scoring some
Yes.
clutch goals.
Yeah.
How about among Tigers? Is he ahead of Brandon Inge?
Yes.
Oh, he had a cult following.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Hey, Down River's calling in. 248-539-9797. We can have the McKinstry conversation. Stoney says he's the MVP of the team. I want to put him in the role player. He's the patron saint of role players.
The Detroit Role Player Hall of Fame.
Sure. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your thoughts next. 97.1. Who else but Zack McKinstry? Heads up base running. Tigers, big time. Satisfying sweep of the Guardians over the weekend. Dan Dickerson on the call. We got Stoney in for John this morning. And Stoney, you said McKinstry is the MVP of this Tigers team, excluding Tarek Skubal.
Right. Not the best player, because I look at MVP a little differently.
You look at what he brings to this team and you say most valuable.
Yeah, and look, Green does too. Green obviously is having a great year. But I just, the intangible things that this guy has done is just, and I was always one of those, how long is this going to last and all this stuff. It's just another role player, but he's really good. He's fast. He does all the right things. It's pretty incredible, actually, if you think about it. Now, where is he in a role player Hall of Fame here in Detroit? A friend of mine just texted in Vinny Johnson, Tom Brookins.
Those are the top.
There are two of them, yeah.
I mean, I would say like McCarty and Draper are in that pantheon.
Yes,
and I'm not putting McKinstry there after half a season.
No.
Because that's all this is at this point is half a season.
Correct.
But he does embody so many of the things that this club professes to love. Mm-hmm. We want to be a team that no easy outs, fight for everything on the base paths, versatility, play wherever you're asked. Hey, I'll take Torque's first base glove and play a position for the first time ever in extra innings.
Right.
So he embodies so much of that, and I have no issue giving him his flowers, but he's not the MVP of this ball club.
No.
He's not the best player. He's not the most valuable player. He is one of the cogs in the engine. Ticket Texture says, awful take, Stoney. If we trade for a third baseman, Zack goes back to being a bench guy. You wouldn't make a trade to replace him if he was the MVP.
That's a very good point. I'll take that hit. But they'd find ways to get him in the lineup.
Well, that's the key. He didn't start yesterday's ball game.
No.
Like people go, Jim, you want Bregman, but you also like McKinstry. Yeah, it's a good problem to have. Get good ball players and play McKinstry wherever you need him.
Yeah. And look, I agree. It's a little bit of a hyperbole here, but and prisoner of the moment, yes. But he's been so good. And maybe it's because I'm just waiting for him to fail.
Why would you be waiting for him to fail?
Because I don't think that type of players, it's going to be that sustainable. But it has been for half a season, a little over half a season.
Okay, let's have that conversation then. I mean, Zack McKinstry coming into this year hadn't done anything to suggest this was possible.
Right.
And he is not a 23 or 24-year-old ball player. Zack McKinstry is a 30-year-old infielder who never really caught on. He had a little moment with the Dodgers, but for his career coming into this season, he didn't have a 2 WAR. He has a 2 WAR this year.
Right. 2.4, right?
So the idea that this is sustainable, I don't know. Stoney, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I'm appreciating that he is doing these things for this club right now.
Exactly.
I don't think his presence on the roster suggests they don't need to add a bat or a left side.
I don't think so either.
Well, then he's not the MVP.
Okay.
Ticket Texters. If they do win the World Series, does he replace Don Kelly as that living legend?
Yes. I think Don Kelly's legend was made a lot by the late but great Jim Price.
Yeah, to a degree, but I think that's being too close to the situation because you work here, too.
No, hold on. Don Kelly was a bad ball player.
No, he had Don Kelly hit a home run in Game 5 of the 2011 ALDS in Yankee Stadium. Has Zack McKinstry did that?
No.
And I don't get now if he does it along the journey, sure.
No, I know, but like the peak years of Tiger baseball, the 2012 team made the World Series. Don Kelly bat 188. You would think the guy hit 388 the way people talk about him.
I know, but that's exactly what they're.
Come on, he had the greatest sacrifice fly in Tiger history.
Game 2 of the ALDS in 2012.
Right.
Right. I mean, look, I'm not trying to say that Don Kelly was not an everyday player. This is what Zack McKinstry is. The legend is from having those moments and those chemo. I mean, Kerry Carpenter is a legend in Tiger history. We don't know if he's going to stick with this team long term.
What I'm telling you is that McKinstry didn't take another at bat. He's better than Don Kelly ever was. Doesn't mean he had the moments Don Kelly does. Oh, don't make that face at me. Don Kelly was a career .7 WAR player in a Tiger uniform, barely replacement level.
But he did stuff in the playoffs.
But he did stuff, right? That's the thing. He played. Remember that time where he played all the positions? Remember that time?
Why? Because he did stuff. That's why you know who Mike James is. I mean, Mike James was
but that doesn't
more
make him a better
glorified
player
than any Piston bench player in the history of mankind.
But it doesn't make him a better player. That's all I said.
Because you're right. Because Mike James, you realize Mike James only played that half a season.
I know.
And he wasn't even on the Pistons in the year after.
Exactly.
Either. But he was the pit bull. That's why I always.
I mean, people refer to Quentin Berry as like some sort of legend.
Oh my God!
Don Kelly did a lot more for this team than Quentin Berry.
I had a light bulb go on yesterday. Sign of a great culture is when role guys become part of the solution and not the reason you lose. These guys like McKinstry have a niche, and there's a standard to be part of this team, and he lives up to it. Another one says, don't call him a role player. He's a utility player.
Okay, semantically, I guess.
We'll use more polite language.
So what, like what football? Who's the greatest role player for the Lions? Zack Follett? No, I'm like,
it's hard with football.
right. I know because you have it's
The primary dudes.
right. Unless you have guys who are like situational guys, like Theo Riddick or something like that.
Craig Reynolds.
Jack Fox.
Okay, specialists.
Yeah.
So then what
Doesn't
we'd
play a
say,
lot.
Jason Hansen.
He was
It's
a
hard.
Pro Bowl.
It's harder in football. I
Yes.
know. I'd argue the MVP is Dingler for some of the reasons. Rodgers is bad this year and was hurt at one point. He's helped stabilize the catcher position.
Dingler's been really good. There's no doubt about it.
Look, I think we're kind of running into something here with McKinstry. He's the face of this. We have a lot of really good stories. That doesn't automatically mean you're like an all-star or an MVP. So Dylan Dingler's a great story because he came in at a time where they needed someone to catch, and he didn't just do the job adequately. He was thriving. But he's starting to come back down to earth a little bit. McKinstry's a classic end-of-the-roster 26-man that stepped up and been so much more. Casey Mize wasn't on the ALDS roster a year ago. Now he's locked in as your number 2. Torkelson didn't have a job when camp started. Colt Keith was going to play first base. He was going to have to fight to make the team. Javi Baez, we wanted him bought out. Like, there's so many great redemption stories. Some of them are all-stars. Many of them are not. But that's kind of part of what this team is, right? Like, we shouldn't then get all up in arms because they're not all all-stars.
No.
They're not being. He's actually a utility player, not a role player. Who cares?
He just gets the job done.
Right.
He's the get the job done guy.
Yes. 248-539-9797. He's the patron saint of grit, Stoney. Zack McKinstry.
I like that.
All right. We got some more in the 9 o'clock hour, talking more about this baseball team. And today is a big day for me. It's 97.1. $97.1. It is July 7th. Everybody back after 4th of July weekend. Well, John's still off today. Heather, too. Stoney sitting in, having some fun today. July 7th. It's a big day. We'll get to that. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. We brought up the Tigers. Zack McKinstry. Stoney said he is the team MVP. Second among position players in WAR behind only Riley Green. He's stabilizing third base and hitting lefties, two big concerns we had before the season. And he's a borderline all-star. So he says it, and I disagree with it.
Yes.
I think it's Riley Green. It's not like the guy said Don Kelly's the team MVP.
Right. I agree that Riley Green's the best position player on the team. I just have a different view of what most valuable is. And it's not to slight Riley Green at all.
No, and then we've had
He's been terrific.
this undercurrent of role player discussions because
Yes.
McKinstry's making a name for himself. He's not, the grind line, and he's not, the microwave. But as the TikToker points out, he did have a massive home run last year in the ALDS. He has had some moments,
That's
and
right.
he had a moment yesterday when he came in as a pinch runner, played a new position, stole a bag, came home on a wild pitch. Whatever you need, Zack McKinstry. And that's the type of thing that gets you endeared.
Yeah.
People here fall in love with that stuff.
Hey, the guy's a winner. I mean, he's played with teams that have been pretty good.
Yeah.
The Dodgers, the Tigers, maybe even the Cubs when they were good.
Yeah, I don't remember what the Cubs' record was when he was there, but yeah, he's bounced around a little bit. Role players. McKinstry is the Robert Ory of our team.
I'm not going to go that far yet.
Ben Wallace is the greatest role player in Detroit sports history. Defensive rebounding heavy player who made it into the Hall of Fame. Can you be a Hall of
No.
Fame as a role player?
No.
If you're four-time defensive player of the year?
If you're a starter, you're really not a role player, I don't think,
I don't
right?
think so either. McKinstry has been my favorite Tiger all year. If he had a cooler number, I'd buy his jersey. Jeff in a truck.
What's he, 29?
39? What does it matter what number he is?
That's the second stupidest thing said today.
The dumbest thing was said just after 8 o'clock, if you
Yes.
want to go back on the Odyssey
Yeah.
Rewind. We had Greg Hargrave deep in the recesses of his mind. How about this punishment for Michigan football? Go back and catch it.
Although we've had the trifecta could be people who think my Zack McKinstry take.
Or me burying the Guardians before the All-Star break. We'll do that later in the hour.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Drew Miller, top role guy in Detroit.
No.
Lions role player Tom Beer. I don't even know who that is.
From Wayne State, he was a special teams guy for the Lions. How about, talk about special teams guy, Scott Kolakowski.
Who?
Colo. Played for the Lions in the 80s and 90s.
Noted.
No, more in the 90s, I think.
Noted.
Yeah.
I mean, Khalif Raymond,
he would
this
count.
year's
Yes.
this iteration of the Lions, I think counts.
Yeah, he would
Yes,
count return
been
guys.
very good.
Yeah. I'm down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Before he got hurt, Rodrigo would have been in that category. Like,
Or Reeves Maben.
yeah, special teams ace.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, today is July 7th. Today is the first day of college football 26. It's a video game, Stoney.
Oh, all right. I'll see you later.
I was going to say, he's going to have to take off for the next hour. No, I want you involved in this a
I
little
know,
bit.
I
And I
know.
know this is going to skew younger, but like this is I love the college football video games. Last year was the first year that it came back. I logged way too many hours on it, and I am so pumped to get back on that later today. And my question is for people. Video games that you got way too obsessed with. Because this game, Stoney, the level that they have, the degree of detail they've put into these games now, where you can do these online dynasties with your buddies and you are full on recruiting, you're managing the transfer portal, you've got assistant coaches, you're managing everything. And it's immersive because you're fighting with your friends for the same recruits. And in-game strategy, they've taken it up a notch. You can hide defensive coverages. You can play inside and outside routes, all the adjustments, the chess match at the line of scrimmage. They've really put a lot. This isn't Tecmo Bowl anymore. They've really put a lot into these games, and I eat it up. I love the college football game. Way more than Madden. I think they've done a much better job with this than they have in Madden. I love this game.
One of my major regrets, and I have a few of them in my life that I wish I would have gotten into video games. I tried playing MLB The Show with my nephew years ago, and I was so horrible that I just stopped. There was a time now it is a video game, but it's one you have to actually go to an arcade or a bar to play. At the old Anchor Bar that was across from Channel 4, I would go there and just sit on and do Birdie King, which is like
Golden Tee?
Yeah, which is like gold. It was before Golden Tee.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but it was the same premise with the trackball and all that stuff. And which way do you want to do it? Do you want to use your thumb version, or do you want to whack the thing a lot? And I couldn't get enough of that.
Well, you whacked the thing? You couldn't get enough of that?
I was going to say
You do it for
whack.
hours?
I edited myself from saying whack the big ball, but so I ended up saying whack the thing.
You could also refer to it as rubbing.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, so yeah, that was my video.
So, like this is the generation gap between us, because like for me, I would play like the Halo games when I was younger, the shooters, or the Call of Duty games. With you come home with friends and you play online, and I don't really play any of the shooters anymore. It's very sweaty what it's become now. I like the sports games. I can kind of play on my own in my own dynasty or with a group of friends, and we all kind of trash talk in our group chat.
That's why I wish I would do it. It's like fantasy football that's video, really.
Yeah.
Think about it.
The best thing to me is when you get the carousel in the offseason, because then it's who's going to get a promotion, who's going to leave their school. Do you want to go take the jump to let's say you.
To me, I don't know.
It's immersive, is what it is.
I'd rather just, if I play, just play the game rather than go through all the,
See, now that's part of the fun. So, like, you started a small school.
Right.
Like this last one we did, we all started at Mac schools.
Oh, okay.
And by the end, one guy's at Texas, one guy's at Ohio State, one guy's at Oregon. And it's when do you make the jump? You're building up your program, you're getting your guys, but that opportunity hits and you leave for the better job and you have a better access to recruits. And then when you play each other, you can play. We always schedule in the regular season, and then if you make the playoff, those games are another level.
Jim, I think what you're attracted to, and I really like this about sports games, is the storytelling.
Yeah.
You like the story of your coaching career. It's living vicariously through this game as this coach starting as a defensive coordinator, moving up the ranks. The storytelling of it. Who wins the national championship? Kind of year in and year out. Who's
Heisman
contending?
race, all of it.
All of these things are great for the storytelling, and that's what draws you in, and just what draws me to games, not like this, but to sports games where there is there's a story to be told.
So could you play the whole season in like 3 days?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's probably right around the most aggressive. But yeah, I mean, a game could be done in half hour.
Uh-huh.
You play.
So when you do it, do you like stretch it out through the regular season? Or?
So the way we do it is within every 48 hours, you play a game. Now, if we're all playing, then it goes a lot faster. But we get it. Like everybody's got a job. Everybody's got a life. So people have kids. You can take a vacation. Okay, we can take a break for a little bit. Because again, it's only a handful of us. So we got a group chat. The expectation is every 2 days you've played your game. Otherwise, hey, what's going on? And if something's happening, then we understand. It's not, we don't take it that seriously. There are people who are in like these competitive leagues where every 24 hours, whether you play or not, it's advancing. They put in all these rules. But I love it. So college football video game comes out today. Second iteration since they brought it back. I thought the first was a hit. I loved it. I played the hell out of it. And I want to know what the video games that you guys have gotten obsessed with are. 248-539-9797. Kyler in Flat Rock, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, my friend. Stoney, it's always nice to hear you. Jim, this is a great topic.
What's up?
Thank you, Kyle.
So, well, you're welcome. I am very into, obviously, sports. I'm listening to you guys. So I'm like Jim. I play the sports video games. I play a couple shooters here and there. Jim, the game that I'm going to name hasn't come out yet. It's college basketball when they do release it. Because I don't know if you saw it.
2028.
Yes, and it's I'm gonna have to be patient for that one. But what I'm really excited for is, Jim, I don't know if you remember, they did it for this game actually, where you can transfer your road to glory. I don't know if you touched the career into Madden. So if they do that, if they work with 2K somehow, where you can transfer your
but those
players,
are two different companies.
No,
you'd have to transfer it to NBA Live, and no one plays NBA Live. So
no, oh my goodness, don't even mention NBA Live.
But
anyway.
but you can do so, Stoney. What he's talking about in like the college game, they used to do it. They're doing it now. Is you can do your road to glory as your career one player.
Right.
You build a quarterback, running back, receiver, whatever. You play out your career, and then you can take him over to Madden and start your career with the same guy with the backstory. So if you buy both games, there's the scalability of it. I know this is you didn't get into this.
I know. I kind of wish I did.
248-539-9797.
So I don't like the playing games, the fast twitch muscle. You got to rotate this coverage, that sort of thing. Like the playing of the games.
You just like to simulate.
Is not something I like. So I like the simulator, but my role that I like is the team building, the kind of GM games, or the kind of coach building with the recruit, the in-season recruiting, the postseason, the off-season recruiting,
The designing of the helmets.
Sure, Stoney.
They do have that. You could do team builder, build a team from scratch, and you can put Michigan with or without the winged helmets, depending on your punishment preference.
So those are a couple of the games that I like. So these are app games that I have.
Okay.
Campus Dynasty is a fun college basketball simulator. College Football Dynasty and Dynasty Sim 2 I've played for a long time. And then there's Zen GM, which has a variable sports you can do: NHL, NFL, et cetera. And one of the things I love about these two is creating the universe. Like when you have a game where you can customize the universe that you play in, all right, 30-team NFL with this many divisions, or, it's all of that goes into it. Like the creating of the universe is something I love.
So how do you play the actual game?
He doesn't.
Greg?
He doesn't like playing the actual game. I love it because I think then it's the application. So we have a guy in ours who runs 5 out. It's no secret. He recruits all receivers and quarterbacks, and he throws the ball, hardly runs. You have to decide, am I going to build a team to counter this guy, right? Am I going to recruit more safeties and corners? And then you figure it out on the game when you go play and trying to come up with different coverages and disguising the coverages and creating these little rivalries with your buddies. But then I know we got another guy who likes to ground and pound. So if you build a team that's one thing, so it's the chess match and how it plays out. So I like playing the actual game and competing, but then it's the backstory that all goes into it with the online dynasty. So if this is something you're geeked about today, and it is total, geek stuff, 248-539-9797. But it doesn't have to be this game.
Or if you're not going to work today because of it.
There you go. But it doesn't even have to be this game. Like maybe you got hooked on something at some point along the way as a gamer. Maybe you don't even play anymore, but back in the day, this is the thing you and your boys did. This was the thing that you guys all got together and played. 248-539-9797. We'll take some of those phone calls. Get back into Tiger baseball later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you don't want to do that, do something that's good for your body and your mind, and that would be go to Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free zone. I love it. Go to the one in West Spoonfield. Get on the recumbent bike. Get on the treadmill. Have a wonderful workout while I'm either listening to this station, our podcasts, all that kind of stuff. You can do everything at Planet Fitness. And they have new machines all over, free weights, cable towers, Smith machines, treadmills, like I said, Stairmasters. There's over 2,700 clubs nationwide with over 50 in Detroit. Now, access to the Black Card Spa is now available, just $24.99 a month. And right now there's a special, just $1 down. That's right. For a limited time, you can join with the Planet Fitness Black Card for just $1. Enjoy everything Planet Fitness has to offer for just $1 down. Now, Rochester Hills and Commerce, your Planet Fitness locations have been totally remodeled. Check them out. They got new cardio equipment has been installed in Lapeer and Garden City. Planet Fitness. Find your nearest club and join today. In club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Last year, it made its epic return, a roaring success, the college football video game from EA. Today, the early access of this year's version.
So my ignorant question is, so when they come out and you can do dynasties and all that, so if you chose, I don't know, like Denard Robinson, can he like run really good, but his passes go like 10 yards?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All the players have their ratings.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. Now you don't have to do the quarterback number 16.
Okay.
The names are in there. The likeness is in there. The coaches, many of them are in there. So when you play multiple years, you see how coaches move around.
Do they have staff members dressed in aliases?
Someone wants to know if you can steal signs in the game. We're not quite at that level. But I love it. This is a game I totally geek out over. It's a game I get obsessed with. I played it a ton this last year, the online dynasty. I thought it was a roaring success.
How did you do?
I won my fair share of national championships. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It was pretty competitive. I mean, the breakdown ended up where I think I had 4, another guy had 4, one guy had 3.
Well, how long is each season?
Same number of games as real life.
Okay. But see,
I mean, we got like 12, 15 years into this thing.
I understand.
And that's light work. I mean, there's people listening that probably did way better than that.
To me, I would like, maybe that shows you how naive I am.
Yeah.
I'd rather, if you're going to play a season, you play it like over the length of a real season.
Oh,
like
we
you
get
play
you
once
get
a
nowhere.
week, and you know.
What do you think? On Saturday, we're tailgating before our games. We play once a week.
Yeah.
I bet somebody does that. I bet there's somebody in our world that actually tailgates for these. All right. So my boys.
So I never get to coach any of my recruits because then the new game comes out and it was pointless.
Oh, that's a good point.
Come on, Stoney.
So my boys got the game last year. They still played Madden more.
Okay.
And I don't know. That's in general. They play fantasy football. It's for the NFL. They're just NFL kids. But it'd be interesting to see if Connor gets more into it this year. In terms of what you were saying about like games you got obsessed with for a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to go old here, but I think it's within our demo, even though I think it was the year you were born. NHL 93.
Yeah.
Had everything that a video game should be. Because I miss the nuances of the games. I miss the little silly things, the semi-cheats. I hate the big cheats, but the semi-cheats. But that game had blood. The glass would break. Jeremy Roenick took on a life of his own as a legend. Teemu Selanne was coming off his 76-goal season and was absolutely lethal. It was so much fun to play. And so we would go late into the night playing, me and my friends. But another one was the Tiger Woods on PlayStation back in like the mid-2000s. And that was the one where the other question you asked, like you could never get over one on your friend. I could never beat my friend. One time we were playing and we were at Pebble Beach, and I have a chance to actually beat him this time. And I got a hole-in-one at 17. He got a hole-in-one.
Oh, come on.
I mean, he got up and just like, let me have it.
But that's the thing. Like,
it's the greatness of the game.
And it's easier now because everybody can play online. But back in the day, going over to your buddy's house and playing these games, like it doesn't have to be this game today that you're going out to buy. Mm-hmm. We do want to know if you have plans. A guy said, I'm considering taking the day off.
That's what I figured. Because I remember, look, obviously it was years ago that when Madden would be released, people were waiting in line
release.
And sleeping outside, to get it when it came out.
Yeah. Guy says, I am determined to take at least a half day. I think that's more than appropriate. Let's get to the phones. Josh in New Baltimore. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I started a Madden league, I think it was like Madden 15 or 16. We're going on 10 years. We started this league with just a few of us. It grew. It fluctuates every year between like 20 and 25 guys, depending, people fall off throughout the year or they take breaks or whatever. But it started with, it was only a few of us knew each other, and the rest were like total strangers. Fast forward to now, people have met up in real life. We've been invited to weddings. Like we've seen people like grow. It's crazy how it's kept us together. And I'll admit, the last few years of Madden, it was getting kind of rough. We were getting kind of tired of it. But man, the college game, we switched over. Dude, it is completely revitalized it. We've had guys that took a break a few years ago get back into it, buy a whole console just to get back into this league. It has completely revamped it.
See, that's the stories. That's what we're talking about. Like, Josh, it's. I mean, I know people who I've met through other friends doing, like, through this, because it's just friend of a friend.
Do they play the fight songs and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
Stoney, it's immersive.
All right.
I'm telling you. I know it's a little late to, like, if you've never played these games, to pick up the sticks.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they're immersive.
The old college football, I played that. I loved it. you would tear down the goalposts after upsets. Do they still do that?
I don't remember. I don't think it was in last year's game. It may be in this year's game.
Okay, good, because that's some of the nuances I was talking.
There's
about.
stuff that they still could do better. Like they used to have a Heisman presentation. Like you go to like a cut scene and be like the finalists, and then your guy would hold up the trophy. Now they just give you like the results.
Oh,
they could do a little more to make it immersive. Where there was it NFL the 2K used to make an NFL game, and they would do like a Chris Berman highlight package after every single week of games.
wow.
Like that's the cool stuff.
Yeah, or the things like back in the old Madden when the ambulance would run over an injured player. Seriously.
Let's get to Chris and Ypsilanti. Chris, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. On the video game thing, I, like a lot of callers, also enjoy the sports games, but I think my friends think I'm a sicko for this. So on every major sports game I play, I go straight to franchise or dynasty mode. I peruse Reddit for the most realistic sliders, so that way I can get the most realistic stats coming out of a sim. I'll then go into the games after I've built the team or whatever, and I'll simulate it, but I'll set the simulation speed to slow. And what that ends up doing is it plays the game in front of you like it's a broadcast. And that's my primary way, especially with the football games like Madden and college football. That's my primary way of playing the game. It's like I want to test to see how good the team actually is because I know if I play it, I'll win. But if I just watch the game, one, I get like a free version of college football in the offseason. But two, it's like that's like the most satisfying thing for me.
You watch the games.
Yeah, dude, have you never watched first, the broadcasts, they do a pretty good job of like replicating the broadcast.
Sure.
They cut out a lot of the fluff, like there's not a lot of standing around, there's no commercials. And you get to see if like that 5-star running back you recruited is actually any good or if this offensive line you put together is actually cohesive. So I'll watch the games. I watch the Madden game. I'll watch the college football game. I know it's weird. I know my friends think I'm a sicko, but
you are, but to each their own. I mean, I like playing once I've recruited that 5-star running back.
So when you recruit your team,
yeah,
okay, and you're playing another person,
yeah,
he doesn't have this. There's no duplicate players.
No.
Oh, okay.
Like he's coaching.
It's a draft, basically.
No, so like okay, if we were doing one. American doesn't have a team, but
right.
we'll give you a team. So
okay.
You're Michigan.
Right.
And there's no current restrictions or penalties on them for recruiting.
Right.
So that season starts and there's a world of players that have varying degrees of interest in you.
Okay.
That then you try to recruit and you try to get them on campus and you try to pitch the things that you're Michigan. You got great academics. Well, do they like academics? So there's a whole strategy.
Is there
bringing
video
them in.
of them like walking on campus and meeting with the coaches and all that stuff?
No, we're not there yet.
Okay.
But I think I saw this year now, if you do like the Road to Glory, they have the hats.
Oh.
So when you pick your school, they've got the hats on the table and you make your selection. No, they've done this up.
They don't have like Sharon Moore taking kids to Zingerman's and stuff
God.
like that. All the
Ordering a sandwich. It's,
Yeah.
it's a whole like life simulator. The guy says, you got to tell Stoney about these crowds, these environments. You can't audible. Your screen starts to shake if you're playing like Virginia Tech at night with Enter Sandman. Your controller, you can't even audible. Your receiver routes are all squiggly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're like,
That's
what?
awesome.
You got to remember what play did I call? And then the play snaps and you're just thrown into the environment.
See, that's great. Now, Greg wouldn't go through that because his is on simulator, so he can't control that, right? He just watches it.
Essentially, I'm watching a game cast of the game.
Well, that like that previous caller, yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to Matt in Pleasant Ridge. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. This is a great topic, guys. I love it. I'm a video. My first home console was Pong back in like 1977. So I've run through the gambit, boys. No question. But there was a game that came out on the Sega CD called Dracula Unleashed, and it was the first time the video games used real actors, and there were little vignettes, and you had to watch, the action, and then get the clues either through verbal or they would hand you something, and then you went about your business, and you put it in your little briefcase, and if you didn't do the right thing, you died. This game, I kid you not, took me 2 consoles and over 9 months to finish.
You were all in.
Oh man, I would lay up. I had notebooks. I would lay awake at night and just, obsess over this game. Many a late nights and a couple beers, but I finally got through it, and it was insane. But I don't think you can play that game anymore. If you ever get a chance to, try and find it on, and if you can do a retro game, it's amazing.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, but I would take your word for it. I mean, it's these games now. I mean, immersive is the word I'd use. You just feel like you're consumed into it. I forget which celebrity it was, and maybe, I don't know, Greg, maybe you saw this. There was a celebrity that said with his college football dynasty with his buddies, he kept Excel spreadsheets. Like, I don't want to get the celebrity wrong, but it was a big name celebrity who was geeking out in one of these leagues, and he'd have his depth chart and he'd be keeping notes on his laptop. He took it as if it was his part-time job coaching this football team. Anyway, it comes out today for the early release. Thursday is the regular release for everybody to get it, but it's the second year. And
so tomorrow we'll get your review.
Yeah, I'll be playing it today.
Okay.
It's going to mean nothing. I'm going to be speaking another language to you.
That's okay. I'll live vicariously through you.
Okay. We can all live vicariously through this Tiger baseball team. We got to get back into it. We got to talk about this weekend, what they did to those Cleveland Guardians. They buried them. A funeral, a celebration. It's all coming up next, 97.1. The great Tom Hamilton.
Boy, he's good. I mean, it sounded like it was a Tiger home run, that he was the voice of the Tigers.
No bias.
No.
Giving it to you straight. Rock bottom.
He's terrific.
Cleveland has lost 10 in a row. Love being the team to drive that stake into their heart. They are 15.5 back in the American League Central. They won the division a year ago. They were in the ALCS a year ago. Mm-hmm. They've played below 500 ball for the last 162 games. That's going back to the end of last season. Stoney, they're dead. We killed them.
Yes. You killed them. I endorsed it.
Because you've had some...
bad burials.
Yeah, some like living dead stuff where the body's not quite dead and they come up as a zombie and come back to haunt us.
Yes, exactly.
So what the Brett Favre back in the day, Miami Heat.
Yes.
But I will say, when you and I harness energy together, we were the ones that hired the seamstress to celebrate the Lions division title in October.
That's true.
And they would go on to win back-to-back division titles. So,
and last week, we both basically, on separate shows, I believe, declared that the Tigers had won the division.
Yeah. And I
don't think anybody's going to object to that now. We hope.
No, it's always these little whiny babies who are like, you're going to jinx us. I don't play for the Tigers.
No, I know.
And I think if you guys are watching this the way we are, we're all enjoying the hell out of this. This was a fun weekend.
Yes,
this
was.
This was them stomping Cleveland.
Yeah.
And I know they were close games, but those are the kind of games you have to win in the postseason.
Yes, which made it, in a weird way, more enjoyable. It was anxiety-ridden, a lot of them.
But fulfilling, satisfying. I thought that was the most satisfying game of the season, what they did on Saturday. Or Sunday, excuse me.
Yeah,
Saturday, too. I mean, Mize was phenomenal. But Sunday, to snatch victory away from the jaws of defeat, to see unheralded players like Trace Sweeney hit a 3-run homer off of the unhittable. Like, that to me, that is how you break a team. That is their unhittable pitcher. Mm-hmm. And you broke him.
Yeah. And their other pitcher, you scored a run on without getting a hit.
Thanks, Clase. So if we could, maybe just, for the purpose of doing this proper, Greg, a little music. Here lies the 2025 Cleveland Guardians. Season dead, over, as we get set to bury them. 15.5 games out of the division. A 10-game losing streak with no end in sight.
Their best player starting to slump.
Ice cold is Jose Ramirez, much like the body.
David Fry injured.
Sellers any day now.
Bieber, we don't know when he's coming back.
And again, this is a stretch that isn't a 2-week stretch, more of a 2-month stretch, really about a year stretch where this team has done it to themselves. Still think it was a good call to trade Naylor?
No,
probably not. All-star first baseman now playing somewhere else hitting 300. Cleveland's dead. And we are here to pay very little respect to a team that we loathe. Stoney, anything you'd like to add?
I just feel bad for my good friend and former coworker, Matthew Derry, who is a major Cleveland fan. Him and his brother pontificate on it constantly. And, it's another year of misery and horrible ownership.
Tom, would you like to add anything? Or is this premature, the burial of the Cleveland Guardians?
So it was 1 week ago today that me and John would not join your parade in terms of the Tigers winning the AL Central. Mm-hmm. And I said I did want to get through last week. I said I wasn't sure if I'd do it before the All-Star break or not. But after seeing what the Tigers did in this series, they did bury Cleveland. And that's a team on a 9-game losing streak, and then you lost that way. They're broken. And they don't have the bats to come back. That lineup has gotten thin. David Fry's not doing what he did last year. He was an all-star last year, by the way.
Yeah.
And he got hurt, and he's been horrible since he came back. I mean, that was killing them that he was sandwiching that lineup between Quan and Ramirez yesterday. Yeah, they're done.
By the way, I believe they're starting a series with the Astros starting today, and guess who they're seeing?
Valdez?
No, the only guy the only guy who made the All-Star game from their pitching staff, Hunter Brown, is going to throw against them today. So it doesn't get any easier for Cleveland.
Yeah, and they're done. I think the division is over at this point. I'm going to join you on that now. I know I wasn't first, but I'm with you. Like, to me, the goals, it sounds crazy before the All-Star break, but they check 2 boxes here, right?
Yeah.
They're going to get to 90 wins, right?
Yeah.
100 might be on the horizon. We'll see about that. The only thing I'm concerned about right now is that the Blue Jays and Astros continue pacing with them. Now, the Blue Jays are 4.5 back. They got 4 with the Tigers at Comerica late July. The Astros, I think, are here to stay. So you got to get one of those top 2 seeds. You've got to avoid the 2 out of 3 series because that's what happened to the Astros last year. The Tigers got them. The Tigers lost a series last week, 2 out of 3 to the Nationals.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about that maybe derailing this whole season in the first round of the playoffs. So let's get a bye.
Yeah, I mean, dumb stuff can happen in a 3-game series. This
Right.
team, well, they win a lot of series.
Right.
They haven't won every series. And it's 2 things. One, you avoid a 3-game series where weird stuff happens. And with a bye, you get to start Scooble game 1 of a 5-game series where you could also throw them in game 5 if necessary.
And it's a little different than when another team got a bye in this town. So because it's a best of 3, it's different.
Yes, Stoney. I know we talk about fighting for a bye. It's not lost on me that didn't go well for the Lions.
No.
But 1 or 2 seed.
Yes.
1 or 2 seed gets you the bye in the American League. So to Tom's point, it's not really about is Cleveland going to hand bursting up from the grave and climb back and fight us. First of all, the Tigers went on a miracle run last year,
Yeah.
did not win the division. So I'm not really worried about a team making a miracle run in back-to-back years. And even if they do, I don't see that winning the division.
And there's so many teams they have to jump still.
Yeah,
even though they're not good, but they're 4th.
Yeah,
right
Cleveland's
now.
in 4th place. I know Minnesota's 2nd place. We just took 2 or 3 out of them with a pretty emphatic win on Sunday Night Baseball. It's not about any of those teams. It's about the teams Tom brought up. And they'll get some measuring stick games against Houston and Toronto and New York again before the end of the season.
And I don't know if the Yankees have enough starting pitching to get like some crazy hot streak.
No, Schmidt just got hurt.
Right.
He's out for the year.
Yeah, so they'll contend still maybe in the East, and that'll keep Toronto down a little bit. But Toronto's been playing great for a long time, 36-18. They were a seller before that. They were 16-20. So what makes you think that they're going to slow down? They get the A's and White Sox this week. I mean, that winning streak might be 14.
Yeah. Let's get to Chris in Rochester. Chris, got you feeling some type of way?
Yeah, hey, I just want to say, good for the Tigers, but I think it's premature playing that music because the same thing was said about the Tigers last year, and they came roaring back. And no offense, you're the one that puts the Red Wings flag on in March, and look what happens.
It's a good point.
That's a fair point.
Yes.
I deserve that.
So, a little premature.
But is it premature? Those Tigers last year.
So, Chris, when would you wait?
Yeah, what's the cutoff?
I mean, the cutoff is at the end. It's never done until, you win the division, until, that magic number's hit.
Okay. So when they're up 15 games and with a week before they could clinch, you won't say it's done?
I'm just saying that, you always play that, the local news always has the magic number for, our sports teams, right? So by playing that, you don't know if Cleveland's going to come back or not. They could, and, injuries, injuries always play a factor.
Yeah, Chris,
well.
but again, this Tigers team has dealt with injuries already this season. They lost 2 center fielders before the season began, and they threw Javi Baez in there. What was the result? He's in the All-Star game at center field.
Chris, by the way, the magic number is 59 for the Tigers, just to let you know.
And dropping quickly. Last week, I think it was 68.
Yeah.
I mean, it's plummeting because they keep winning. They're 20 games over 500, and the division is collectively all below 500.
Right.
But on the injury point, Jake Rogers gets hurt. Well, that's going to hurt. He was Scooble's personal catcher. Is this going to disrupt the ace? Nope. Dingler's been better. So I know injuries, nobody wants them to happen, but I refuse to believe that one injury here is going to derail the Tigers.
They seem to have a little magic even with that. Torres got away with one. More times than not, a guy's going to go on the IL with what happened there, and he didn't. He was bad. He pinch hit yesterday. I would say, what's the Hutch injury that could happen? The equivalent.
I mean, Scooble is their best player.
Well, was Hutchinson the Lions necessarily?
He was 1A, 1B,
right?
Probably with Penei Sewell.
I would say it's more like Riley Green. What would happen if Riley Green was taken out
and
of
he's
this
got
lineup?
a history of it. I mean,
Right.
look, he's their best player on this team. If he were to get injured, it would hurt them. Would they blow a 20-game division lead?
Well, it's not like they'd be losing their MVP.
I just don't
Right,
know.
if they lost McKinstry, different story.
I just don't know in this division who can rise. Minnesota lost Lopez, and they're an extremely inconsistent team.
Yeah.
And Cleveland just doesn't look like they have the bats or even the pitching. The bottom of the Royals lineup is god-awful. I mean, maybe they've got the one game changer if Bobby Witt goes off in the second half. And what, Caglione, is that
Yes.
the guy that's up? What if he
The bopper, yeah.
all of a sudden and you get this 1-2 tandem who's they start scoring runs because they got pitching.
Are you guys with us? Barry in Cleveland, celebrating a division crown and looking ahead to bigger things like buying at the deadline, locking in a top 2 seed, challenging for a World Series. Or is it, like the caller said, too premature? It's 97.1. If you're looking for a straighter smile without the metal braces, if you've been thinking about Invisalign, now's the perfect time to make your move with Brightside Dental. You're going to be smiling with this baseball team. You want to show it off? Go to Brightside Dental, where they can get you that Invisalign, which is invisible, comfortable, and now more affordable than ever. Free Invisalign consultation means no pressure, just answers, and if it's right for you, they've got the flexible payment plans to make it easy to fit in any budget. Starting as low as $59 a month. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing. That's something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. 7-2 final. Tigers sweep the Cleveland Guardians.
Beautiful. Beautiful thing.
I told Doug Karsh we want to get his thoughts in crosstalk today.
Yes.
Greg Hargrave has a potential punishment for Michigan. It's not enforceable.
No.
It's said very tongue-in-cheek. We want to know if he'd accept this as the punishment for Michigan football. I don't think John would. Jansen, I don't think he would accept the punishment. What's your prediction on Doug? I think he'll take it.
I think he'd take it.
I think he should.
Well, yeah, if not to say that, well, yeah.
I mean, given what they're facing, whether it's a hammer or not, it's multiple level ones. They're already suspending their coach. Anyway.
Doug is a rational human being, unlike John, when it comes to this stuff.
Because Greg's punishment taps into the traditions and the pageantry of Michigan. If you missed it, it's on the Odyssey Rewind at 8 o'clock. Wait a couple minutes, we'll get Doug's thoughts. Ticket Texter says, I'm so sick of Cleveland's bullpen. It felt great to get their bullpen, especially Cade Smith, because he's been such a stud this season.
Now, hopefully the Tigers can somehow acquire one of the two.
They're sellers, we're buyers.
Yeah.
It's happened before.
There's a lot of good bullpen guys out there.
You just jinxed us again. In the playoffs, when the Tigers were up 2-1, you said they would win. And then double down when we had Skubal pitching Game 5. How did that turn out? Dennis and the Clem. Yeah, I don't care. Cookies needs to chill. There's 74 games left. This is exactly how you end up in a sequin shirt feeling like an idiot. Either they're as good as we think they are or they're not.
Right.
I mean, I'm the one telling you how great this ball club is. And great, maybe you don't like that word, Stoney, but this team is running away with this division.
Correct.
And I don't know why I'm supposed to deny it or like hide under a bomb shelter or not say it too loud. I'm just going to say what I think. It's what we're here to do. It's what we're paid to do. This team's winning this division. I believe it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it more every day. I saw it this weekend. I saw it emphatically this weekend. I saw it the weekend before against the Twins, including a primetime national game.
I wouldn't say emphatically this weekend, even though they swept them.
A sweep is emphatic. I understand there were one-run games on Friday and Saturday.
They had major hitting concerns.
But are those the games you have to win?
Yes, but I would not use the word emphatic, even if it was sweep.
They're up, 13 games in the division, 15 on Cleveland.
I'm with you on all that. But
I'm not saying...
The one thing, to play devil's advocate here, because I'm with you, is that early in the season, maybe the first 6 weeks to 2 months, we were all sitting there, the Central Division is pretty damn good all of a sudden, and now the Central Division blows.
With one exception.
Right.
We are the exception.
The exception
we
is
are exceptional.
Because the Tigers have a lot of good things to stop long losing streaks.
Yes.
Yeah, they never go on.
The other teams have gone into humongous droughts throughout the season, and the Twins were a streaky team last year. But the fact is, the Tigers, they have the best pitcher in baseball that can stop a losing streak. They can win a game like yesterday where the manager is managing his ass off until the very final strike, and it's a reason why they tied the game and won the game. Yeah. They outmanaged Stephen Vogt significantly, I thought, yesterday in that ninth inning. You knew the steal was coming. They had to get him there because then the hit gets him home.
Yep.
Right? But then when you got him to third, all of a sudden you're not hugging Ramirez a little closer to keep McKinstry honest. I mean, McKinstry was halfway down the base.
Well, the McKinstry thing, you're right. It's a great point. He's only in the game to avoid the double play. With one out, he's going to steal the bag.
Exactly. So now you got him on third, and you're like, hey, Class A's got 2 strikes. We got to really get aggressive on the bases. And he just so happened to put one right at the dirt in the glove, and it got by Naylor. But you know what? Naylor was put in the game earlier for hitting reasons. He took out Hedges. Hedges probably makes a stop. But why are you telling your pitcher nothing but the dirt? I don't care.
You're saying avoid the dirt.
Yes. I mean, you got trust Class A with the
swing
cutter.
Stuff. Yeah.
Against a struggling hitter.
Yeah.
It's like they got schooled. I think they broke them yesterday. And then what happened to Cade Smith? He looked like he was lost out there.
Look, it's great because it's those guys who have been a pain in our ass, even going back to last year's playoffs. But sweeping them, winning the way they did on Sunday, a little extra wind in your sail. I'm sure the guys will be talking about that coming up 10 to 2. We got Doug Karsh in the studio. And Doug, Greg Hargrave, representing the Michigan fan base on our show with John out, decided that he wanted to throw out a potential punishment for the Wolverines, and we want to know if you would accept it. He said, no bowl ban, Nothing messing with scholarships. Nothing going back in the history book and noting asterisks or taking anything away. But for 5 years, Michigan has to do away with the winged helmet. A public humiliation where they can't spout their tradition and show it off to the world. They have to be marked as cheaters without the winged helmet for 5 years. Would you take it?
This is such a Greggy idea.
Oh, yeah.
Would I take it? Sure.
I don't think John would.
Jansen?
No.
He probably wouldn't.
He wouldn't.
No,
he
probably
wouldn't. I said for one of the smartest people I know have ever worked with. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, even though it was all, hyperbole and,
He said it's unenforceable, but ...
Yes. Of course, any rational Michigan fan would take that. And we also wanted to know what the opposing fan base, what they would think.
And they said this isn't tough enough.
No, of course not.
So what? The Bryce Underwood can't wear a winged helmet.
Who cares?
That can't be the punishment for the level 1. So yeah, you get anyway. Gator, what would you think of that?
That's about right. That's about right. A self-imposed sanction that has no teeth. That's about right.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean they can't have their traditions?
He said
it's not self-imposed.
No.
That's about right.
But that is on brand for Grady.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. There's clearly a lot to talk about with our Tiger team.
Yep.
Boy, what a weekend.
I know.
What a weekend. I felt like you could almost see the look in the Guardian players' eyes. Like, oh my God,
we gave them a funeral.
Over. Yeah, which was fun.
It's kind of started from first batter of the game was Stephen Kwan. Is he the first batter or is he second batter? But that got called a strike 3 on him. Was not a strike.
No, it was just outside.
And they call it a strike, and he's like already flipped the bat, already halfway down to first base. He's like, what? Oh, I'm like, well, sorry,
It'll be a long day at the office.
Yeah, been one of those days for you. And it was quite a finish to that game. They,
but I'm sure you guys will get in.
9th and 10th innings were unbelievable.
You guys will get it all of it. I mean, but each of the games, like Mize, feels like locking down a number 2 spot in this rotation. No shortage of great stories, McKinstry and Sweeney and all of it.
MVP. So I said that besides taking Scooble out of the equation, McKinstry's the MVP of this team, and most people think I'm insane because I don't think the MVP necessarily means the best player because Riley Green's the best player.
I'm not going to say you're insane. I'm going to say that you're wrong, but it's okay.
Okay.
I think
you're insane for other reasons.
Yeah. Oh, that way. No.
Reasons for that, but no, it's Riley. I mean, you can make a case for McKinstry. I just don't think it's nearly as strong as the case you make for Riley Green, and everything that Riley Green does. I love what McKinstry's done. I don't know if, I mean, we're well past the halfway point at this point here, and I feel like Z-Mac has kind of earned the trust of the fans. The Tigers have other players that need to get going. Let's go. I mean, Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling have got to get it going.
Tigers and more. Champ and Chump. Carson Anderson next. 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Kang is back after spending a week in Las Vegas, which has a whole bunch of stuff we got to recap from that. But first, I start by turning to my radio partner, Scott Anderson, and asking, how are you today on this Monday?
Doing all right, Doug.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little sticky, but otherwise, just the weather's sticky.
Yes, it is. Did you feel like that needed explanation?
I did. I want you to say I'm a little sticky. I'm like, all right, slow down.
Yeah.
Take a shower.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, I'm good. Yeah, it was. This humidity is something.
This what?
This humidity is something. I think we're there. It is facts. I think we all know this though. It's just an adjustment period, like it always is. But this is day 5, Doug. This is starting day 5 of me having to deal with some squatters in my backyard.
Yeah. So what's the story? You get some rabbits there or something?
Some bunnies. Yes. I saw Lois digging in the yard on Thursday when I came home. I didn't really think too much of it. I just yelled out, "Hey, stop that." And eventually she stopped and she came running in. Hi. Like, okay. And the landscapers were out there on that day, and I was talking with them as they were getting ready to leave. And then one guy called me over and he pointed to the ground, and I saw this hole in the ground that Lois had exposed. It was just literally a rabbit hole, but she kept digging at it. So now it's like a little crater, mini crater in the ground, and there were 4 baby bunnies there, like probably within hours of being born, maybe at most a couple days. Because here it is, 5 days later. I went and checked on them this morning. Their eyes are still shut.
Okay.
So I did the quick Google, how long before baby bunnies open their eyes, and the Google said 10 to 12 days. So they're still shut. So I'm guessing these things are really, really young, like had just been born that week at some point. But I've taken to try to protect them a little bit, put some sticks over the hole, put a log over the hole, not over the entire hole.
He's building a shelter.
A little bit, yeah. Just, leave access on either side for the mother to come in and feed them. And then I took a chair and put it on top of it as well. That kind of helps provide more substantial coverage. Still, again, allowing access on either side. But the chair keeps the dog away from it. But I still go outside in the backyard with the dog because Lois is very curious about the bunnies that she found, and she wants to get in there and stare at them and stick her snout down there.
She didn't attack any of them.
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I'm saying I don't know if there were
6 bunnies. Yeah,
right. There could have been 7 bunnies to begin with, and now there's 4. I don't know. I choose to believe that there are always 4, and she was just very curious and happy to see what's there.
Okay.
But they are cute as the dickens. They are 3 inches long, little tails. They're adorable. But I can't wait for them to leave. And then I'm walking the dog last night. It's like literally 9 o'clock last night around the neighborhood. And I don't know if they're just messing with me now, but I couldn't, for the last 5 days, it was really hard to find a bunny rabbit in my backyard. Like, I'm waiting to see if I can see the mother come in, and I never saw it. Except one time there was a rabbit in the back, and I let Lois run loose, and then she took off towards the back and chased one out of the yard. I'm like, damn it, I hope that wasn't the mother, and then now she's never going to come back. But on the walk, I think I came across, I'm not exaggerating, 14 rabbits, along with 8 deer and other animals, but I came across 14 rabbits. Like, every other lawn felt like there was another bunny jumping out of the grass. I'm like, come on, really? So I think everybody's having to deal with this right now, and tis the season. Rabbits, they like to do it like rabbits.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
So at this point, you got 4 small.
Yeah, they would literally, all 4 would easily fit in the palm of your hand.
Wow.
I mean, that's how tiny these things are. And they sleep in like just it's a little bunny pile, a little bunny bundle on top of each other. It's really cute. But that cuteness is going to wear off soon if I just can't let the dog run free in the backyard. So got another couple weeks of this, I guess.
A couple weeks.
Well, the rumor has it, Google, apparently it's like 3 weeks a time before the bunnies will relocate.
So if the mother's scared off, what are the bunnies doing for food?
I don't think the mother's scared off. I think the mother comes back because they're still moving the same amount. Actually, they're squirming a little bit more now than what they were before. So I think that she's supposed to come feed them at night and in the morning.
Gotcha. So anything exciting this weekend other than
Tiger baseball was great.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, just fantastic. But weather was not conducive to me wanting to be outside a ton. So I just kind of sat inside.
Watched a lot of games.
Watched a lot of baseball. Watched a lot of golf. Started watching another TV series.
Yeah, I want to get into that because you feel like you got a problem. Yeah. And I'm excited for you because you blew through Severance.
Yeah,
which was awesome.
This is a different kind of problem with it.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Anyway, so yeah, the Tigers. I mean, you know, it's funny. You do this long enough, and you understand. You sit down and you open up the phone lines and you say, "All right, let's take some calls." Blah blah blah. You know what's better for call traffic? When they lose, more people call to complain when they lose. But the way they're winning has been remarkable. And it's way more fun for us, and I think for everybody, obviously, when they're winning. And they are absolutely dominating in the division. I mean, go back to the beginning of the year and say, before the All-Star break, the Tigers are going to be 23 games above 500, have the best record in baseball, and be 13 and a half clear in the division. That's not a scenario that people would think was remotely realistic. Did we think they'd be competitive? Of course. But one thing that's proven not to be the case is this is not the best division in baseball. Now, that's in large part because the Tigers are running ransack over everybody.
Right. Or roughshot or whatever.
Whatever it is.
They're running. They're running away with it is what they're doing. Some of it might be...
Stepping on their necks.
Look, there's some injuries, but every team deals with them, including the Tigers.
Yeah.
Had to deal with a bunch of injuries right out of the chute. So it's bearing out to not be the division that it looked like it was after the first month when everybody but the White Sox was above 500 and we were thumping our chest a little bit. But nonetheless, it's baseball. It's a long season, 162 games worth. And if you're going to write off Cleveland because of their start through the first 88 games, I get it. I mean, you'd write everybody off because nobody's within 13 games. It's a 13 and a half game lead, which is crazy talk. But we do have last year to go by to see that you could see a collapse coincide with a hot streak. That's what happened. Twins collapsed, Tigers got hot, and next thing you know, they're in the playoffs.
Well, it's not over, and seasons are really, really long.
Yeah, but I feel pretty good about what's going on with this Tiger team through 91 games. They are outstanding at 57-34.
And yesterday's game was incredible. I mean, just incredible, up and down, roller coaster theater. Dominant starting pitching, and
well, it was the last. I mean, there was no score.
No,
going into the bottom of the eighth inning. Then they give up a run, and you're thinking, "Oh crap! Are they going to lose 1-0 because the Tigers had just come off the 1-0 win? Are they going to lose 1-0?" And then, nope.
I mean, inches away from losing 1-0. But, Detroit's cult hero comes through again. We will get to that. We'll welcome Kang back. We got Champ and Chump. We'll have our nominations. We want yours. It's a Monday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. I was gone in Cincinnati over the weekend. Gator's been dealing with wayward rabbits in his backyard, and Kang was in Vegas. He is home after a week. His annual trip, which means today he'll tell us who his long shot Super Bowl winner is. Yeah, he does this every year, and we're going to hear his criteria, why he picked the team, and then maybe we can figure it out. But every year he bets $100 on a long shot team to win the Super Bowl, and then just sit back and lets it play itself out as he has family in Vegas, goes every summer. And we're going to report on that as the day goes on. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump on a weekend. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Hey, look, man, this Tiger team, yesterday's game, absolutely wild. The only thing the Tigers were doing better than Cleveland was running up the pitch count on Gavin Williams, as opposed to Cleveland not being able to run up the pitch count on Tarek Skubal. But, obviously Stephen Kwan's a pain in the butt, but he was really the only one for Skubal that gave him a problem. He got the first hit of the game. He eventually had a double.
He had 3 hits and 2 runs driven in.
Yep. The whole thing comes down to the 9th inning with the Tigers down 1-0. Torque gets hit by a pitch. Perez flies out. You got McKinstry in at first base. He steals second. He's called out. He attempts to steal second. He's called out. The replay clearly shows he's safe. He advanced to third on that ground ball that Dingler hits off the mound and takes the weird bounce to Rocchio.
Yep.
But McKinstry gets to third. And then on a pass ball that has to be one of the shortest distance from catcher pass ball run scored easily of all time, McKinstry scores this go-ahead run, or this tying run. Tigers get out of it. Chase Lee, really good. You want something to add to that?
I do. With the run that he scored, it's in large part because of where Jose Ramirez was playing at third base. Jose Ramirez was playing at like the grass level at third base, which meant Zack McKinstry was able to get a massive lead at third base. He was basically halfway down the line when the pitch was thrown, so he only had to go like 45 feet, and the ball was literally like 8 feet behind the catcher. He turns around and McKinstry had scored easily.
And look,
it's the little things.
It's the little things, and they add up. And the Tigers are, it seems like, so good at taking the extra base, and it pays a dividend in sending this game to extra innings. And then Zack McKinstry has to go play first base for the first time in his professional career. Which, to get a sense for what that's like, when the game ended, he tossed Torque his glove back.
Right.
I mean that's and I
don't have first baseman, but use Torque's.
Yeah, and he he gets a ground ball in the 9th inning that he has to field and flip to the pitcher covering. I mean, this guy's cult hero status. People are upset that he didn't make the All-Star game. And if you look at his wins above replacement, which is a metric that gets so much respect from the baseball people, and it's McKinstry's incredible for this team.
Look, does he deserve to be an All-Star? You betcha. The problem is, this is where his versatility hurts him, because he's played everywhere. So if you're thinking he belongs over at third base, make a strong argument for it. But there are 2 guys in the American League that are also playing very well at third base that play there all season and probably deserve to be there more than Z-Mac does. But my goodness, has he been good all over? It doesn't matter where you put him. But it's like, what do you do? Unless you go DH route and just say, here you go, because he's just excelled everywhere he's been. He's not the greatest fielder, but he fields well enough where he can play anywhere.
And he can run the bases.
He's
he's
a great
getting on
base
base, and he was traded for a pitcher that's still in Double-A. It's just one of those moves that you want to go back in time and say, what did we say about it on the air when they traded him? If we said anything when they traded for him. But it turns out that this guy is a key contributor on a team that has the best record in baseball. We've said for a long time, hey, they got the best record in baseball. They got the best record in baseball. And there's a debate over whether or not they're the best team in baseball. And they are really, really making the case that they are the best team in baseball. Have they supplanted the Lions as our team with the best chance to win a championship? Feels like the Lions the Lions have been great. That's been fun. There's a lot of interest. The chance to get to the mountaintop with that team is still strong. I feel like between schedule and coordinator losses, faith has eroded a little bit from the fan base. They're really scared. But the Tigers are out here just winning people over, even in the own fan base that's skeptical. I mean, they gave up. The pitching was great, just when it needed to be, too, because, the ERA started to climb up as a team. But then again, they're getting guys back and healthy.
Right. Just when you start to worry about, and we talked a lot last week about the pitching, and the bullpen needs to happen. Let's go. I know you've got. I fully expect the Tigers to be very active, Scott Harris to be very active, and adding to this bullpen. I would imagine Alex Lang gets added to this team any second now from Toledo. But beyond that, they need to go out and get some more arms on this team. We were talking, they need to go out and get a starting pitcher and all this, and then all the starters do, or all the pitching does, is give up 2 earned runs over the weekend. They give up 3 runs total, but the one was a 10th inning run, being they don't count that as an earned run. So it's remarkable what they've been able to do. They answered what Cleveland did. I think Cleveland scared some Tiger fans a little bit because they won 3 out of 4 games in Cleveland or in Detroit before. And Tigers go out to Cleveland, and then the Tigers take 3 in a row, just sweep them away. Like, oh, well, that alleviates that problem. And they continue to add to this. I mean, now they're a season high 23 above 500, a season high 13.5 leading the division. And they just went ahead and took care of the gripe. Now they're back home against Tampa Bay, which is a team that when we last saw them a couple weeks ago, beat the Tigers 2 out of 3 games in Tampa. So this is a little bit, can they avenge those losses? That'd be nice if the Tigers go out and win this series with the game starting tonight.
Sure. I mean, it's really, really good to be a Tiger fan right now. And we're sort of in this pattern of it's far from over. And I don't think this has happened yet because we got so accustomed to the Red Wings doing this, having dominant regular seasons, that the fan base was almost just sitting there counting days off the calendar until the postseason started. We're not there with the Tigers. I mean, but it feels like with each passing week and the lead in the division grows and grows and grows, you feel better. And then, the unexplained, sure, it happens, the Trace Sweeney story. This guy's on the brink of getting sent down, it feels like, at all times. And what does he do? He hits a go-ahead home run in extra innings.
Yep.
And an explosion, an extra inning explosion off a pitcher that a year ago dominated Detroit.
And it feels like every time.
Cade Smith, that is.
Yes, Cade Smith. What, he had pitched to 8 Tigers this year prior and going into that game, and he struck out 7 of them, or was it 9 and struck out 8? It was crazy. And it feels like most every time, it's not every time, but most every time that you or I kind of call out a player, say this guy's got to step up, I'm a little concerned about this guy, do they need to think about, adding and fortifying to this area, or when listeners will call up and say, you know what, I've had it with this guy, it feels like more often than not, that player that gets called out by us or the listeners shows up and has a huge moment.
Well,
and you mentioned a couple of them there. I'll give you another one, and that's Hernandez out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
This guy can throw 100 miles an hour, but you never know where it's going to go. He threw 9 pitches in that 10th inning to get out of the inning, recording 3 outs in 9 pitches. Give him credit, man. Nice job. Yep. High leverage. Well, I mean, not as high leverage anymore when you go into it with a 6-run lead, but nonetheless, that you're going to have trouble because the runner starts at second with nobody out. How is that going to affect you mentally? He just went about his business and recorded 3 outs. Yes, the run came home, but who cares? The Tigers had already built that lead.
248-539-9797. Steve is in Livonia, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, so I got Champ and Chump. Champ, it's got to be McKinstry. The dude, he is just a dude. He's a spark plug. The guy is phenomenal.
Yep. I like the description. The dude is just a dude.
He is, man. He gets this team going. In the same breath, my Chump has got to be their offense. Skubal pitches his, typical 10 Ks, no runs, and we can't get the guy a win.
Well, I'm sure he's not too worried about it.
Yeah, they have won 10 times for him.
Yeah, and the offense, crazily, when it was all said and done, did score 7 runs. But you're right, they didn't do it early in the game, and they get it. they get the jump start with the runner on base at second base. But, there's ups and downs offensively. But yeah, I mean, the truth is they didn't produce a lot this weekend through the first 27 innings. So there's some merit to that. I'm not concerned about the offense. If I'm going to take away and if I'm required to bring up a concern, if it's part of the job description today, I mean, we could do an hour on the offense.
I mean, I understand. Yeah.
I prefer to do an hour on the sweep.
I prefer to as well.
But that doesn't mean we don't talk about it.
No, we could talk about it, but the pitching was so great that it countered that, and that's awesome. Now, if this continues in the Tampa Bay series, then okay, well, we've got something more to talk about. But for the time being, sure, you can call them out. They had scored 4 runs in the first 27 innings, like you said, and then things totally changed in the 10th inning of the game yesterday. But the pitching was so good. The decision-making by this team was so good. It's a revelation this year, and it just continues off of what they did last year, but it's done differently this year. It's just amazing.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your champ and chump votes. Get them in. We'll have ours today at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. It's done right with quality products and services. You can visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com. Oh, that crowd was not happy.
No, they weren't. And there was a lot of Detroit, let's go Tiger chants. And I can't even imagine. I guess I can because it wasn't that long ago. It felt like stuff like this happened to the Tigers. That's got to be a depressed baseball town today. To just have Detroit come in and take your soul away and not end the season, but boy, is their season in trouble after that.
Yeah, they had good crowds all weekend long trying to support this team, even though they're going through now it's a 10-game losing streak.
Yeah, and I think we're all still here a little in shock that the lead is this big.
I can't believe it's 13.5 games.
I can't either.
I mean, it grows by like everybody in the division is like, yeah, you know what? No, go ahead. I mean, teams can be playing, and it's not like the Tigers haven't like gone 15-2 while the other teams have gone 2-15. It's been like incrementally every day they go at it. If the Tigers lose, the other teams lose.
Yeah.
They're making up a couple games a week, but then over the weekend it just seemed to build exponentially because you got Cleveland that's losing 10 in a row and Minnesota's not putting up much of a fight either. And it's fantastic. Love it. Yeah, keep doing it. Want this team to stay as healthy as they can. I want this team to add at the trade deadline to fortify this lineup, and let's go. I was watching some video over the weekend with I forget which talking head baseball guy it was, but they were kind of simulating, hey, the playoffs started today. Here's who's playing everybody, and predict what's going to happen. And in the end, you ended up having the Tigers and the Dodgers in the World Series, and picking the Dodgers or the Tigers to win. And I'm like, I mean, I'm sure I'm here for it, but I'm a little uncomfortable at the same time. I'm going to have to start getting comfortable with this team being as good as they are. They win not just by the margins, but they win because their lineup is good, because their pitching staff is good. And even when the pitching staff hasn't been good, we get a weekend like we saw, where we know that they're quite capable of it. Worried a little bit yesterday. I'm thinking, get Will Vest up. He's going to have to come in and pitch the ninth inning perhaps. And, he just had a day off after pitching a couple. Is he going to be – and then they don't even need him.
No.
I mean, thank goodness, right? And, they have a couple of guys that are really reliable coming out of that bullpen. It was vitally important that you got 7 innings out of Casey Mize and you got 7 innings out of Tarek Skubal to help to save and preserve that bullpen a little bit, because these guys have pitched an awful lot.
All right, let's get to our Champ and Chump on the weekend. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as the Champ and Chump on the weekend. Gator, my Champ on the weekend is the aforementioned Zack McKinstry. Cult hero status solidified. Sure. Swipe home on that little dribbler that got away. I know. I don't know how many people would have scored there, but as you mentioned, he was able to get a giant lead. Then he goes and plays first base just fine for 2 innings the first time in his professional career. Cult hero status solidified. Zack McKinstry, my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, he's been great, and you can certainly make a case that he was snubbed for the All-Star game, but who knows? Maybe if somebody's hurt or can't go, that maybe he gets the nod.
That may be the case.
I'm going to go with the Tigers pitching staff. Through the 3 games there, it's 28 innings, and they gave up, 2 earned runs in 28 innings?
Yep.
Starters were great. Starters went 18 and a third innings, gave up 1 earned run. But the bullpen was up to the task as well. It's just a fantastic weekend for the pitching after taking some shots last week from the listeners and from us as hosts as well.
My chump of the weekend is the U.S. men's national team. Laid an egg. It was very sloppy last night in their loss to Mexico in the Gold Cup final. I don't have a whole lot of chumps to choose from, so I'm going to go with the U.S. men's national team. Wasn't their A lineup, but still.
I'm going to go with athletes that are really putting our faith in them at risk. Guys like Luis Ortiz or Malik Beasley that have, over the last week, they've kind of come under fire for potential gambling issues. And it's the worst news that professional sports could ever hear. You do not want the faith of the people having their trust eroded because of potentially stupid behavior, which is, gambling on the sport. If that proves out to be true, it can be devastating for the sport, and it will have some repercussions coming. But right now, I know innocent till proven guilty, but just the aura of suspicion here with Luis Ortiz and Malik Beasley is not good.
248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Champ and Chump brought to you every week by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Bill and Novi writes in, my champ of the weekend is the Tigers bullpen. My chump is the Cleveland Guardians. Votes noted. My champ is Zack McKinstry, incredible heads-up base running. Umpired him in the minors, and he's always been great on the bases. Chump is Steve Vogt. Okay, you umpired him in the minors? I want to hear more. Where did you umpire him? What did you notice about him?
He umpired in the minors.
Well, I mean, he obviously he stood out when he was in the minors. I want to hear the stories. I don't know who sent this in, but I want to hear more. My champ is a Tiger sweep of the Guardians. It showed we can win any style of game. Such a fun week. Chump fans who are disappointed Zack isn't an all-star, and then in the next breath want to trade for Bregman and put Zack on the bench. That's from Newton Wesley. Well, look, I mean, I'm not quite sure that they don't need upgrades, but there's a case to be made that
comes with a cost. There's a couple of costs. You make an upgrade at a position, you have to give something up to get it. Whether it's let's just assume it's a prospect that you give up. Okay, you give up a prospect. But the other cost of that is, okay, now that you've upgraded at a position, who have you displaced?
Mm-hmm.
Who was getting big-time innings that now is relegated to, spot duty every 4 games?
Yep.
Because this team is so well constructed. And I'm not saying you don't go and look to improve the team. I'm not saying you turn down an offer for Suarez or for Bregman, I suppose, if there's a reasonable offer to be had. But you have to prioritize things. What's the top priority?
Well, we're going to get into that as the show goes on. Karen from Sterling Heights says, Champ Zack McKinstry, we don't have a chance at that win without his base running in the 9th. Chump the Cleveland catcher for obvious reasons. I think technically it was ruled a wild pitch, but that kind of surprised me.
Made a great throw to second to try to get McKinstry.
Yeah.
I thought McKinstry had a really good jump, and he just sent that ball in a great position, and call had to be overturned. But great job by McKinstry. Has been almost perfect stealing the bases. And the one time he was caught, like last week, I remember I was driving my car listening to the game, and Dan Dickerson was like, that he is safe. You cannot tell me that he wasn't safe on that steal attempt. And it went to review, and it was one of those, the call stands.
Yeah.
So it wasn't confirmation that he was out. It was just call stands. And Dan was kind of livid about it. And Dan said, I refuse to count that as a caught stealing. So I'm going to say he's still 9 out of 10 or whatever it was that wherever he's at.
That's
but
funny.
He's been very, very efficient as a base stealer.
From an unnamed texter, yesterday was an awesome day for the organization. Sweep and demoralize your rival, and the future studs get promoted. Oh, I have a feeling Gators got 4 segments prepared on the future studs getting promoted.
Oh. Yes. I'll say this without mentioning names. I'm looking forward to post-All-Star baseball in both the major leagues and the minor leagues because I want to see who gets promoted from single A to double A, from double A to triple A, and who's still on this roster from triple A after the trade deadline.
Champ Trey Sweeney, Chump Eiserman. That's from an unnamed texter. I'll just say this about Eiserman. This feels like a do or die off season, and there doesn't feel like there's a lot of do in these moves. I like them, but have they gotten themselves that much better?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think they've gotten much better. I think they've slightly improved the team just with the goaltending and swapping out Tarasenko for Van Riemsdyk. But those aren't, they're not massive moves. And the goaltending move might be pretty good. But the swapping out is just maybe marginally better, probably a better fit than anything else. But if they don't make a trade in this offseason, it feels like it's been an empty-ish offseason. And then, okay, are you stockpiling for – you have all this cap space. Is it because you're saving up for the trade deadline for one of these 10 or 15 really good free agents next year that you trade for them so you have them on your roster so you can then give them the extension right away and have a heads up, or rather than waiting to the end of the season next year where likely the free agents re-sign where they're at.
248-539-9797. There is incredible irony in something. It would feel so poetic if this possibility comes true. We will get to that today at 10:50, plus more your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sports fans, I want to talk for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks, with restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark. Twin Peaks is up their game. It starts with their culture. Employees that believe in the brand, they just flat out produce a better product. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing these dynamite dishes that you crave. Then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor at Twin Peaks, and once they do get on the floor, they do deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you've had a bad day. No one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together? Sports. They boast wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches, that brings all the action that you crave. Your Tigers are playing the best baseball in years, and football's right around the corner, but don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports. The Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like house-smoked chicken wings, thighs, ribs, and even hand-cut New York strips. Don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at ice-cold 29 degrees, which I love. They boast an extensive and exquisite craft cocktail menu featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. If you're sick of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server who just doesn't care, stop by your nearest Twin Peaks and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Yep. How about it? How about it? Tiger baseball, they just continue to win. 23 games over. Since last August, they have been an absolute dominant baseball team. And they just swept the Cleveland Guardians and just took their soul this weekend. 248-539-9797. Roy is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Roy.
Good morning, fellas. It's a great day to be a Mud Hens and a Tigers fan, that's for sure, which leads me to my champs and my chumps.
Yep.
The champs are obviously the Tigers and the Mud Hens because they literally have taken the souls from the Guardians and the Clippers. And by proxy, my chumps are the Guardians and the Clippers. It is so good to watch Cleveburg suffer.
You know, they've been really good for a long time, and I truly have respect for them. It's just so weird. I mean, I'm sure I'm reading too much into the looks on their faces when that series was over, but I just felt like there was this sort of, looks on there. You could see it in their eyes. Says a guy who doesn't know any of them and doesn't cover them, but I felt like I could see it in their eyes. My God, these guys are just better than us.
I agree. I would love to see some Tigers come down for some Mud Hens playoffs and vice versa. Some Mud Hens go up for some Tigers playoffs. I loved it back in 05 and 06 when Brandon Inge and the boys came down to the Mud Hens Stadium and watched the Mud Hens go back-to-back Governor's Cup. I'd love to see that again because it revitalized two cities completely.
Well, you love yourself some Mud Hens, that's for sure. And thank you for calling.
Great ballpark.
Look, here's Cleveland's. Since 2016, here's what they've done in the American League Central. First, second, first, third, first. They're in the playoffs all the time.
Five division championships.
They've been great.
Yeah.
They've been great.
It's a very well-run organization.
Yep.
Now there's some question marks about it.
Yep. Okay, so the McKinstry thing, right? McKinstry, this cult hero, a guy when he was traded for, I'm not sure we even mentioned it. We might have, but I can guarantee we didn't make a big deal out of it. I think we're decent at our jobs, and maybe we dropped the ball and should have been freaking out about them getting Zack McKinstry, but I think that's holding ourselves to a pretty high standard. I don't know that anybody was freaking out about getting Zack McKinstry and how this guy's going to help this team win. But right now he's tied for the 12th highest WAR of any American League position player. He finished third in the All-Star voting. But think about this. Alex Bregman, who the Tigers thought they had in the offseason, was named to the All-Star team. He's on the All-Star team.
Even though he hasn't played in a couple of weeks.
And isn't expected back till after the All-Star break. How poetic will it be if Zack McKinstry gets named to the All-Star team because Alex, I don't want to play in Detroit, Bregman, is hurt? How full circle will that feel? And when Bregman's been playing, he's been great. He's been really, really good. And, we talked about that contract and that offer that was on that table it felt like every day for a month. And it was, when's a Bregman decision? When's a Bregman decision coming? And then the Red Sox swoop in and they offer a contract. Either the Tigers didn't want to offer that contract or he was just looking for a reason not to sign here. And A.J. Hinch is like, no sweat. Well, you can come win with us or we'll beat you. And, it's such a great – I don't think A.J. said that in the context of Bregman. It's an A.J. quote that really applies to this particular instance. But if McKinstry gets named to the All-Star team because Bregman's hurt – something feels really poetic about that, doesn't it?
It does. And, it's funny because Aaron Boone gets to make the roster, right? He gets to fill it out at this point. Mm-hmm. He's the Yankees manager. Yankees and Red Sox, it's just funny you could add another layer to it, right? Because they have this obviously historic feud going with each other, an amazing rivalry. And, if Boone decides to name, you know what? He's out. The Red Sox player is out. We're going to put in a Tiger instead. Mm-hmm. It could be kind of fun.
Yeah.
For every reason you said. I don't know if McKinstry gets that nod or not.
Yeah, and I don't know if Boone gets to say whether or not he's out If he can't play.
If he can't play, I mean, they're going to add somebody else to the roster. But
it won't be his decision. It'll just be an obvious decision that's made because he's hurt. But
and looking at the American League third baseman out there, there actually are a couple that have higher WAR than Zack McKinstry. But one of them, Jose Ramirez, is going to be in there. And then you got Ernie Clement from Toronto and Junior Caminero from Tampa Bay. Actually, Caminero has a lower WAR, but he's got some really interesting numbers. Isaac Paredes has a higher WAR than Zack McKinstry now as well, but just barely. But the point is, Zack McKinstry, what he's doing is, I'm going to say, I think it's completely out of left field. Now, AJ Hinch will probably tell you otherwise. No, it's all the hard work he's put in, this and that. But let's go back and look, right? The Tigers made that trade to acquire him after he played 47 games with the Cubs and hit 206 with a 633 OPS. Tigers acquired him, and he played 148 games 2 years ago with the Tigers. In those 148 games, he hit 231 with a 654 OPS, which is well below league average.
What age was he that year?
I don't know. He was in his fifth year in baseball, so it's probably 26, 27 years old.
Okay.
Then last year comes, he plays 118 games, hits 215 with a 614 OPS. There is nothing out of the 2 years with the Tigers that would make you think, oh, he's poised for this big jump. This year he's played 82 games, so barely past half a season, and he's hitting 285 with an 812 OPS. Yeah, those are all-star numbers. And the fact that he's played everywhere, he shows that versatility. He doesn't have the great home run totals or RBI totals because he hits at the bottom of the lineup, but he does it so well. He's the best base runner on the team, not just because how he steals bases, but going first to third, knowing how to take the extra base. What he did yesterday, being halfway down the line in the ninth inning, just poised to take advantage of any kind of throw in the dirt he could have come home and scored on, and he did. Mm-hmm. He's been fantastic. But for anybody to say they saw this coming, you didn't. Nobody did. And I would have a hard time believing even AJ Hinch would say that after seeing the previous 2 years of Zack McKinstry in the Tigers uniform. This year he has taken an incredible leap forward. And is this sustainable, or is water going to find its level in the second half of the season? I don't know. You ride the wave until it fades away, I guess.
All right, some feedback coming in here. My biggest concern about the Tigers is if Parker Meadows and Riley Green continue to strike out at the rate they're striking out on balls outside the strike zone, then the offense is going to be the problem.
Why are people worried about Riley Green and his strikeouts when, okay, he can strike out 3 times in a game, but it's that fourth at bat that's going to do the damage?
He's third in the American League in runs batted in. Yes, he strikes out a lot. So do a lot of these guys at the top of the, who strikes out a ton is Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge has 3 more RBIs than Riley Green. Now, Aaron Judge is better. I'd take Aaron Judge over Riley Green, but he strikes out a ton as well. He's triple-digit strikeout guy. I mean, and Parker Meadows, Parker Meadows striking out a ton, and if this continues, the offense is going to be the problem. I mean, you don't want high strikeout rates, but the offense with these high strikeout rates of Riley Green and Parker Meadows is second in the American League in runs scored.
His OPS is 5th in the American League for all positions.
It's all, is it relatively a problem? I guess for the Tigers it is, but
there's no question.
Your problems are measured against everyone else's problems, and everyone else's problems are way worse than Riley Green and Parker Meadows strikeout rates.
There is no question that they'd love for him to strike out less.
Yep.
And Parker Meadows has got to start hitting. I mean, he's still below the Mendoza line. I mean, he's perked up a little bit, but not enough where like, oh, here we go. He's back on track. And hopefully he doesn't look lost out there and starts to find it. But Riley Green, I mean, if he's in a mini slump, he gets out of it like he did yesterday. He hits an opposite field home run in the 10th inning. I saw comments from AJ Hinch after the game where Torkelson hit the home run. It was a Saturday game, though, 1-0 game. Mm-hmm. And how the swing that he had, because he hit the ball opposite way for a home run. And when he had his ace swing, the ace swing is, swinging for the fences, swinging hard, right? But he did that with 2 strikes on him. And AJ Hinch was applauding him for it. Like, thank you for doing it, because we don't want him to change who he is. And you don't want him to shorten the bat and shorten it. Just go about your business, man. You see the pitch and you can hit it. And he did. And he did damage with it. I think this might be a philosophy throughout. yes, they would love for guys to be managing the strike zone better. There's no question about that, because that is literally the philosophy that Scott Harris came in preaching. But if you've got a couple of guys, and let's just go with Riley Green, he is hitting 286, despite the fact that he strikes out a ton. It's okay because he's wildly productive with that 880 OPS. You'll take it. He's had career highs, or getting towards career highs in home runs, RBIs, average. Everything is going to be a career high this year, knock on wood, that he stays healthy. He's putting up phenomenal numbers.
There's a difference between something that you'd like to see get better and something that's fatal. And I don't feel like Riley Green's strikeout numbers are fatal. Parker Meadows is getting close to the time where he's had a spring training, and because he missed most of spring training. And so now you got, all right, let's same
thing with Veerling.
Yeah. But they've managed to keep winning a lot with him. And there's other guys that'll get opportunities. And if we get into, September and things haven't gotten better, they're going to put the best lineup on the field that gives them a chance to win. But 248-539-9797. All right, Kang is back from Vegas. And he came back and just mentioned casually that he's figured out golf, which is hysterical. But he's also made his annual underdog bet, long shot bet for the Super Bowl. I feel like we've done this for a decade, and they've never hit. I think you came close once. Didn't you get Cincinnati?
It was the Falcons.
Okay.
The year they blew the 28-3.
Oh.
Don't remind Jimmy, our boss, about that.
Yeah, that probably hurts him worse than it hurts you. But anyway, we'll find out who you put the money down on this time. And figured out your figured out golf. That at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises? Is it working, more sluggish than you've seen it in the past? Do something about it right now. You call the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They'll come out, they'll diagnose the problem, and then best yet, they're going to fix the problem right there on the spot. Their expert technicians have all the equipment, all the tools they need in their trucks when they come out, and they're going to help you out. So give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment at a time that works for you. I know this firsthand. I've had them come out and work on some repairs on the garage door. They did it like that. They were awesome. They were professional. Everything you want in a company. Precision Garage Door Service. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
So we got Kang back today. He spent a week in Vegas. It's an annual trip you do with your family.
Hot.
Was it? It was a little HOT out there.
Yeah, I mean, they call it just Wednesday, but yeah, it was hot. Wednesday in July.
So just so you can, more so than anybody else that I can think of, particularly right now, you can tell the people, okay? Because you spent, a week and a half in Vietnam.
Yep, Southeast Asia.
And then you came back for a few days, and then you spent like a week in Vegas.
Correct.
So
Southeast America.
Southeast Asia.
Just kidding, Southwest.
Southeast Asia, the humidity is ridiculous. The heat is pretty bad as well. And then you've got the oven heat of Vegas. Describe what the temperature was in Vietnam and how humid it was, and compare that to the temperature and heat of Vegas, and which you can end this discussion here for all.
I can end the debate.
Yes.
I basically went right from hot and humid to dry and hot, right?
Yes.
And it's without question, you rather be the dry and hot. The oven heat of Vegas is much more bearable than the wetness of just the humidity. It says 88, right? It's not 88. It's like 108 and wet. Like, it's sticky. You're outside for 10, 15 minutes and it's not even, I don't even know what it is at that point. It's moisture all over your body or what's going on. I think my body's shutting down here. And then you go to Vegas where it's like 105, whatever, dry heat. It's hot. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's oven hot, but it's more bearable. It really is a dry heat.
Was this even a debate? Doesn't everybody think dry
No,
heat?
I think some people are like, oh, if it's what do you complain about? It's only 88 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, you're out there. It's 110 degrees in Vegas. Like, yeah, it's an oven heat is different. I'm going in a couple weeks.
Good luck.
We went right. We went and looked at. I went last year at the same time. Last year when we were there, it was up between 112 and 115 degrees every day in Vegas. Right? Sounds like death. Like, what am I doing?
Right.
It was totally tolerable because it's a dry heat. If you're standing still, you're screwed. If you stand still, it's just you allow the sun to beat down on you, and then you start sweating, and it's bad. But that's why if you're going to stand still, you're at a pool. You can jump in the pool and cool off. While you're moving, it seemed to be so much more tolerable. And then while you're in Vegas, you're on the Strip, you're going in and out of buildings all the time. And the buildings, you go from 115 degrees into 70 degrees of air conditioning. So it's easy to handle. Humidity, awful. I walked Lois last night at 9 o'clock, got back into the house at 9:50, and I was covered in sweat. And it was like 75 degrees out because of the humidity.
Well, now that we've cleared that up,
debate's over.
Kang,
over.
You say you figured out golf.
Yeah, so you guys know I'm not a golfer, but I went golfing in Vegas. So this is 2 times I've hit the course in a month, which is, I haven't golfed in years before that, right?
You went desert golfing.
Yeah. So with the heat and everything, it still is hot, people. So my cousin who wanted to golf booked an early tee time. It was 7:50 a.m. was our tee time.
That's a good time.
Yep.
Yeah.
You cannot golf there afternoon.
No, it could be rough. But I said, yeah, let's just make it early so it's not too hot out. And he did. And you guys asked me, so did you play 9 or 18, right?
Yeah.
And I said 12. So, which, by the way, this is why I figured out golf. 12 is the perfect number, guys.
That's it?
What have you guys been doing? 9, not enough. 18, too much. 12, nailed it.
12 is the number.
Yeah, there are times when 12 is the perfect number.
Depending on what your score is.
Never when you're playing well.
So, I had a good time. The funny thing is, I told you guys those like little wedge club things, and Doug, you had to correct me. They're called irons, I guess.
Yeah.
Which of the irons? Yes, there are some wedges you can use.
Okay. So before that, I golfed like 3 weeks ago at that charity event, and I hit the range because I probably should. You
Yes.
try to swing club a
Yes.
few times before you go out there. And I kept hitting my 9 like to the 75 stick, like straight and right on it. So I'm like, at least I'm consistent with this club. And Doug shoots me down and goes, you're supposed to shoot that 125. I'm like, well, all right, Doug, I just picked up the club.
Well, yeah, sort of.
All right,
I mean,
so,
I
but
didn't
anyways.
shoot you down. I pointed out that club typically.
Most people hit it further, but if
that's
you're hitting
okay.
it
If you're
straight
hitting
and
it
getting
fine,
good
it
air
doesn't
on it,
matter.
who cares?
Yeah. So I just knew that I could hit it at least 75 and straight. The first hole, I guess, which is not normal, but they took holes from like famous courses all over. So
it's a signature course. Cool.
Yes, exactly. So the first hole was only 96 yards, a par 3, right? So I go, well, I can hit this 75. I swing a little bit harder.
Desert air, ball's going to fly further.
Yes, exactly. So the first hole, he's like, you do the honors because, he probably want to see how I play. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't care. Like, I don't care, right? I don't golf. So I go up there, I grab my 9, Gator, 6 inches away.
Oh, come on.
I almost hold this thing. I swear to God, dude. I swear to God.
Come on.
I sent Doug a picture of how close it was. I almost hold the first hole.
Dude. Can you imagine if he had in the paper it says, Kang Wynn of Metro Detroit with an ace on the first hole at wherever, Angel Fire Golf. Oh, my God. That is literally a foot from the hole.
So my cousin.
It knocks his first ace of his career with a 9-iron from 90 yards away.
So my cousin goes, first I hit, he goes, oh, that looks pretty good. And he goes, oh, my God, is that? And it didn't go in because we saw the ball. And he goes, if you would have holed that, I would have killed you. Because he golfs, and he's never gotten a hole in one.
Well, I'm holding it up for those watching on Twitch and YouTube so you can see the picture that Kang sent me.
That's like maybe a foot at most.
Yeah.
It could be less than a foot away.
I think it was less than that. So I tapped him for birdie.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So what did
that is really unbelievable.
So what did you shoot for 12?
Dude, I don't even know. I definitely got worse. And no more birdies.
Kidding.
No more birdies.
Right. No kidding. It
Maybe a couple pars, and then because we were playing double bogey at that. You know what I mean? I didn't want to.
No, don't take any worse. Pick up your ball, move to the next hole.
Yes, because I want to keep moving. Which is probably why 12 seems perfect because we were fine.
So desert golf is interesting.
A lot of rabbits, by the way, Gator.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Because you're given instructions about desert golf. One, don't go chasing for your golf ball in the brush.
Yep.
Because you may hear some rattling. Don't do that.
You'll die. You'll die.
You could die.
Let the
Squid Game golf.
The Pro V1 disappear.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is that because it is, if you hit the ball outside the fairway, it can get kind of rocky. They encourage you to have a rock club in your bag, or if you rent clubs, they give you a rock club, which is generally like a 5-iron. Which is all just beat up to hell because you're going to beat it up because you're hitting out of rocks. But that's like the terrain. It's a totally different kind of golf, and yet it's also great.
I had fun, man. I honestly had fun.
So remember the name of the course?
I think it was Angel something.
Okay.
Have you played there?
I played, yes.
Okay, yeah. I was in Summerlin, so I got to look it up real quick.
The idea, though, that you figured out golf, we've been doing it wrong. It should be 12 holes. I actually read something like Golf Magazine or a website that there are like starter courses that are only 12 holes and they make the holes bigger so that the average person can enjoy the game a little bit more. The beginner can enjoy the game a little bit more and get into it. And it's an interesting idea, but.
Yeah, I figured it out. It took me a month.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So we figured out humidity bad, golf 12 holes.
Yeah.
That's what we've accomplished here.
And quit after one.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We did didn't get to your long shot NFL Super Bowl winner. We will do that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. CGC Water is now CGC Home Services, specializing in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services offers the best whole house water treatment systems. CGC Home Services fully licensed plumbers will handle all your plumbing needs. CGC also offers Eris active pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. For water and air protection and purification, plumbing too, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242. Call them today. get back to some Tiger stuff today at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. In the meantime, reaction coming in. Kang's figured out golf. Y'all been doing it wrong. It should be 12 holes. 248-539-9797. Some reaction coming into that. But also, Kang, your long shot bet. Now, this is a tradition that dates back how many years?
Oh, God. At least 10 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you go to Vegas every summer, visit family, big family event, and you go to one of the casinos and you put $100 down on a long shot to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that long shot means 40-1 odds or worse.
Now, every time we do this, every single time, Kang will say, well, here's who I picked. And we will get this response. You moron, they're never going to win it. These are long shots.
No.
It's 40-1 or worse.
They're not favored to win it.
No. Hey, this is his thing, okay?
People are like, that was dumb. They're not even good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is his own sort of, if someday you're going to hit this, the closest you've come was with the Falcons. So I'm looking at, I just went to betonline.ag. I'm going to mention the teams that are 40-1 or longer, okay? And Kang, you tell me if this indeed is one of the teams. The teams are the Bears, the Steelers, the Seahawks, the Cardinals, the Falcons, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Raiders, the Colts, Jacksonville, Carolina, the New York Giants, the New York Jets, Cleveland, the Saints, and the Titans. Does that sound like the field of teams you had to choose from?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at this and I'm trying to craft who I would have chosen. Gator, did you hear a team in there you would have chosen?
I have to go back and look at that.
Bears, Steelers, Seahawks, Cardinals, Falcons, Dolphins, Patriots, Raiders, Colts, Jaguars, Panthers, Giants, Jets, Browns, Saints, and Titans.
Those are all long shots, dude. Why am I even?
Yeah, this isn't to say if you were given $100 to place on a long shot, who would you place it on? And I think I know who I would, based on one factor and one factor only. But
I'd probably, you said Colts are one of them?
Yes.
Probably go Colts.
Okay, they're 100-1.
Yeah, I did that last year.
Yeah. The Colts last year?
Yeah, that was your team, AR.
Yep. Yeah, not so good.
Okay, so were there any criteria or anything you thought about or what led you to your decision?
A lot led to it, Doug. Did you want to make your pick before?
Yeah, I mean, I would do it. This is who I would choose. I would choose the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No,
I would choose the Steelers because of Tomlin. I choose the Steelers because they had a very aggressive offseason. And I choose the Steelers because Aaron Rodgers would torture me. And so I may as well get something out of it if he's going to torture me. But, I wouldn't make this bet, but sure, if I were given $100 to put on a long shot, I would, and I could only use it for that and that exclusively. I would put it on the Steelers. And it's out of respect for Tomlin, even though I think he might have lost it. But anyway.
Yeah. So, I mean, the great thing about the NFL is we know this is you can kind of make, even if it's a weak argument, you can kind of make a somewhat of an argument for your team to at least get into the playoffs, right?
Yep.
And in the playoffs, Dan Campbell says it all the time, get us in the tournament, get us in the dance, give us a chance, okay? And, your best chances are if you're playing home games or you get a bye, things like that. But, you want to be in the tournament. So you can theoretically make an argument for all those teams you mentioned, even though they are considered long shots and not favored. I don't know if you guys are going to be happy.
Dude, if you took the Bears, he took the Bears.
No, I actually want to change mine, and I'm worried that you and I are going to have the same one.
We won't. Trust me.
Dallas.
Hey, the argument for Dallas is
Dak's healthy.
Yeah, I was just talking to Kenny about this. It is like picking the Maple Leafs in a way. Like, they're never going to do it.
Same color scheme.
Yeah, but I mean, they're always kind of there. They're talked about a lot. There's always some kind of hype. You know what I mean? Dak is back, like you said.
They can be a really good football team at times.
Micah Parsons menace on defense. Yeah, so I get it. I mean, like I said, that's what the NFL wants, though. You could take any team and grab super fan from that team.
So far, we got two really uncomfortable picks.
Yeah,
you both picking Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers is there. I'm taking Dallas because they don't get enough attention. And who are you taking?
You're going to be mad.
Who did you take?
I didn't take a team this year.
Oh, come on.
Hold on. I did take a long shot, though. So, like Doug always says, my game, my rules.
Okay.
So I went to the Vegas book, and I said, I got to take a long shot, right? I looked at the teams that were 40-1 and worse, And I said, no way, no one from this group is going to win it. I just couldn't see it. I did. I went to the other side, go, someone from that bracket's definitely going to win the Super Bowl. No one from this bracket is going to win the Super Bowl.
All right, so you went with lesser odds, but you still made a pick.
No, I still took a long shot. I still went and found a 40-1 long shot to win something.
Okay. Oh, to win something.
A Heisman Trophy winner is what I did.
Hold on. Now I do this. I got to find Heisman odds.
Yeah, go find your Heisman odds and find 40-1 or worse.
NCAA. These are all games. Where are Heisman odds? All
right.
Heisman odds. So when you said mad, we were going to be mad at you because you chickened out.
Yeah, I didn't do an NFL
Hold
team
on. Let's start with this. You've changed, man.
I have. I'm a
Really
dad.
has changed.
Yep. Fatherhood has changed.
Yeah, I'm a golfer now.
Figured out golf.
40-1. That's tough. There are certainly guys there.
Why am I not finding Heisman odds? Come on, man. Shouldn't be that hard. What's the name of the site? Google. Sorry. Why can't I find Heisman?
Are you on Bing again?
Probably. Heisman odds. Let's go. Where are they?
All right. I found one where a player is at 40-1 odds. Ryan Williams, wide receiver.
Oh, the dude from Bama?
Yeah. He's really good.
Okay, so team...
Arch Manning's the favorite.
Yes.
Like, that was the guy I was looking at right away. I'm like, just want to see what his odds are, and he's the odds
plus 600, plus 700.
You were looking at him right away. Did you think he'd be a long shot?
No, but I just want to see where he was at, if there was any value there. But he's literally the favorite.
Okay. So Ryan Williams, I'm seeing Ryan Williams' name at 40-1. He's on a team that could win a lot. If any of these 40-1 guys,
I think Dylan Raiola's worse than that.
Yeah, but they have to win. Their team has to win.
Not necessarily.
Well,
Travis Hunter just won it. Genty was the second. He was the runner-up.
I feel like if you're going to be a long shot, you almost
that
need...
was a playoff team. Wasn't Boise a playoff team?
All right, I'll give you one. C.J. Carr.
He's on the list, yeah.
Quarterback, Notre Dame.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
See Saline?
See what I just did? I just took the Notre Dame quarterback.
Hey.
If you're going to pick a position in a team, that would be the one.
Has he even played it down yet?
A real down? I don't think he has. Maybe he's checked into it.
Is he from Saline? Is that where he went?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Lloyd's grandson.
Bryce Underwood's on that list.
Is he 40-1?
Oh, he might be a less than 40.
I think he's less than 40.
I didn't take
now,
him,
but,
so.
Yep.
Nick Marsh, Gator.
What's Nick Marsh?
I think like 500-1.
Okay. All right, so
Gator got it. I took Ryan Williams, receiver from Alabama. So I looked at it this way. Devontae Smith, kind of similar type breakout receiver. Of course, yeah, they do have to win a little bit, Doug. They can't, be 5-7 or whatever. But Travis Hunter won it last year, like I mentioned. He was 34-1 at the time, I think, to start the year. He clearly played both ways, so that helped his argument a lot. But I think if you put the numbers together, Ryan Williams, he's a big splash type of receiver. And if he puts together just some monster numbers week in and week out, his numbers might be too impressive to ignore for Heisman winners or voters, sorry. So that's why that was a long shot, my 41. The quarterback situation is up in the air. I think Ty Simpson's probably going to win that job, right, Doug?
Yep.
So he's going to need to get him the ball. But yeah, that was my long shot this year. I felt better about that than any of the NFL teams.
I'll give you one more that would be in this long shot category, but it's because they could win their division and they could win their conference and go to the playoff. They're one of the favorites in their conference, and not a lot of people know about Avery Johnson, the quarterback from Kansas State. Now, to win a Heisman Trophy at Kansas State, you almost have to
win the whole thing.
Yeah, you got to do something. But Kansas State,
you have to win the conference.
Yeah, I think they could win their conference, and I think they could become a sleeper. So I would, between Notre Dame quarterback or Avery Johnson, there are your odds. But interesting. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to some of the feedback coming in. We'll get back to the Tigers at 11:35. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Thank you for all your responses, and we got a ton of them here regarding Kang, who is now, quote, figured out golf. Y'all been doing it wrong. It should be 12 holes. Feedback coming in. Here we go. And thank you, everyone, because we got a lot of this. They're building a 12-hole course at Arcadia Bluffs. Next text, Arcadia has a new course called The Dozen, only 12 holes. I believe it just opened recently. Check it out. That's from John in Dearborn. Kang getting a hole-in-one would just be how golf goes. I'm a 10 handicap at golf all the time. I don't have a hole-in-one. I have 5 buddies who are absolutely horrendous at golf, and they each have one. From Aaron in Walled Lake, played a 7-hole short course yesterday at the Little Cardinal at St. John's. Was the perfect amount of golf for a hot day. Well, I mean, the truth is you can walk off a golf course at any time.
Yeah, but you're paying for 9 or 18.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna play 12 holes and you paid for 18, that's a price.
Well, you're not getting your money's worth, but there is
might
that
be worth
option.
it to you.
Yeah, if you really can't straight out golf, have him explain it. That would be informative. That's from Scott. Yes.
Someone just sent in a text that said I should tell everyone I shot 75, but not tell anyone I skipped the last 6 holes.
Yeah, well, and that might be true. Okay.
Yeah, but you can't do that because then every golfer makes that joke. It's awful. It's awful. How'd you shoot out there? That's 75. That's really good. Yeah, but I only played 14 holes.
Yeah.
You want to punch that person in the face when they make that joke. So please don't do that.
It's a joke that gets made way too often, and they think they're the first to make it.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Okay. All right. So, Gator, let's get into your wheelhouse. Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, and Jose Briseño called up to Double-A Erie. Tiger prospects making the jump up from Single-A to Double-A. Our apologies to West Michigan. You've probably lost a substantial amount of star power you had on your team. But now those guys go to Double-A. You, my friend, love following minor league stats and how guys are doing. We've all heard of these guys because these are amongst the top prospects really in baseball. And it's great to have them in our system, our organization. We knew this would come along eventually. We knew at some point these guys would get the call up. But it's happened now. So, what is your thoughts?
I love it, and I was waiting to see when this was going to happen because these 3 guys need to move on. They're going to be fast tracked because they're just, as long as they continued this trajectory, why wouldn't they be? Kevin McGonigal was hitting like 370 at West Michigan. There's nothing more he can do at West Michigan. Move him up. And as a middle infielder, a shortstop kind of guy, I mean, I think they're really hoping that can stick, or they can at least stick in the infield in some way, see if he can continue to hit at the Double-A level, where the ballpark is actually easier to hit at Erie than it is at West Michigan. Max Clark, again, first-round pick from a couple of years ago. He's, 19, 20 years old, plays apparently a flawless center field, and he was hitting above 280, draws a ton of walks, great on-base percentage, and he was starting to hit for some power as well. I think he had like 7 or 8 home runs down at High A. He's got a lot of swagger to him. He deserved to get the jump up. But Josue Briseño, this guy, all he does is he drives in. He's an RBI a game player. He's got the power stroke. He had I don't know how many home runs he ended up with, 15 or 16, something like that. His OPS was well over 1,000. McGonigal's was like 1,100. So all 3 of those guys deserve to be moved up. But you can't move them up unless there's room. So what are the corresponding moves that's going to happen? We know of one, and that's that Trey Cruz is going to be promoted to AAA Toledo. Trey Cruz is playing shortstop and was a highly touted guy a few years ago.
Yeah.
He comes from the famous Cruz family of baseball, but really came into his own this year. His OPS, I think, was like in the 830s this year. Just deserved to get a promotion. So I'm curious to see what these other promotions are for other players. But now that this triumvirate is up at Double-A, that's huge. Because if they all show that they can do it at Double-A, then there's a chance we could see these players at some point next year.
Yeah, that's striking distance. They're getting themselves into striking distance. And, the fact is they have drafted very well. And, I mean, they're going up there and
they develop very well.
Max Anderson is there tearing it up. Isn't Roberto Campos?
Yep, he's there, although he's starting to hit again a little bit there, but he has struggled a little bit at AA, but he's only like 21 years old.
You also are setting yourself up for depleting some of those teams with guys you're shipping out via trade. You have to wonder, I doesn't feel like they're on the brink of making a trade, but could they be?
I mean,
could there be AA guys that teams are after? And Anderson's name comes up all the time because he just feels like he's proving to be a really interesting prospect who's buried behind many really interesting prospects as a middle infielder.
I'm going to guess. This is just reading tea leaves. I'm going to guess that Tyron Lorenzo, the catcher, is going to move up to AAA soon, or that he's going to be traded because Briseño is a catcher as well. And now if they're both at AA, who gets the reps? I mean, I suppose you could play with the other one at first base at some point, but there's a little bit of a logjam already. So this is what you're talking about. And with 3.5 weeks before the trade deadline, you don't want to have the logjam. You certainly don't want to create Scott Harris doesn't want to create that at the major league level. Why would we want to create that at the minor league level? Right. Blocking players from advancing, blocking the development. These guys need to play 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 games. So Lorenzo has started to hit at AA. His OPS has now crept up towards like 740. But over the last month, he's really picked it up. So I wonder if he gets a bump up to AAA because it's not like they have studs at catcher at the AAA level. They got a couple guys there. It wouldn't surprise me. One of them gets DFA'd. And just to make room for Briseño, that maybe Lorenzo is a second guy after Trey Cruz to be bumped up. But this is where you're going to see it because the Toledo lineup, AAA lineup, is just it's littered with guys that have had the chance to play at the major leagues and weren't good enough to stick there, or they're just being, at this point, it's just redundant to have some of those players there. The Tigers have players I think that other teams would like to have, even if it's you think about like Justin Henry Malloy. He looks pretty good with the Tigers, but they don't really have room for him, so he's stuck in purgatory right now. Because I don't think he's a long-term plan guy at this point. But does he help another team? Like if you're the Athletics and you're desperate to find players, major league ready players, does this guy help fit that bill along with getting another prospect?
Could. And the other thing that's about to happen, of course, is the draft, which is a whole nother influx of players. Right. And then they go, most of them go down to Florida, but there'll be a guy or two that might get a spot. Probably low A ball, but low A ball guys then get sent up to West Michigan. So I mean, it
happens every year.
Happens
like
every year.
You got to move them along. So I mean, when I mentioned a guy like Justin Henry Malloy, does he end up being a player thrown in a trade like what Trey Sweeney was for the Tigers last year? Right, Trey Sweeney,
right,
decent enough, but here we've had him for now a full season. Do you anticipate this guy's going to be the everyday shortstop? Probably not, but he's good enough for right now. Does a guy like Malloy become that player, good enough to be on the roster, but maybe not good enough to play 150 games a year, but comes with another prospect?
Sure.
Like Sweeney came with Lorenzo.
So here is the weird thing, okay? The weird thing is the following. I feel like since we've been doing the show together, we've been doing one or the other. We've been all in on the major league team, what's going on, which is what we did in the first hour. Or we've been all in on rebuilding what's going on in the minors and how can they get somebody else's young studs. Right now, we're kind of doing both.
Yeah.
We're having the luxury of having a team that is clearly going to compete for a playoff spot, let alone the World Series. And we'll see long term. And two, a minor league system that's actually fun to follow. So it feels like we're in this really weird play, like a wheelhouse of good things to follow when it comes to the Tigers. And yeah, now we're paying attention to what's going on at AA. And if it proves to be good at AA, you're right. Now you're getting into striking distance of perhaps players that could be seen at the major league level as soon as next year.
I mean, I just looked at one of the accounts we follow on Twitter, Tigers Torquemoil, where they follow the minor league system a lot for the Tigers. They're kind of fun to watch. Puts out the Erie Seawolves lineup right now. Can look with just guys like Max Anderson, Tyler Alonso, Josue Briseño, Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, and Roberto Campos.
Mm-hmm.
These are all top 20 prospects in the organization right now. Max Anderson's just killing it, absolutely killing it. I don't know if Max Anderson's long to stay at AA. He could be bumped up to AAA in the next week too. Maybe that's a third guy that gets up there. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Anderson and Lorenzo joined Trey Cruz at AAA to make room for these guys.
Sure. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
Fun. It's a lot of fun.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get some Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so we'll get back to some sports stuff next hour. There was news in the world of music over the weekend. Black Sabbath had a farewell concert. Ozzy, did he sit in the chair the whole concert?
I think he did. Well, he was only... So Ozzy went up there and basically just performed a handful of songs with surviving members of Black Sabbath. And also did some songs with just a band that would be the Ozzy Osbourne band. But the concert was like an all-day thing. So they had all these great rock musicians up there. Metallica was there. Some Guns N' Roses were there. I think Tool may have been there. There were a bunch of bands. And with a bunch of special appearances by people. And they would do like small lists, set lists, 4 or 5 songs each group would get up there. But at least one of them would be either an Ozzy song or a Sabbath song. So it was really kind of cool to see all these bands get up there and pay tribute to Ozzy, because this is going to be, I mean, this is billed as the last time he'll perform live.
Yep.
And I actually believe this one. I mean, the guy, he's dealing with Parkinson's. He's had some other health issues. And he was relegated to sitting in a throne while he was performing those songs, while the other band members are all over the stage and stuff. But the videos that I've seen looked like it was an amazing atmosphere. Jason Momoa, the actor, was kind of emceeing or hosting the whole thing. I guess he was a massive Black Sabbath fan, which I never knew. So I saw him do his like 2-minute introduction and bringing the first band out there, and it was pretty cool. Then it goes out and kind of forms a little bit of a mosh pit there. While Pantera was playing some songs. So just a really cool event. And it took place, I believe, in Birmingham, England, which is where Ozzy and Tony Iommi and Black Sabbath come from. So it was just returning home and kind of putting a bow on things for his amazing career.
People were crying.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. This guy is... I mean, Ozzy and Black Sabbath these were the people that ushered in the hard rock era of music in the early 70s.
And you saw them, right?
I've never seen... No, this is crazy for me, all right, because it bothers me. I've never seen Sabbath, and I never saw Ozzy. And they came to town a few years ago, and I had a chance to go, and I didn't go. I ended up being out of town, and then I missed it. And then I saw the videos online, and they sounded awesome. Mm-hmm. I think they played at Pine Knob, maybe. And I was really pissed that I missed that opportunity to see them, because I would have liked to. And so now it's gone. It's something I'll have to live with. It's a regret that I never saw them live, but I would have loved to have. Those other bands I saw, but
those concert cleats never made it out to see them.
I never got to wear the cleats again. No, didn't get the chance to, just be prepared in case stuff goes down.
Well, did you see Jason Momoa?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Do you think he had cleats on?
I think he may have. He had to have. He was in a mosh pit.
Yeah.
He needed cleats.
He was in the mosh pit?
He started it. He got into the crowd and started doing the circle, and everybody followed him, and then everybody starts doing the crazy mosh pit stuff.
Well, I knew you'd have something to say, so I just wanted to.
Well, they weren't the only ones that Oasis had a reunion. They're starting a reunion tour. The brothers haven't played together, I guess, in years. The first time since 2009 that the Gallagher brothers went up there and performed, and that is being met with great reviews. And I saw some videos, the two things that took the timeline on TikTok and Reels, felt like every other video was something from the Sabbath concert, the tribute concert there, or Oasis, which is really cool. And both taking place in Great Britain. I think Oasis was in Wales.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just awesome.
Well, certainly I knew it was Sabbath. I didn't expect it with Oasis, but I knew with Black Sabbath you'd have some thoughts. But all right, Gator, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. My champ is Shane Van Gisbergen he's the NASCAR driver, for winning his 3rd year in a row and sweeping the street race in Chicago this weekend. My chump is the U.S. men's soccer team. Do better. It's from Steven in a tow truck. Yeah, they didn't have some guys there, but they looked sloppy. Last night. Champ is Scooble, just otherworldly. Chump is Eiserman, crickets. Scooble is otherworldly. It's just a total cheat code.
I wonder how differently things would have gone if that called third strike to Quan to start off the game had been called a ball.
Well, it felt
and
like
he
the
draws
first,
a walk instead of the strikeout.
the first pitch of the game was in the zone, and I mean well in the zone. It got called a ball, and Scuba's like, what? And it was the first pitch of the game, and then I think after that he got 2 strikes out of the zone.
Kind of a crazy day for the umpire there. But nonetheless, I mean, Scooble doesn't really get rattled.
No, he doesn't.
He thrives on all this stuff, and he was great. 10 strikeouts. I mean, Casey Mize was great over the weekend. 7 shutout innings as well. Nice 1-2 right there. Let's get it going, Flaherty. Reese Olson went, 4 1/3 innings in his effort. It gave up 1 run. So building up to so we can pitch deeper into games. You'd like it if those are 4 good pitchers. What they have tonight, I don't know if they've announced it yet, but probably an opener again.
Feedback here. Champ, Joey Chestnut, Chump, Eiserman. That's from Will in Detroit.
Chestnut got it done. It was interesting. The over-under on hot dogs and buns was 71.5.
Mm-hmm.
He initially, they listed it at 71. Then it dropped down to 70.5 that they thought that he had finished. And then I think it went back up to 71 hot dogs that he had. So he hit the under. I said on Friday, I wasn't a betting man in this event, but I would have bet the under. I felt strongly on the under.
Did you?
Yeah. And as I'm watching it, as it's going on, like there's no way. He can't possibly catch up this total. And he had like 6 hot dogs in the last 30 seconds or something like that to get him close to the total there.
So I was away coaching baseball this past weekend. We were at a tournament down in Cincinnati. And the kids, I'm reminded every year, because we play on 4th of July weekend every year. I'm reminded every year, one of our kids, Brody, thinks that Joey Chestnut is an American hero and one of the best athletes on the planet. This led to much debate during a game in the dugout. Game's going on, and all the kids are talking about is whether or not Joey Chestnut is, and my oldest son was back helping coach, so we're in the dugout together, and he says he's one of the best athletes on the planet. And my oldest son turns to him and says, that is the worst take I've ever heard, and then just launched it into this great debate. Meanwhile, we're like, we pull the infield in here. You know, that kind of thing is going on. And they're
2 down, plays it first. All right, seriously. I mean, I know the guy trains hard and all this, but it's not like he's jumping. It's not like he's doing the Ninja Warrior bit while he's throwing down hot dogs. Now, then I would say he's one of the greatest athletes ever.
They got 3, 4, 5 coming up next inning. So anyway, 71.5 was the number, and he came in underneath. Should we warm up Matt in the bullpen?
You want to challenge that? No, we're good.
Feedback. Kang, you're laughing back
No,
there.
I'm just thinking, like, if you consider it a sport, you can't deny he isn't one of the greatest American athletes of all time. I mean, he's doing it on the 4th of July. Doesn't get more American than that. The hot dog gator.
Yeah.
I know you love the hot dog.
I do. I went through the whole thing on Friday. I do find it disgusting because of what they do to the buns. As a bread lover, what they do to the bun is sacrilegious. Dunking it in the water ahead of time. No, that's cheating. It's just flat out cheating.
It's allowed.
I know it is, and it should not be. This is my point. If you want to wash down things with a glass of water or a sip of water after you've got the hot dog in your mouth, that's fine. But don't dunk the bun in ahead of time.
You would respect them more if?
Yeah, I respect them less, for sure, with the way that they do things. And no mustard? Come on.
This is funny because this is somebody parachuting in, giving his opinion on how it should be.
Gators lost some respect for people that no one respect.
Oh, Brody respects the hell out of it.
Well, I mean, you got to go back. I mean, it's probably been close to 30 years since Kobayashi started this whole thing, but I think Kobayashi may have been the pioneer of dunking him in the water. But prior to that, did the guys just get up there and you take a plate full of hot dogs and see if you can eat them? Going raw dog with them, right? No mustard, no ketchup, no condiments, just straight up hot dog and bun. And then here comes this newcomer, going to dunk him in the water, help dissolve the bun. It's gross. It's gross.
That's the gross part, Doug.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. That's what leads to everything else.
Everything else is not gross.
I swear to you. So when they finish this competition, like 5 minutes later, you can tell they are struggling to keep the things down. Like, oh, I just want to get in a room and unload one way or the other. This stuff is coming out of my body. And they have the plate. They reassemble a platter of hot dogs, however many he had. So they have 70 1 hot dogs on a platter in front of him, and Chestnut's got like this half smile. It looks like he's still chewing on a dog. There's still some pieces in the back molars or something like that, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, whew." It's unbelievable. Like, how could you even look at a hot dog, let alone 71 more, after you just ate 71 of them?
My man gets it done.
I mean, that's the most impressive thing of all, is the intestinal fortitude to keep it down and not have that reversal of fortune right there on the platter while they're showing you what you just ate.
Champ Zack McHustle, Chump Steve Eiserman, that's from an unnamed texter. Champ Emmanuel Clase played a huge part in the Tigers' win yesterday. Chump myself, I didn't put on sunscreen at the beach on Saturday. My sunburn still hurts. That's from Tony and Troy.
Sorry, man. Aloe. Lots of aloe.
Man, lots of sunscreen in the first place.
Yeah. Use apply that aloe several times during the day.
Clase. That's the first vote for Clase for Champ. I really thought that was a pass ball, but I guess it was in the books as a wild pitch. 248-539-9797. All right, a future for the Tigers. What if this happens? I want to get your take. We'll do that today at 12:05 on 97.1. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. We spent a whole ton of time talking about the Tigers today, and obviously the series win, the series sweep in Cleveland. It feels like that's a team that has dominated this division since 2016. What did we say? 5 division championships.
Yeah.
6 or 7 playoff appearances. They've been, the standard bearer in the American League Central. And the idea that the Detroit Tigers just went in there and swept them, I felt like there were blank looks on their faces. Have we been passed up? And there's a lot of season to go, but the absolute awesome reality of this thing is that the Tigers are pulling away from the rest of the American League Central. 23 games over, 13 and a half in front of the Twins. Now, if you're the Twins, you're going, don't forget what we did last year, which is what they did last year was completely collapse down the stretch and allow a team like the Tigers that got hot to move past them, which is great. But the Tigers, they did it yesterday. They did it all weekend, really unconventional fashion. Not a lot of runs scored until we got to extra innings.
I feel like with the Twins are only going to go as far as their big 2 players can stay healthy. Correa and Buxton. If they can stay healthy and play together for a stretch of time, they can win some games. But that just hasn't been the case in their career. Although this year it seems, knock on wood, for Byron Buxton, he's stayed relatively healthy and he's having a really good season. The guy is a game-changing player.
Yep.
He's fast as hell. He hits for all types of power now. He's crushing home runs, and he plays an amazing center field as well. I really, really like Byron Buxton, but he's just not been able to stay healthy, and neither is Correa.
Okay, so last week, and I don't know if you talked about the CBS Sports list of the top 25 players that could be traded, potential to be traded, and their landing spots.
I did not.
Okay.
I think I saw the list, but I did not talk about it.
All right, so I wanted to bring this up because I found it fascinating. And it was players ranked 1 to 25. Number 1, Ryan McMahon, third baseman, Colorado Rockies. And it goes and tells why he's available and what he can provide a new team. Then it says potential landing spots. Red Sox, Yankees, Mets. Right?
Yep.
And you work your way through this list. Number 2 is Freddie Peralta, the Brewers. Potential landing spots. Mets, Yankees, Padres.
You had the same reaction I had when I was reading this. Yeah.
Number 3, Eugenio Suarez, third baseman, Arizona Diamondbacks. Potential landing spots. Reds, Red Sox, Angels. Merrill Kelly, right-hand pitcher, Diamondbacks. Potential landing spots. Mariners, Braves, Twins. I'm going to spare going through the entire list. The number of players that were listed with a potential landing spot was Detroit. Was 0. In the meantime, and obviously if you're one of the potential landing spots, that can be a number of players. 30 teams in Major League Baseball. 19 were listed as potential landing spots. 9 of the players on the list, the potential landing spot was the Twins. 8, the Padres. 7, Atlanta. 6, Texas. Philly, the Angels, and the Yankees were listed as potential landing spot for 3. None of these players was their potential landing spot listed as Detroit. None of them. Now, this is one Baseball Insider's opinion, but not Nolan Arenado, not Zack Gallen, the pitcher, not Zach Eflin, the pitcher from Baltimore, not who's the guy, Jake Bird from Colorado. He's on the list. None of these guys did they list Detroit. Now, to be fair, there were 3 or 4 that said potential landing spot, practically every contender.
Yes.
So there's that. That's all encompassing. But the buyers, the Twins being listed as a potential landing spot for 8 of the top 25, and the Tigers as none. Does this guy know something? Is it an oversight? Are the Tigers the 4th team because he listed 3 for everybody except for the ones where he said pretty much all the contenders? Is it that the Tigers are shooting lower in the market? Or is this just some dipstick in his list? With all respect, too.
Right. I think it's probably just some dipstick in his list there because I saw another article was very similar, and I think it may have been from The Athletic, that start going through the players' names, and none of them are being mentioned the Tigers. But then there were two that were, and one of them was Suarez, and the other one was Jake Bird.
Interesting.
Along with a host of other players that every contending team would want them. But I did find it strange because, I mean, you're talking about, everybody says the Tigers need a right-handed hitting bat in the lineup or a third baseman, and I'm like, you've got 3 third basemen listed here, whether it's Nolan Arenado or Alex Bregman or Suarez or whomever, and only Suarez is listed Detroit as a possibility. Find it strange, but it's okay. None of that matters what CBS Sportsline list is going to do because it's just one dipstick, as you said. That's going to be.
I said with all respect to
with all respect to,
dipstick. Yeah,
but you're a dipstick for not including the Tigers in any of these. The Tigers are the best team in baseball, one of the best records in baseball with the Dodgers, and they're going to improve themselves at the deadline. How much improvement, how much of a dent they're going to make, we don't know yet. But this, all respect to dipstick, doesn't seem to think the Tigers are going to be really moving the needle all that much.
Well, look, the funny thing is, do they need to make a trade? Okay. Let's say the dipstick in question is onto something. All right. Do they need to make a trade if this guy knows his stuff and the Tigers aren't going to make a trade? I am only scared of the teams that are going to make a trade, right? Does that make sense? Like at this point, I'm not scared of anybody in the American League from the Tigers can't beat them standpoint. What I am scared of is somebody else in the American League gets Suarez. Somebody else in the American League gets Freddie Peralta. Somebody else does something big that really enhances their chances. So does Scott Harris go, I'm going to keep you on the line and wait to see what everybody else does? Or is he going to strike first? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does he say, we're going to set the market. We're going to let everybody know what they're chasing. Because, if nobody else does anything huge, and I guess it's foolish to say nobody will do anything huge, but the Tigers are in a very good position. They don't need to make another change. Now, if they do, and would you rather have a really good bullpen arm? Would you rather have Aroldis Chapman? Would you rather have a really good starting pitcher, Freddie Peralta? Or would you rather have a really good bat, Eugenio Suarez? What direction would you go?
For me, it's easy. I'm going bullpen 1, bullpen 2.
Okay.
Starting pitcher 3, and bat 4. And I'm not ignoring the bat. I'm just saying it's far down that list.
What's funny about the bat is the bat used to be a higher priority for me. And with each passing week, and even with this weekend being what it was, where they didn't score a ton of runs until yesterday in the 10th, where you get the head start with a runner at second. Gator, I'm getting more and more confident in this offense.
Yeah, I like this offense. But when you start looking at who are these players are going to be available, well, some interesting things are going on right now. Toronto is playing great baseball right now, so they vaulted themselves on top in the American League East.
Yep.
Boston is also playing really good baseball right now, which is surprising, and they find themselves just 2.5 games out of the wild card spot. You need Boston to fall back a little bit further so that someone like Aroldis Chapman does become available. Because that's a guy I think that would probably be priority 1 for the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting with Cleveland. Would Cleveland make a trade with the Tigers within the division? Probably not. But if you're Cleveland, you have to do what's best for the organization. And if Clase becomes available...
Is there any indication he would?
I can see him being available. I don't think I see him being available to the Tigers. Because I know people are really iffy about doing things like that. Baltimore is another team that has no shot of making the playoffs. 7.5 games out of the wild card spot. They're 6-4 in the last 10 games. Maybe they're trending upward a little bit, but if they're not going to make up that ground, they got to make the decision to move on. And they've got some bullpen arms in Baltimore that makes sense. That's just the American League. There are players out there to improve this squad without a doubt for the Tigers. Because you look at the last 2 or 3 bullpen arms in the Tigers pitching staff, you can find upgrades. One of them is going to come with Alex Lang, but can they find at least one more upgrade? And they can't.
So you just threw Class A out there. I just looked at him.
I'm just throwing
okay,
it out
because he's under club control till 2029. I can't see a scenario where they say, here, Detroit, you take him, and you'll have him for the next 3 years.
No, I can't imagine they would. But I mean, if somebody comes with with an offer, and Class A has not been as lights out as he has been, he's trending in the wrong direction. Does Cleveland just decide, you know what, we're gonna try to load up on prospects and move forward? And like I said before, Cleveland's a really smart organization. If they have a bad year, it doesn't linger into like 3 or 4 bad years. They correct it really quickly.
So how do you feel about that, Tiger fans? The necessity of making a trade. Is it a requirement? Will you be upset if they don't? And if they do, what do you prioritize? Do you go with the bullpen arm, like an Aroldis Chapman? Do you go with a starter, like Freddie Peralta? Do you go with a really good bat, like Eugenio Suarez? It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls next. Plus your champ and chump votes on this Monday. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. There you go. That is Dan Dickerson's call, 248-539-9797. Gator and I were both talking about this same list where the Tigers weren't listed as a potential landing spot for any of the top 25 players that are going to be available at the trade deadline, as predicted by this writer from CBS Sports that we very disrespectfully called him a dipstick. Our apologies indeed. I'm sure he's a fine reporter.
Sure.
And, it's just one man's opinion. And we have been dipstickian in our past as well. But what if they don't do anything? I'm not worried. I'm not scared. Like I feel like this team can match up with anybody in the American League. I'd like to see some reinforcements come, but it feels like we're playing defense against the biggest motivation is to play defense against anybody else making a big move, which is almost to become like there's no way the Yankees don't fortify, right?
Right. I mean, the Yankees usually do. And it's an organization that's usually pretty deep with players in the minor league system. And
So-
what are they going to do?
Let me be clear here, too. It's not kick your feet up on the table, Scott Harris. You don't need to do anything. It's be laying the foundation, the groundwork for the kind of trades that you want to make and be ready. Now, if something comes along that you get better and you don't have to dip into the deep pool of prospects in a trade that makes sense, yeah, push the button. And how about Toronto? How about them?
I mean, I want to give you credit because I know you won't do it for yourself here, but I'll give you credit. It feels like it's 3 or 4 weeks ago, probably closer to 4 weeks ago, when we were talking about baseball and talking about, hey, what do the Tigers need to add? And everybody was all hot and heavy on, got to add Bo Bichette.
Mm-hmm.
Go get Bo Bichette. Just go do it. And you were the only one that told people to put the brakes on because Toronto at that time was only like a couple games out of a wild card spot. Fast forward to today, Toronto has a 3-game lead in the American League East because they've gone on a 32-18 tear. And to your credit, you saw that you don't know what teams are going to be contending, what teams are not. So if you're going to trade for Bichette, you're going to probably have to wait to see right before the trade deadline where Toronto is at. And right now, Toronto's in a really good spot. Would they be willing to trade Bo Bichette at this point? I don't think so.
No.
Not when they're leading a division.
No. And we're in a weird spot that we've never done this before. It was since the wild card format's expanded. Last time we were talking about being buyers at the trade deadline really was before this format. And so we're navigating, and by we, I mean the fans. Scott Harris has been at other organizations, been paying attention, but here in Detroit, we haven't been buyers at the trade deadline. And so with this new playoff format, it's harder than ever to make a trade. 248-539-9797. Hey, Brad is in Waterford and on 97.1. What's up, Brad?
Hey, guys. Great show as usual.
Thank you.
Hey, hey, Doug, we play in the same PBR tournament as you guys starting on Thursday.
Oh, do you? Cool. Well, maybe we'll see you at some point.
Michigan Bandits.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I
Yep.
hope to see you. We're not in your pool. Hope to see you in the on Sunday. So,
Oh,
you
we'd
guys got a
love
good
that. We'd love that.
team. Yeah, you guys got a good team.
Who are you with?
Detroit Metro Stars.
Okay, yeah, sure. Played you in the past.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's up? What do you got?
So hope they do. Yeah. We with the Tigers, I think that they should. I mean, they're going to be fine. They're definitely going to be buyers. But I like what they got over in Pittsburgh with a Keller and a Bednar. Yeah, I really like what they got going on over there. Of course, you got to check out what Arizona's going to do with Suarez, but that might be pretty expensive. And if they don't do anything third base, I think McKinstry is the ultimate all-star glue guy. So I think they'd be all right over there.
Well, just to look ahead, Arizona right now is 4.5 games out of a wild card spot, and they're trending in the wrong direction for them. They're 3-7 in their last 10 games. So maybe Arizona is going to be sellers here real soon. And with Pittsburgh, even though Pittsburgh's playing better under Donnie Kelly Baby as their manager, I think slightly better than 500, they're still 11 games out of a wild card spot. So I could see them moving some players as well. So you might have two good teams here to look at.
yeah, I think Bednar would be very good as a seventh inning guy. Then you can go with Tommy Conley, and you got Vest right there. I think Vest has kind of established himself as the closer. So, but yeah, definitely look at what Pittsburgh roster is.
Well,
and again, not to repeat myself, but it would cost you maybe a top 7 prospect to go after Suarez.
Probably. I mean, I would think it would sting. If I'm Arizona, and Arizona, thank you for the phone call. Maybe we'll see you this weekend. If I'm Arizona, I'm thinking about they're still on that cusp, and their GM has said they don't want to be sellers. And I don't blame him. I mean, they made the World Series a couple years ago as a wild card when they just snuck in. They still have that in their recent memory. That's not a team that's trying to give up. That's a team that's trying. They're probably more likely to add than to sell. The Pittsburgh call's great. Like, I mean, they've got a bunch of guys in Santana and Bednar out of the bullpen. Cabrian Hayes, the third baseman, who's a really good glove, could become available. But I'm worrying less and less about the offense all the time. And I'm trying not to, I mean, stop me if you heard this before. I'm trying not to fall in love with our own guys.
Right.
Circa Lions discussion leading up to the trade deadline in the NFL. But our own guys are getting the job done. This wasn't an offensive showcase this past weekend, but they swept. And then they did explode in extra innings. And, you know, their bigger problem leading into this weekend was the pitching was looking like it was starting to take on water.
I mean, they got 2 hit on Saturday.
Yeah.
Spencer Torkelson had both hits, including a solo home run to start off the second inning, and they won 1-0.
Yeah.
That's the kind of season this has been. And it's not they've been that bad offensively. It's just in one game, in one snapshot in time, that's a game you look at and like, oh my God, this is a special season for these guys. Because the offense has been so good. It's been top 10 in just about every category with the exception of stolen bases.
And what's crazy, like the Washington series was bad, right? They lose the series. They average 7 runs a game in Washington. So you come back and you don't score against Cleveland. That doesn't mean you have offensive problems. But, you know, we'll see. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. So the trade deadline stuff is certainly going to crank up. But let's get to some Champ and Chump votes as they come in. Champ, Casey Mize. There's so many to choose from on this team, but Casey gets very little love. He should be on the All-Star team with a 9-2 record at a 2.63 ERA. The Chump, Cade Smith. I guess he is human. Well, Cade Smith has dominated Detroit last year in the postseason into this year. Tigers lit him up yesterday with the vaunted attack led by Trey Sweeney with the big blow in that game. Casey Mize deserves some love, and I'm glad you gave me a Champ vote. He's been great, and it was a big outing for him this past weekend. Champ, the Tigers, they sweep despite only scoring 4 runs in 27 innings. Chump, Stevie asleep at the wheel. Eiserman, that's from Dennis Downriver.
Well, it's a long off season.
Yeah.
So if they go into a training camp and they haven't made a trade, I think we're all there. Right now, I think there's a lot of frustration with the Red Wings. I think people were really hoping a week ago going into free agency that there were going to be some big-time free agents they can get in on. Most of them were gone because they had all re-signed. Those that remained expressed an interest not to play in Detroit and wanting to play for a team that had a chance to win the Stanley Cup. And that's the bitter reality of where we're at right now. It's not that Detroit is a bad hockey destination. It's that right now the current state of the team isn't attractive enough. Experienced players want to win a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
So if you're not contending, if you're not showing those strides, then you're kind of SOL. And even like trade, I guess it was a report over the weekend from Elliot Friedman saying that there were different players they were in on that they wanted to trade for, and those guys just didn't want to come here. And it hurts to see that.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Champ Matthew Boyd for making the All-Star team. Chump Steve Eiserman. That's from Jeff in Bay City. Matthew Boyd, how about him? Remember last year, Tigers faced him in the postseason, and we were all, oh, Matthew Boyd, the old face, and he'd been hurt much of the year, and now he's come back, and he's made the All-Star team with the Cubs. Pretty impressive. A named texter Champ, besides the Gallagher brothers, is spark plug Zack Mack for his steal of home. Chump is a USA soccer team. We didn't technically steal home, but he kind of was. He was poised. He was poised.
Showed
he was
some
ready
poise.
to pounce when the opportunity presented itself. So,
just to go back on the Matthew Boyd stuff.
Yeah,
his season has been incredible thus far. 9-3 with a 2.52 earned run average, and his walks plus hits per innings pitch is just 1.07.
That's great.
Great for him. Really great for him. He was a likable guy, but his time in Detroit came to an end.
Okay, Gator. I wanted to bring something up here real quick. Well, it might not be quick. A member of our local media has asked for some help. Well, didn't really ask for some help. Made a comment on social media, and we got a text about this as well. And now I can't find the dang text. Although I did find this one. Good teams find a way to win games. Great teams find ways to win, even when they're not perfect in all areas of the game, and they pick each other up. Go Tigers. That's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, there's a lot to like about the way this Tiger season is going. A lot to like. And this weekend, maybe is one of the better examples of it, because you're talking about, stuff didn't go perfect offensively, and they still swept them.
That's what's fun to watch with this team. It's not always going to go the way that you planned it out, but as long as in the end you come out winning, who cares? Like I said, Saturday night, they have 2 hits. 2 freaking hits.
Yep.
And they won.
Yep.
I don't know how many times that's happened in history where you literally get 2 hits and win a game. Probably not often.
All right, here's I found the text. So I'll start with this. Champ, the Tigers pitching staff gave up 2 earned runs in 3 games. Chump, my drive home from St. Ignace yesterday, a 4-hour and 15-minute drive took 7 hours. Tons of traffic and construction on 75, plus a flying rock cracked my windshield. That's from Jason in Oak Park.
That's not good.
Are you familiar with Stephanie Mead, meteorologist from Fox 2?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think we're all familiar with Stephanie Mead from Fox 2.
Well, Stephanie Mead from Fox 2 came from Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And
Quite
been here
fetching.
a couple years. And she put out this on social media. It took 6.5 hours to get home from up north yesterday. We stayed 4 hours away. It makes you rethink going up there on the holidays. And then she had a happy face emoji or laughing emoji or whatever it is. And then hashtag the 9. Do you have any advice for the Stephanie Mead as it pertains to getting back from up north?
As far as that's concerned. Hey,
Gator.
What? She's a dog lover. She's attractive. What's the problem? Yes, I would. It's you and I do things differently when it comes to up north. When I used to go up all the time.
Just up north?
Yeah.
Everything else works
up north.
Everything else are the same.
Everybody else were just like twins. Twinsies.
Yeah, exactly. Like the movie Twins.
Right. Yeah. It's not the Tuma. I would say that Doug and I approach it differently, and yet I think it works for both of us. When I used to go up north, I would leave Sunday evening. Like I would stay up in Petoskey, and I would stay there till 7:30, maybe even 8 o'clock before I would head home, because I didn't want to deal with the traffic on 75. And by the time that you get to those traffic areas, it would be like 10 o'clock at night, and it's no longer a traffic area. That's how I handled it. You take the other approach, which is leave it before the crack of dawn. You leave that early in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure that her shift would allow for her to.
Well, that's a whole other thing.
If she's on Fox 2 in the morning, she can't do the Doug plan, which is get up at 4 a.m. on Monday and drive straight to work, or get up at 3:30 and go drop the kids and the wife off at home and go straight to work.
I'm not sure what her schedule is, but if she's asking for advice on how to handle it,
She really wasn't. We're just offering it up.
Oh, fair enough. But that's a decision you make is, do I leave early in the morning or do I leave late at night? And I know some people even they'll leave if they're going to stay the weekend, they leave early Sunday morning and go, and that sucks because you will find some traffic. It won't be nearly as bad depending on how early you do leave, but you're not enjoying the day where you wanted to enjoy the day. So now your long weekends turn into like a 2-day weekend instead of a 3 or 4.
Which is what I do. I extend it as long as possible. The alarm sounds. I'm miserable in that moment, but you pack the car the night before.
Yeah.
You roll the family out of bed. You get pillows and blankets. You're gonna sleep, and I'll leave it. Be on the road at 3:30, 4 in the morning. Get back, no traffic.
When I left,
but just so we're clear on why, that makes me enjoy the entire day Sunday.
Yes,
and I feel like if we're leaving at any point on Sunday, I don't really enjoy the day. It feels like the whole purpose of the day is to leave, and it
which is why I like to leave late at night on Sunday, because I can enjoy the whole day and then leave, and I'm fine. When we were up at Shanty Creek and I stayed an extra night, I went to see my buddy up in Charlevoix, and I spent the night in Charlevoix. I left Saturday morning. I left at 7:45 in the morning.
Wow, look at you.
I know. It was the most perfect day I had in a while on that Friday night. So I woke up, got out of bed, took a shower, and left the house by 7:45, was on the road. And there was no traffic because it was a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Any construction I saw, I could breeze through. And it also helps now that the speed limit's up to 75 for most of that drive, too. So that was good to see. But plenty of construction, but because you're leaving on that Saturday instead of the Sunday, you're avoiding a lot of the traffic. And the time of day that you leave is vitally important to your sanity.
Well, we brought it up because we got a text that jumped the traffic. A 4-hour and 15-minute drive became over a 7-hour drive from one of our listeners. We saw that Stephanie Meade posted on social media, the meteorologist from Fox 2, that it took 6.5 hours to get home on what should have been a 4-hour drive. I mean, look, it's great to live in Michigan. Long holiday weekends are the best. Taking advantage of all the state has to offer. Yep. And some people are good with, I know I'm going to be in traffic, and I'm fine with it. Others, you'll go to any length to avoid the traffic to get back. And you and I are both, we have our technique to get back without the least amount of headaches. I kind of wish I was one of those people that didn't mind it so much, because I feel like I wouldn't worry as much.
I mean, I drove to and from Chicago within a 24-hour period a couple weeks ago, and the drive to Chicago is brutal. It should take 5 hours, and it took me 7.5 because it was construction in the middle of downtown Chicago, where it went 5 miles in 2 hours, which was maddening beyond belief. But that's because I didn't reroute, and I made a bad decision to stay in there. But it happens. You know that traffic is always going to be an issue, and here in the state of Michigan, this time of the year, you got 4th of July weekend. Yeah, it's going to be a brutal day for traffic.
I got back to Detroit from Vegas faster than Stephanie Meade got from up north to Detroit.
Facts.
Yeah, so your flight was when?
I left at 11:30 a.m. Vegas time, which is what?
Well, are they mountain or is it 2:30? Okay, so they're Pacific. So 2:30, and you landed in Detroit at
6 p.m. 6:30.
Okay, so you're 4 hours back from Vegas.
Yeah.
Stephanie Meade, 6.5 hours back from up north. One caller, 7+ hours back from St. Ignace.
Well, I gotta ask you guys this, because I mean, this happens in other states too. With I just saw right now on my social media on Twitter or X that Vegas LA traffic is bumper to bumper after the 4th of July weekend. You know what I mean? And then they said in the comments section, this comes up a lot, build the train already. Okay?
It's being built.
Okay, no.
It
So
is,
yeah.
It is, and it's going to be like
LA?
a high speed 2.5 hour trip.
So my question for us as Michiganders, what we care about, is there something that can be done about the up north traffic, or is this just something that we just have to deal with as Michiganders?
Build the train.
But what about the people bringing up all their stuff and things like that? It's a different drive, obviously, than going to Vegas from LA. But Doug, Gator, I asked you guys, is there? I mean, you just mentioned you mumbled build the train, but should they build something, or do we deal with this? Is there a better way?
I mean, they've had a few years ago they introduced flights
Yeah.
Short flights that get you
I
up
mean,
there.
Delta still goes to. Well, you can get a flight to Traverse City, and you get a flight to
Pellston.
Pellston, thank you. I was totally blanking on that. And there was that one airline that came and went that was flying people up there.
Yeah.
The train idea, I love it because I love train travel, but it's hard to imagine getting up north and not having a vehicle.
But people would do it, and if you have people doing it, it cuts down on the traffic on the roads too.
Yeah. Well,
but yeah, it sucks.
If anybody has a technique they'd like to share, what they do, their strategy
How
for
much more
avoiding.
construction?
Well, I mean, so where we were driving down to Cincinnati this weekend, and it's 3 lanes now from Toledo to Findlay. Like that whole way through Bowling Green and all that, it's 3 lanes. They've obviously widened that. North of Bay City is where it goes down to 2 lanes. Could you imagine the project to try and make it 3 lanes all the way up north? That would take years. It would be great.
Yeah, well,
but these projects take forever.
I guess they do.
I mean, and if it's going to take, well, we'll get to your phone calls.
How about
and
flying
feedback.
cars? Can we get flying cars?
The Jetsons.
Yeah.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door just not working properly at all? Is it time to fix it or just get rid of it altogether and get something brand new and beautiful? If that's the case, contact the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. I had to get new garage doors a couple years ago. I thought it was going to be a daunting task. It was not. They came out, met with me right away, walked me through the entire process, showed me all the different options. I was able to pick out the garage doors that were perfect for me and for my house. And I could not be more satisfied with what happened. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They will walk you through the entire process yourself, take away all of that concern that you have and all the stress. Get it done and get it done right. Call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, tons of people with their strategy, how they get back from up north, as we've got chump boats, people talking about, look, it's a holiday weekend in Michigan, no surprise. They drive back from up north on a Sunday can be very frustrating for many people in the Metro Detroit area, but you also, unless you're kind of going for the first time, you kind of know what you're getting into. So we're kind of responding what the listeners had to say. We mentioned Stephanie Mead, the meteorologist from Fox 2, said it took her 6.5 hours to get home from a up north venue or place, destination. They were normally 4 hours away, 6.5 to get back. Here's the feedback coming in. Hi, this is Amy in my car just listening on my lunch hour. I was in Saugatuck, left early morning Sunday. Took me 3 hours and 15 minutes to get to Grosse Ile. However, my friend that was in Glen Arbor left at 10:30. Took her over 9 hours to get home.
Oh, what? Huh?
That's bad.
I think you would have rerouted the hell out of that one.
Oh, there's no way I would have sat through that. Next text. This is a problem with Michigan. Everyone acts like it's the best state ever, but there's essentially one way up north. Tons of people take the same one big construction zero, among other issues. Tons of people take the same one big construction zero. I don't know what that means. It's from Greg in St. Pete, Florida. Total skill issue on the drive back. You either leave later in the day or take Monday off and skip it all. I drove back down from the UP yesterday. I left at 2 and only added 20 minutes to my drive to Grand Rapids. So I'm assuming leaving 2 from the UP is leaving later in the day. That's why the thumb is better than okay. Right by the lake, awesome beach, hour and a half up 94. That's from Todd.
I will say that is a major selling point about the thumb. Caseville, Port Austin, all that up there. Major selling point is that it's close proximity. You're not going to bang your head against the window because of traffic nearly as much. It's an easy drive.
Afternoon, guys. We spent the weekend in Detour Village in the UP, which is typically a 5-hour trip. We left at 6 p.m. last night, pit stopped in West Branch, and got home at exactly 11 p.m. We have 4 kids, 8, 6, 4, and 2. Step up your game, Stephanie. That's from Jeff and Dexter.
Oh. Shots fired.
Dominic in Clausen says, Doug must not drink to leave at 4 a.m. F that. Well, I'm not going to certainly get a DUI when you try and sleep it off. And so, no. At least I don't drink heavily. Might have a beer or two, but I'm going to give
the genie in the bottle.
Yeah, that's what you do. I'm going to give a lot of props to my wife for some expert navigating around traffic coming home Sunday from Alpena. Drove down some dirt roads here and there, but mostly saw beautiful farmland.
Well done.
Leave Oscoda at 8:30, home at 11, into work at 7. You hit the other groups that are coming from Torch Lake, and they're all doing 80 in no time. Mike in Shelby Township. My girlfriend left Charlevoix at 11:30 a.m. and called me almost in tears after a 7-hour drive.
Oof.
I left Charlevoix at 7:45 p.m. and made it to Shelby Township in 3 hours and 20 minutes. I should have been an F1 driver. That's from an unnamed texter.
This is what I'm saying. You leave, for me, leaving later at night.
Yep. I mean, some people are better like driving. I personally am better driving early in the morning than late at night. I get way more tired if it's getting later at night than I do if I have to get up ridiculously early. But hey, people are different. Traffic was wild this year. My trip yesterday from Roscommon to Richmond was 4 hours. It's usually 2.5. But we just jump off 75 and take the side roads through the Thumb home. Stopped at a bar in the Thumb for lunch and just make the best of it. And then Kevin says, only happens on 3 major holidays. Avoid the interstates. My typical 3.5-hour interstate drive took me 4:25 yesterday, avoiding the interstate. So there you go. If you have the time, take the back roads. Hopefully that helps. There you go, Stephanie, and others that have struggled when it comes to getting back. 248-539-9797. So, Gator, I would imagine last week you guys talked quite a bit about the Red Wings' lack of movement.
Yes.
Or lack of what felt like significant movement.
That's the better way to put it. And that's actually how we put it, yes.
Yeah. So with that, we've gotten a lot of chump votes. I feel weird. We got a lot of chump votes for Eiserman. I feel like this thing isn't over. The offseason's not over. but the resources available to improve the roster are starting to dwindle here a little bit, right? I mean, you go into free agency with big ideas, big dreams, big plans, and then you watch names that either don't reach the open market like Ekblad or ones that go elsewhere like Marner. And you start focusing on that next tier of free agents and then the next tier of free agents. And now you're like, well, maybe there's a trade.
Y'all better win a game.
Yeah, kind of. Which is what your coach said to you when you guys were losing every week.
In the throes of a losing streak that lasted the entire season.
Anyway, with that said, what was the overall take? It doesn't sound, based upon the feedback today.
Oh, people are not happy. People are they're done with Steve Eiserman. A lot of the listeners that called in and the people that texted, they're done with him. And I'm not there yet because I know that this offseason isn't done yet. When they traded for DeBrincat, it was the second week in July. We've seen other players. I think people had brought up the one of the Kachuk trades took place at like July 22nd a few years ago. So there's time to make trades still. And Steve Eiserman's not going to tell us what his plan is. I mean, he did mention it at the exit press conference that, or I should say like the free agency press conference, that there are teams that are willing to move some players, and he's going to be in contact with those teams and see if it's the right fit. Now, does it happen in the offseason? You would hope it happens in the offseason. But like I said, I'm not there to say this guy's not getting the job done. He's done a pretty good job drafting. But as far as adding players to this team to make them playoff ready, it's not happened. He's added players to this team over the years that have brought more adults into the room and kind of been bridge players to make this team better so they can experience some kind of success rather than just losing game after game after game. And it's not that long ago. This is the worst team in hockey by 20 points. And yet they didn't get the top pick overall. In fact, that pick went to a playoff team, which makes no sense, but that's neither here nor there. So as time has gone on, he's added more of those players. They're like bridge players, but meanwhile, the Red Wings are mired in purgatory for the NHL. Good enough to compete for a playoff spot, but not good enough to clinch it. And it's been 3 straight years in March that they've had these, dismal display of hockey where it results in them not finding a playoff spot. So for me, I'm not there saying he's got to go, but I can be there if this team doesn't make the moves necessary to get them to that level by the trade deadline, which I know nobody wants to wait that long for it. But I mean, if they don't get something done before the start of the season, I'm going to be taking that step in the direction. If then you get to the trade deadline and they still don't do something to improve the team and they don't make the playoffs, then I'll be on that side that says he's going to have to go. But it's a longer runway for me because I see a brighter future ahead for this team because I do think that they've got some really good prospects that are going to have to matriculate over the next year or two. I'm curious to see the competition that comes into play in training camp from these players if they can make this roster. But yeah, I do think they have to add to this team right here and now. But if you told me that his plan is to hang on, for a trade at the deadline to acquire Kyle Connor, right? Local kid, Winnipeg player who's had a fantastic year, over 90 points last year, and he'll be a free agent at the end of the season. If Winnipeg finds himself in a position that they're going to have to trade him because they know they're not going to be able to re-sign him, and the Red Wings come calling, and that's the move they're going to do, and they've created all this cap space so they can give him a $12 million a year contract or whatever it is it's going to take to get him, then I think we'll all be okay with that. But it's waiting for that to happen. Nobody wants to wait for it. We want it now because we've been waiting forever for this team to get going.
Waiting forever. And do I think that there's a plan other than free agency? Do I think he's working on trades? Do I think he's got maybe even the groundwork laid and just putting something together that could help this team? Yeah, I think it's certainly possible. I mean, I go back to last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, when everybody was outraged when he said he wasn't going to buy anybody out, and then he moved Tarasenko and actually didn't have to keep any of the salary. And that was a good move. He had another plan, and the plan worked. This idea that there's another plan to add to the roster, I mean, it's one of the most obvious things to do is to sign a free agent of substance. But it feels like the last few seasons, the free agent signings have been so underwhelming. Why would we believe that this year is going to be any different as far as what's left? And then B is, go out and make a trade? Sure. But those are hard to project. You don't know who's going to be shopped to them. I just hope there's a plan, and I suspect that there is, and that there's things in the works behind the scenes, and there's plan B.
Well, yeah, and we hear the GM say all the time, and it's not just Steve Eisen. We've heard Scott Harris say this. I think we've even heard Brad Holmes say it. You got to have two to tango. You got to find a trade partner, somebody who's willing to trade somebody to you. But in the meantime, you've seen some pretty good hockey players either get signed to offer sheets last year that help make teams playoff ready. You've seen teams trade for some superstars in the league, like Ratinen, who was traded twice.
Mm-hmm.
There are ways to get things done. Again, do the Red Wings? Can they be that trade partner for somebody else? Seems like they've got a bunch of prospects they can move to get somebody. But as more and more players get no trade clauses or limited trade clauses, it's becoming harder and harder to get that done when the Red Wings are not a team that is in the thick of the playoff discussion. Because who wants to come to a team that's not playoff ready?
All right, Gator sounds concerned about a new TV show you've started to watch. I want details on this. We'll get to that next hour. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Jump, last chance to get your votes in the 1 o'clock hour. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend? That stinks. 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback, I believe nobody wants to play for Eiserman. That's what I'm thinking at this point. That's from Nico Livonia. It was a terrible year for free agency. There's not much Steve could do there. That's from an unnamed texter. I know they're two separate entities owned by the same family, but the Tigers didn't blink twice and moved on from Alan Trammell. Why the over-admiration of Eiserman? Well, I'd have to go back and look at Trammell's timeline, but it feels like Eiserman took him from awful to this. And I don't think Trammell was on his way towards this.
When Alan Trammell was manager?
When he got fired.
Alan Trammell was given no resources to work with. He had a real tough time. I believe was during the transition of Randy Smith to Dave Dombrowski, and they had just made those moves to go get in the offseason. So we had 1 year with Fernando Vina, Rondell White, and Pudge Rodriguez.
Yeah.
As I recall, that season with Pudge Rodriguez in 2005, he was not exactly a team player. He had that. There was something happened, and I believe it was in Toronto, where he was in the lineup, was he out of the lineup, and he just didn't come across as being this team guy. And it kind of had a little power struggle there. Tram lost the power struggle. They then went and threw in an interim manager at the time, and then they went and hired Jim Leland the next year, and things obviously changed dramatically. But they also changed dramatically because they took more chances. They had gotten Magli Ordonez. They promoted Justin Verlander and Joel Zamaya, and they added Kenny Rogers. It was more of a team that he had. Alan Trammell was not done any favors by the organization in terms of the team that they handed him. You just, it was a tough way to get introduced into managing Major League Baseball when you're not given any resources.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Larry. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. I've kind of stewed on this for about a week, the Red Wing stuff, and just thinking about it. You guys let me know if this makes sense. I'll make 2 points. I'll start with the less important of the two. I was at an age, when the Red Wings were in their heyday winning cups, I think they made 6 or 8 conference finals in, 15 or 16 years, whatever it was. And so I guess I look at the franchise like this. I don't get too exercised about draft picks and, what Steve's doing on a month to month or even within like a season. I kind of look at the team structurally. And so the less important of the two, the first thing, in a town like Detroit where the fans and the media have reverence for an original 6 franchise, a historic franchise. Obviously, it's the 100th anniversary. You can win in this town, you can lose in this town, but what you can't be is boring. And the Red Wings are boring. From their ownership, to the executives, to the coach, to the guys on the club, boring. I mean, there's a reason people know who Darren McCarty is 20 years later. It's because he represented what Detroit is, and people could identify with him. He wasn't a boring player, and they didn't have.
Well, it was a Stanley Cup winning team that he was part of. Darren McCarty was never part of a bad Red Wing team, so and it's a different era of hockey as well. They don't play that style of hockey anymore. So, what was your other point?
Fair point, but the bigger point is this. For about 20 years, I think between 1990, I'll say between 1990.
Real quick, Larry, we got others we want to get to. So you're
okay.
Yeah.
So they were best in class for 20 years.
Yep.
That means ownership, executives, all the way up and down the line. It's a pretty big coincidence if all of Steve's ex-teammates are best in class. The guys running this team are not best in class, and that's what they need to change. So it's not about one window or two. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Did he just blame the support staff?
Maybe.
Okay, and as far as the boring thing's concerned, boring is just another word for losing. I mean, I think it sounds good in theory.
Well,
and the guy knew you could tell the guy goes way back with the Red Wings, but there's nothing. There's very little exciting about losing. You can have interesting personalities. I mean, Darren McCarty, with all respect due, if he were on this team, he'd make a difference, but they still wouldn't be contending. I don't.
It's different hockey.
Yeah.
The thing is, even before the Red Wings won Stanley Cups, when they were an awful team going back to the mid-'80s, when they were an awful team, yeah, you can say that they weren't boring because Probert and Kosa were fighting every other shift. Both guys had over 300 minutes in penalties, and they were, crazy totals. And, yeah, it was a terrible hockey team that ended up with the top pick overall in 1986 because of how bad they were in the, in the 85-86 season. But things did change, but the NHL changed. I mean, that kind of hockey isn't around anymore.
You get about 1 year of being bad but young and exciting. You get about 1 year of, okay, look at all these young guys. They're going to be really good. But you don't get much longer than that before you have to win. There's the direct correlation between winning and entertainment it's not complicated. It's a straight line.
Yeah, nobody knows what the timeline is with Chris Ilitch, but Red Wing fans have their own timeline. And some of those people, Eiserman has crossed it and they're done with him. And I get that. And for me, it's going to take another year of missing the playoffs before I'm in that same spot. We'll see what they add to this team. How they perform in March is going to be huge. Are they going to collapse again? Are they going to be are they even in a position to make the playoffs at that point? We won't know. It's going to take months before that happens. But right now, not terribly encouraged by what they have going into the season being that much better than what they had. I think they're slightly better, but I'm sure a lot of teams think that they're better than they were last year too.
Jake is next on 97.1. Hello, Jake.
Howdy, fellas.
What's up?
Hey, I wanted to put in my votes for Champ and Chump.
Yep.
My first vote for Champ is Zack McKinstry because his base running yesterday was just amazing. And my chump for is Emmanuel Clase for blowing it again against the Tigers. I just think we're in this guy's head, and I love it.
It's weird because he was so close to getting out of that. He was so close, and it felt like the Tigers were in trouble. It's not like Parker Meadows is hitting the cover off the ball, but they managed to get McKinstry as a pinch runner around to third with the stolen base and the review, and then the hit behind the runner, and he gets to third, and there's 2 outs. Clase was right there. Right there.
Oh, I thought we were out for sure, but then I was audibly screaming when they got it that run.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. And then they get to extra innings, and the Tigers just unload on Cade Smith. Absolutely unload. 248-539-9797. Ken is in Howell and on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
I've been listening to all your, not just your programs, but everybody else. And the one thing that doesn't come up in the Red Wings conversations, and I apologize if it did and I missed it, but we did have a coaching change last year. And even though he is a better coach, he still needs time to develop his system and his team. So I don't know if that was put in the equation.
Well, Ken, that's something that was brought up last week. I have not brought that up today, and I'm glad you did, because the biggest change for the Wings going into the season is that they've got Todd McClellan as the head coach. And, would Todd McClellan have made a 3 or 4 win difference last year if he was coaching the team in the first half of the season, the first 30 games, whatever it was, before they fired Newsy? He may have. And if they did, they'd be a playoff team. But things kind of level out. Todd McClellan was great. They had those 2 7-game win streaks early on in his tenure. But then March happened. And it happened under his watch. So the Red Wings have a March problem. And that's an organizational problem. They have to figure that out. Why is it that they have these collapses? And you don't want to make excuses for anything. Is it an actual problem with the way the team is constructed? Or is it just happenstance?
It seems like too much of a coincidence that every year in March, the last several years in March have been really rough for them, right as we get to the trade deadline. 248-539-9797. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is bringing the heat with these sizzling summer deals. Lease a new 2026 Trailblazer LS for just $239 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $239 a month for a 26 model year Trailblazer. All you need to activate this deal is a GM employee discount. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax and EVs, hundreds to choose from. Take advantage of these sizzling summer savings now and Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details and get there fast. By the way, Gator, the Vegas total is out for the Detroit Pistons. Last year, the total before the season was set by betonline.ag at 24.5. And the Pistons finished with 44 wins.
That's the overhitting on that one.
Yes. They also, year to year, have gone from 24.5 to their new total going into the 25-26 NBA season. The new total is 45.5, a jump of 21 games from year to year, which is the largest in the National Basketball Association. Are you feeling chesty about them going over 45.5?
I am, because of the landscape of the Eastern Conference. Because I think there's more parity now than what we've seen. That the higher end teams may not, they're going to come down a little bit. And teams like Detroit might go up just a touch. So I think the Pistons can absolutely threaten 50 wins and maybe get more. So I mean, if I were to bet on it, I would take the over at this point.
If you look at who the Pistons became by the end of the year, they weren't that team all season long. Now, it's not always, the arrow doesn't always go up and up and up and up, but it's not bold to think that they will start this coming season in better shape than they were the previous season. Additionally, did Boston lose a key piece or two?
Oh, yeah.
Did Indiana lose a key piece?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, if they won 44 a year ago with a crappy start and a tougher East, yeah, I like the over here. Now, I always get leery of the fact that I almost always like the over for our local team. So I get it. It's designed in a way that the hometown fans are going to bet the over and everybody else is going to bet the under. But
sure, but trying to be as objective as possible.
It feels really logical to think they're going to go over 45.5. 2 more wins than last year.
You tell me this team has to deal with just minor injuries the whole season, nothing major, where nobody's missing 25 games or more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the over total on that because I think this team is going to do some pretty good things with a healthy Jaden Ivey next to a healthy Cade Cunningham and have guys like Asar Thompson and Ron Holland play bigger roles and having them for the whole season. I like that. We'll see what the Pistons decide to do with this, newly found cap space after a sign and trade with Schroeder.
Yeah.
But they got a number of candidates they can go out and get and improve the 3-point shooting if that's what they want to do. If they want to improve the size up front, they could do that. They've got a number of ways they can go, but I think there's addition by subtraction in some ways with this team.
All right, so you said on your show sheet you think you might have a problem with a new TV show?
Well, I've gone about this a strange way, right? This is a show that's no longer on TV, but it's something that I discovered while watching TV on Sunday evenings. Like after the Tigers are done, like Tigers have a 1 o'clock game or whatever, and I'd start flipping through channels, and the show comes on at 5 o'clock, and they have back-to-back episodes at 5 and at 6. And this is also a show that has done an amazing job of promoting itself and marketing itself on Reels and on TikTok, where I would watch these little 2-minute snips of it. I'm going, this looks like an interesting show. I never watched it before. And then I started catching it at 5 and 6 o'clock. And I believe it had 9 seasons.
Wow.
I caught a couple episodes from maybe the first season and then a couple of episodes in the third season. And then lately, I caught, I think, four episodes in a row from season 5. And yesterday, it got to the point on Saturday where I'm getting ready to go out for the night, and it's on. I'm like, you know what? I want to see this. I recorded it. And then I thought I had set up a recording to record the ones on Sunday as well because I'm watching the Tigers. I want to watch the golf, but I don't want to miss the show. And it turns out after the golf was done, I had come home. I was at my mom's for a little bit last night, and I'm like, all right, there's nothing on TV. Why don't I go back and watch the show? And I realized it didn't record because it's set up for only new shows. But fortunately, the show's on Netflix. So instead of starting at episode 1, season 1, I simply picked up where I left off season 5, episode 14 or something like that. And I watched 3 episodes last night back to back to back. And now it's 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning last night. I got to go to bed. I can't do this, even though I'm dying to see the next episode.
Well, Kang, you have any idea, any guesses of what this show might be?
I'm racking my brain back here, man. I have no idea.
And you say it was 9 seasons long?
And 9 seasons, and it went away, and then they brought up a new version of it, but shipped it off to the West Coast. The show takes place in New York, but now they have it over on the West Coast, although it did not make the cut. I think it was they had 8 episodes, and it got canceled.
Okay, I'm out. I got no idea. Kenny, you're shaking your head. Do you have any idea? No?
We need some clues here, Doug.
Well,
I don't think they'll help you, but it might help me and Kenny.
It might help you. The idea that it went from East Coast to West Coast.
That helps a little bit.
Well, I know it's not.
How about
I know it's not The Walking Dead, which kind of did that, but it was more south to the
Done
west.
with that show.
Can I get the initials of the lead actor?
I can give it to you, but I mean, I didn't know who this guy was.
Oh man, you didn't know who?
I had to start going back and look at his other movies he was in. He was in bit parts in other movies that he was that guy in that movie? Okay.
I'll look in here and see if there's any feedback coming in.
I mean, GM are the initials of the lead character on the show. In fact, there's one person and the actual cast. I guess it's kind of famous, but not for acting.
All right, I see some guesses coming in. Do you want to do it? Are you done, Kang, or should I read what has come in?
Yeah, I'm done.
There's an actress on the show who's way more famous for outside of her acting career.
Who is it?
Meghan Markle.
Oh, I know what show this is.
And?
Suits?
Suits.
Okay.
Suits.
Somebody told me I had to watch Suits, and I put on the first episode, and after about 2.5 minutes, I'm like, nope, which is terrible. There's no commitment, but I found, like the first scene in Severance, I was hooked. Wow. Yep.
I was not hooked. I like it now, but I was definitely not hooked the first. I wasn't hooked until 2.5 episodes into it.
Okay, so is your problem that you're starting in the middle?
The problem is, who watches a show like this? It's actually like you need to see stuff that happened in previous episodes to understand. Like I understand the whole.
I completely got everything that was going on in Endgame. I didn't watch any of the 17
I didn't
movies
see
before
Infinity
that.
War or any. You didn't watch Captain America or any of that stuff. Or Civil War. I got you. Yeah, no, you didn't do any of that stuff. And with this show, like, again, it's because of watching on Reels. This happened like a couple of years ago. These things just kept coming up in my feed, and they were like whole scenes. And I'm watching the whole scene, like, what's up with the show? And this looks interesting. I never heard of this show. That's my own fault.
Maybe I need to start watching in the middle of the because I didn't.
I find it damned interesting.
Do you?
And I'm also frustrated with it because it bothers me that I find a law show interesting. It's like finding it's just so precious. Another law show or another show that takes place in a hospital. I'd be really upset with myself if I fell for one of these medical shows. They're all the same. And so the legal shows are all the same too. It's just a different scene. Whether you're in LA Law or Boston Legal, there were great shows.
Yeah.
Suits is also a great show. They took it to LA, had Suits LA that came out last year and completely flopped.
Did it?
Yeah, because they didn't have any of the cast members on that show. I think they kept waiting for the main character on this show to make his way over to LA. And by the time that episode was going to air, like nobody cared. But this show, I'm watching it. I'm interested.
So you even know that it ends poorly, but you're sticking with it.
Well, it ends poorly in that they're going to go to LA or whatever, but I'm watching this now. I want to see what happens, in Mike's trial. I want to know. And I want to know how ridiculous it is, because it's ridiculous. A premise that a guy.
Spoilers?
Yeah, I think we're fine with it. Because I don't know what happens with him yet. But, I mean, if you watch the show in the first, you'll know right away that there's a guy in the show who, faked his way through law school at Harvard Law because he's got a photographic memory. He's one of these guys. And, it's basically Goodwill Hunting, but he's, a different setting, But he gets hired by a law firm that only hires people from Harvard Law, and he faked his way through the whole thing.
Okay, so he's like Wine Guy.
Kind of.
Wine Guy who called our show and said, do you know how many he faked his way and got a job selling wine, and he completely faked his way through the interview. And then he said, do you know how many kinds of wine there are? Red, white, whatnot.
Well, the difference is that this guy in the show, he does know the law. He's incredibly bright, and he would make an excellent lawyer and is making an excellent lawyer and all this. But, it's a ridiculous premise that, okay, if you had the kind of brain, go to law school.
Well, I'm not going to watch Suits because tomorrow Quarterback starts on Netflix, and I'm all in for that.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woo! With our guy, Jared Goff.
Well, I'm going to get home and watch the end of season 5.
If you haven't seen Quarterback or Receiver on Netflix, it's basically a year behind the scenes with several NFL players. We had Amon-Ra last year in Receiver, and this year we got Goff on Quarterback.
No.
And it debuts tomorrow.
Plus,
on
the
Netflix.
woman who plays Donna on this show is smoking hot. So there's that.
Well, I'll just watch quarterback. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Tigers back in action tonight following their sweep of the Cleveland Guardians. What a fun weekend that was. And yeah, look, they didn't score a ton of runs. They did score a ton of runs the series before, but dropped 2 of 3 against Washington. There's a little bit of hand-wringing going on amongst Tiger fans about the offense. But at this point, best record in baseball, huge lead in the division. They got an interesting series coming up with Tampa. That first series with Tampa played in the Yankees minor league park in a series that was really weird for Detroit. I don't think it was an excuse. I think excuses are when people bring up stuff that have nothing to do with anything as to why a team looked lethargic or didn't play well. The Tigers had come off that marathon, 12-hour day at Comerica Park. Flew to Tampa, landed at 4 a.m., got on the field, lost, turned around and had to play the next day at noon, lost that game too. Came back and won the Sunday game. Tampa's been relatively hot in that they are now tied for, although they've lost 4. They've won only 4 of their last 10, but they're tied now with the Yankees for second place behind the Blue Jays in the American League East. It's a good Tampa team. And Tigers coming home here, a little home stretch leading into the All-Star game with 2 teams that can be a problem. One is Tampa. The other is Seattle. But we don't know they haven't announced yet who's starting for the Tigers tonight, right? This has bullpen day, opener, and then ends being the bulk guy written all over it.
Well, according to ESPN, Cater Montero is going to start.
My apologies then.
I just looked that up because I hadn't seen anything up until a while. I haven't seen anything. I hadn't checked it in a while, but as of this morning, they didn't name a started. Now apparently it's Cater Montero.
Okay, great. So what do you make of this series here?
I think it's you're taking on a pretty good Rays team, and they're 8 games above 500. Tigers have a bad taste in the mouth from when they played down there, but they're back home. I'm sure they're looking forward to playing in front of the hometown fans.
Mm-hmm.
Playing the best baseball they played, 23 games above 500. But I do think this will be a test for them. They're going to face at least 2 pitchers that beat them when they played in Tampa. So what did they learn from those guys?
Yeah. So, look, the series with Cleveland, the starting pitching was fantastic. And the bullpen work was really good. And the way that they scrapped and clawed, found a way to get a run here, a run there, just enough to win that series was great. It's not always going to be good enough. I mean, yeah, they put up 6 in extra innings, but they spent the first 27 innings of that series, scored 4 runs. I'm not worried about the offense yet. Seeing the feedback coming in, there does appear to be some concern developing from the fans. I think it would have to be bad for more than a week because seasons have so many ebbs and flows. But I'm not looking to fix anything or that concerned for quite some time yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably go longer than a week because I just think this team has been resilient. They'll be able to bounce back, but there's plenty of time. You've got 3 full weeks and then some before the trade deadline. So if you feel the need to fortify with a bat, you can do that. But the bigger concern or the bigger priority for this team in my mind is adding to the bullpen. If they can bring up Alex Lang this week, great. But I think they need another back-end bullpen arm. Somebody can strike guys out. Somebody who throws in the high 90s or reaches triple digits. I'd like to see that. It's possible they need another starter. I mean, it's great to have 4 guys in a rotation. Be better to have 5. Like we said today, Cater Montero gets another start. He's pitched okay. He's got a 4.0 ERA with the Tigers. That's okay for your 5th starter. I take it, but if you can find somebody else out there that's way more consistent, can give you 6 to 7 innings every time he goes out there, go find that guy if you can. That'd be another area I'd look. But the bat to the lineup is the last among my priorities, and it's not something that I'm just going to totally say you don't do it. You do it, but I got to address these other things first.
If you told me going into this season, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that if you told me going into this season, I wouldn't believe. But one of the biggest of which is if you told me going into the season that 2 guys that they expected to be in their starting rotation would be out, and Alex Cobb and Jackson Jobe, the last thing I would have expected is for this team to be 13 and a half games up in the division. The last thing I would have expected for them to have the best record in baseball. Last thing I expected for the pitching to actually be pretty good. Now, I guess Cobb, we always sort of raised our eyebrow as a bit suspicious as to the signing and whether or not it would provide dividends for this team. But, we say about Brad Holmes, and I'll say it again here, I don't expect them to be perfect. It's just as the net of what management's doing, producing a winning team. And clearly it is doing that right here, right now. And so as we sit today, pretty pleased with what's going on. The Zack McKinstry story yesterday, he only played in the last 2 innings of the game. Came in the top of the ninth as a pitch runner. Stole second, got to third on a ground ball, and then swiped home when he got a great jump, huge lead and a great jump on a pass ball that didn't look like it should produce a run. It just trickled away, and he scored easily. Then he moves to first base for the first time in his career. Borrows Torque's glove, apparently, and tosses it back to him afterwards, but makes a couple of plays in the field in the bottom of the ninth and was there in the 10th as well. Pretty amazing story. And there's some people who are disappointed he didn't make the All-Star team. He might. He might because Alex Bregman, the guy that said no to Detroit, might be hurt and probably is hurt, and they're probably going to have to find a replacement. Wouldn't it feel like some sort of sweet justice if it was Zack McKinstry?
Delicious irony, the whole thing. And the other thing I find wildly impressive with Zack McKinstry about that sequence, he's brought in the pinch run. Everyone in the ballpark knows he's going to try to steal second base.
Yeah.
It's amazing when you can do that while everybody knows you're going to go. And the catcher got a great throw down to second base, but McKinstry had a better jump and just barely beat out that throw to steal the base and put himself in scoring position. And then fortunately, a couple batters later, takes advantage of Jose Ramirez playing basically in the outfield grass, just at the back of the dirt, and playing well off of third base, allowing McKinstry to take a lead. It's like halfway down the line so that he can jump on a situation if the pitch is in the dirt. And pitch got away from the catcher. Wasn't far. 8 feet, maybe 10 feet. Didn't matter. McKinstry was able to sprint across easy.
Yeah, well, his value to this team, it's not lost on Detroit fans. I've said this before on the air, but I'll say it again for those who haven't heard it. I think basically almost every sports market is the same with little subtleties here and there. And I think the one thing that's unique to Detroit is we love a role player. We love a guy that does all the little things that helps a team win. And I think we treat them like absolute superstars. And Zack McKinstry, you, sir, are the next one. 248-539-9797. Something just happened, and I wonder how much it's going to resonate with our audience. We'll get to that today at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so one of the things we try and do here is talk to the people about what they are talking about. That's why we went to open lines years ago and just kind of followed the lead and don't do a whole lot of guess anymore, here and there occasionally. So we try and pay attention to what really is moving the needle. How much do you think this Ben Shelton, the U.S. tennis player, and I guess say if anybody's taping Wimbledon today and want to watch it later today, spoiler alert, because matches going on now just ended, in fact.
Just don't spoil the Tour de France.
No, I won't do that.
Thank you.
Was it stage? Anyway, Ben Shelton's an American. An American hasn't made it to the semifinals of Wimbledon since 2000. To the finals of Wimbledon since 2009. Last American to do it was Andy Roddick. And he went 3 times, 04, 05, and 09. The last American to win the singles, the Gentleman's Championship, or whatever the hell they call it, at Wimbledon, was Pete Sampras in 2000. It is 2025. Now, I kind of like international sports where we can truly say we're the underdog. And, I watched soccer last night. We were an underdog against Mexico, and we lost. Ben Shelton, and again, we gave you the spoiler alert, he just won to advance to the semifinals. The semifinals or the quarterfinals. He's at the quarterfinal level at Wimbledon. And I'm wondering how much this could move the needle for Americans, because we haven't had a men's tennis player make it to the finals in over 15 years, and we haven't won it in 25 years. The women, Venus and Serena, Coco Gauff, we've seen success. And Shelton has made it to the semifinals in a couple tournaments. He made it to the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. I don't know. I find this guy to be interesting. His girlfriend is Trinity Rodman. His sister just started a new job at, where was it? Where did she get her job?
Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley, and she had to go back. And he publicly pleaded from somebody at Morgan Stanley to give her more time off so she can stay and watch him play. And they had granted it. So that's become sort of this human interest story. I mean, we don't try to lie to the audience. We're not big tennis guys. You're not interested in all, are you?
Oh, keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. You're on a roll. You're speaking for all of us.
Well, if he wins, he plays the number 1 player in the world in the quarterfinals, which is this Yannick Sinner or I don't know how to pronounce his name. Sinner.
Sinner.
Could be.
Sinner.
Could it be Sinner? I don't know.
Sinner. I don't know.
Well, maybe it would take him winning this and then another major or more tournaments, because...
Is it Grand Slam? Slam.
Yeah, the Grand Slams. When was tennis most popular here in America? Like when it was Agassi and Sampras? I don't know,
I think maybe in the early 80s when you had McEnroe, Borg, and Jimmy Connors and that group, but it could be later on. It's hard to gauge it.
But it was at one point, right? People cared in America, I think.
I think to an extent, some people will always care, right? But you're asking when it was biggest. I don't know when it was biggest.
Or at least the latest, which is maybe Sampras in 2000. But he was a quiet, reserved winner, champion. Shelton, you already mentioned he's dating Rodman's daughter. He's younger. I think this generation is more flashy in general, right? There's social media now. There wasn't back then. I don't know if tennis can ever be maybe what it was, but can it be better than what it is for Americans?
I mean, if he makes it to the finals, by the end of the week, I'm sure we'll mention this again. And will there be some interest to watch Breakfast at Wimbledon and see him compete for a championship? Sure.
Can you say it regularly? Doug, he can't, right?
No, he's got to go into a snooty voice.
Yes.
He literally cannot say it without.
I didn't say breakfast at Wimbledon. I didn't say that.
Damn close.
Yeah, so you have your crumpets and tea for breakfast at Wimbledon. I did not say that. That was not.
You didn't
what
go
I was
that
doing.
far.
No,
No,
I
it was
didn't go
very
into that.
subtle.
Yeah, it's just,
But it was
breakfast
definitely
at
you had a
Wimbledon.
slight accent when you said it.
It's just a different affect. But I mean, no, I don't care.
Okay.
Because I'm not a tennis guy. I just don't care. Now, could there be some interest later on? Like I said, if this guy's going to play in the final, there's a likelihood that I could be flipping through channels and stop on it for a little bit to see how he's doing. But generally speaking, no. But right now, it feels like we're in a transition here in tennis, where we've moved on from the Roger Federer phase and
Apparently, we're in the
Djokovic
Jannik Sinner era.
But that guy's played like 5 straight majors, Grand Slam
Slams.
events, or whatever the number is. But no, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm just being honest.
No, that's all right. But like I said, we don't try to be something we're not. But the other thing that caught my eye this weekend is a story on Front Office Sports about how attendance, ratings, and fan interest are higher for Major League Baseball. Things are pointing up. And a few things are being cited as to the reasons why. I think it's clearly Zack McKinstry. No. It's pitch clock. It's banning the shift. Like, I was watching that game yesterday, and I do this probably once or twice a week where I'm just watching the pitcher work and work and work. And I'm just like, thank God for the pitch clock. I love the pitch clock. And I don't think it's impacted the game negatively in any way. And do you remember the pushback over the idea of a pitch clock and the limited number of throws over to first and how that was going to ruin the essence of the game?
I don't remember many people saying that.
I remember it being said.
I don't think that was prevailing opinion. People said it, but I don't think that was like, the majority of people were like, oh, let's not do that.
Yeah.
The majority of people were like, yeah, you speed it up. Absolutely. Let's go. And
We
it's
got some
worked out.
calls on it.
Yeah. But was it the baseball purist, those people that probably adhere to I'm not going to vote for this guy for the first time Hall of Famer because you're not supposed to get in with 100% vote.
Sure.
Those people are losers.
I agree with you.
There's Mike Valeni who just said, please, is it the tennis talk that brought you in?
No.
Oh.
Is that what's going on?
Well, we just mentioned, spoiler, but.
How's Andre Agassi doing?
Yeah, okay. Well, then you're not into Ben Shelton yet.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, fair enough.
Chris Shelton's child?
We
Who is that?
haven't had a U.S. man win at Wimbledon since 2000.
Who the hell was that?
Pete Sampras.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. The eyebrows.
We haven't had a U.S. man play for Wimbledon's championship since 2009.
Andy Roddick?
It was
Yes.
Andy Roddick, yes.
Okay.
He did it
Come
3
on,
times.
I'm redeeming myself.
Yes, you are. And
Where's Malaveo, Washington?
Right, well.
No, I'm out.
Vetus
Wasn't he
Gerolitis.
Swartz Creek's own, Mal Washington?
Yes, actually, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, I thought maybe you heard that and wandered
No.
in because educate us, but all right, fair enough.
No, I have 3 thoughts. 2/3 are serious, and 1/3 is kind of like stoking the flames a little bit.
Okay.
But I walked away from this weekend's Tigers series with a potentially irrational and bold declaration. And I think
Okay.
it can be both.
Okay.
But if you know anything, whether you agree with my opinions or not,
I'm getting ready to write this down.
I don't do hot takes. I do things I can back up. And it doesn't mean they're right. And it doesn't mean people will agree. But I have something here.
So we have a rule on the show. I don't know if you've ever applied this. We call it the hunch.
The hunch. It's
Where
just
you
a
don't
hunch.
have to back up anything.
It's just a hunch.
No. This is different than that. This has merit. This has support. I have reasons.
You're
Whether-
reading your own tea leaves, coming up with your own hypothesis.
Yeah, and Gator, I know what I'm going to do is irresponsible. And by the way, it's all positive. There's nothing snarky about this. It just things became crystal clear to me. And I want to lay out the 3 things at the start. We'll get to the Scooble and the All-Star snubs that weren't later. And then we've got to talk Elliot Friedman, who apparently now Steve is up on the cross. Poor Steve, nobody wants to be here. Then be better at your job. We'll do that a little bit later because I got to tell you. Hey, are you? Oh, by the way, real quick, how pumped are you for Eric Carlson and his Lego feet?
What a great line.
Well, they're shattered. They're like Malcolm Brogdon.
So I'm not pumped about anything.
I know. That's what sucks, doesn't it?
Yep.
But ultimately, and this has part of been my pitch with this, look, Detroit's not an excuse for Scott Harris. They damn near landed Alex Bregman. And you go, oh, well, almost. Guys, the team that got him paid him more than Aaron Judge. You can't compete with that. Like, Trajan Langdon walked through the door. He got people to come here, and you won. Steve, in year 7, either the product is so unexciting, players don't want to be here, or you, who are viewed, per Hockey Insiders, as a nightmare to deal with by agents, you're not good at your job right now. So I want to have a conversation, let Elliot Friedman's words speak. Gator's burning a hole through my skull right now.
No, I said earlier that it's been so disappointing with how this rebuild has gone, and I'm still willing to let this offseason continue to be an offseason where there's potential for a trade. But if they don't trade, if there's no trade coming, and you're just stockpiling all this cap space for what? For the trade deadline?
I could have hired anyone to do that. That's my point.
Yeah,
and Eiserman is
not
good
everybody would, but he's done a good job of drafting.
Absolutely.
So
but
not
Gator,
everybody
you
can do
know
that.
what it is now. In 2025, it is a comprehensive, whether you are the GM, I can't believe, I'm going to throw up saying this, and Doug will too, whether you're the GM of a college football team or the GM of the Boston Red Sox or anything in between, it has to be a comprehensive approach if you're going to be serious about winning. Now, if you're like some of these AL Central teams, who are we kidding? They just sit there.
Okay, so you're opening with.
I'm doing the Tiger. I have three Tiger declarations.
Okay,
and they're all good. There's nothing bad, I promise. But I really believe in the third one, and I don't think I'm going to get any support. It might be too positive.
Wow,
I know.
All right,
just work with it.
All right, I look forward to this. That's next. Good to see you, Mike. Have a great day, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome one, welcome all. Just a tremendous holiday weekend. Hope everybody enjoyed. I had a wonderful weekend, and I am just so ready to broadcast now because we're loaded. Rico with a couple of days off, and I am going to start with something that might get me in trouble. And it is simple. It might be too positive. It might be viewed as irrational. But remember something. For all the things I have said, and Lord knows I've said a lot in over 20 years of doing this, I take pride that I can back up the things I say. Now, that doesn't mean they're right, and it doesn't mean you have to agree with them, right? That's never on the menu. You never have to agree. This isn't the news. So this is just watching Tiger baseball this weekend against who has essentially been the kings of the Central for about a decade, right? Right after Kansas City got their World Series, it felt like Cleveland was back. I feel like something changed. I want to present this, and I have 3 things I took out of it. And one, we've already talked about it. You should be selling AL Central champion T-shirts at the team store. You should just dress Paws in it. If he can carry a sign that asks Livy Dunn out on a date, he can wear an AL Central Champs T-shirt. That's one, but that's not the bold take. There are 2 takes in here, and I want to start with the smaller one. The smaller one is this. How you beat Cleveland yesterday in the Skubal start, right? Like you have Casey Mize going out and looking dominant, like pre-injury Mize, is part of the reason why I'm not ready to say starting pitching's a need at the deadline. I've been consistent with that. I want to wait. If Casey Mize is going to do that, well now, ain't nobody trying to run out and go trade for, Chris Bubich. But the Skubal game, you're down 1-0. You can't hit. Skubal does his level best, gives you 7 shutout. You go into the 9th inning, you're down 1-0, and you're staring down the barrel of Class A. Torque gets hit by a pitch. McKinstry comes in. Steals second, advance on a ground out to third, wild pitch, game's tied. Now, if you want to call that luck or good fortune, I think luck plays a role in a lot of things, but you play good baseball, clean ball, the ability to have a guy on the roster who can steal second, good base running to get to third, wild pitch, we're going to capitalize, period. Cleveland makes all the mistakes that you don't. And you do what most teams don't do. You play clean. You go to extras. You lit up Cade Smith, who has arguably the best fastball in baseball. It's unhittable. You don't light up Cade Smith. You did. You put Cleveland to bed. But here's what I have come to. And we'll get to the Skubal All-Star thing a little later. I don't think guys got snubbed. Because reality is, and I promise you, this is all positive, so don't get in your feelings. This town's got a real softness to it lately. You don't have a lot of all-stars. You don't have a lot of star players. You don't have a lot of names. You are, in essence, the best comp I came up with locally is Michigan State football in the glory years of D'Antonio. You're a team. You got good players. You don't have great ones. But together, you're great. You do everything right. You win in the margins. For the Tigers, it's about stranding runners as a pitcher. It's about matchups. And it's about toughness and mental clarity to play clean every day, to go to the office and play right every inning, every at-bat. And much like D'Antonio pulled the strings, AJ pulls the strings. And no, you can't run trick plays and ha-has and foo-foos. But the point I'm making is you as a team collectively are great. And no, I don't think anyone got snubbed. Now, somehow, somewhere, there's someone who's probably going to take what I just said as a slight. Mind you, MSU finished in the top 10 and won the Big Ten or played for it every year in a 5-6 year span. The point is, it's the highest compliment I can pay. Because you develop people just like D'Antonio did. You fix people just like MSU did. And you continually go into series against teams who have more payroll, more talent, more, and it doesn't matter. You show up and you beat them.
and you do it routinely. So that's number 2. Number 3 is this, and this is the bold proclamation that I think is going to get me in trouble. Because on surface, it will not make a lot of sense. It will sound almost like Rico's BOGO. It'll sound flippant. It'll sound a little bit fanboy-y. But I have to tell you what I thought. We know you're winning the Central this year. But I'd like to congratulate you on winning it in 2026 and 27. Yeah, that includes the year Scuba walks. And before you laugh, hear me out. That's all I ask. You have the best program in the AL Central. GM, manager, scouting, talent development. You also have the highest payroll in the division. None of these other teams are going to spend, guys. Cleveland's payroll is an embarrassment. I think they're 23rd. Kansas City, they're never going to spend. Chicago, forget it. They can't win 60 games. And Minnesota's payroll has gone down each of the last 2 years. Why would I consider anything to be changing? You have the best farm system. You have the best manager. You play the best baseball. And yes, I'm going to admit I'm getting a little lazy at the last take. I just feel like it doesn't matter what you do, you're always going to find pitching. You're going to do what Cleveland's done to you for years. You will always find another pitcher. Much like Cleveland went from the Cliff Lees of the world and the Sabathias of the world into the Carlos Carrascos of the world, to the Danny Salazars, to the, hey, look, now we've got this guy, Numbnuts, who just blew out, Bieber. And look, finding people, Cade Smith, Clase, here's Evan Gaddis. Guys, you're doing the same thing. So I walked away from this weekend and I go, you know what? Why not just offer this up and see who's with me? Now, I've offered reasons. This division's garbage. You're not. You have better development. You've got a better farm system. I think you have better people running your organization, and you have a better product. And when I look at your team, the Riley Greens and the Parker Meadows and the keep going down the list, you have so many players under team control. You don't have to do much of anything. You don't even have to play close to this level of baseball. If you told me next year they'll only win 89 games, I'd still tell you they're winning the division. That's how little I think of it. Cleveland's putting out the worst lineup in the history of their franchise with no urgency, totally wasting J-Ram. Kansas City can't score in a whorehouse. Minnesota, every player they have dies. I mean, Buxton out of bed, IL. Correa had a painful fart, IL. Royce Lewis got hurt buying a car. How? The clipboard fell on his foot. Like, guys, I think you're winning the division the next 3 years. And it's essentially my stupid LeBron moment of not one, not two. I think you're winning the next 3 years. This year and the two next. And even when Scooble walks, I don't think it matters. I really don't. So is that crazy, or is it something you can envision? And with the prior two things, listen, no bleep about the Cleveland thing. And I ask you to please set aside fandom. The comp to D'Antonio MSU glory years is the highest compliment I can offer. It's a system. It's a program. There's a unity to it. There's a togetherness. And you have lots of good players. I would argue you have one great player, and that's Tarek Skubal. I think Riley Green's a really good baseball player. Is Riley Green great? I don't know that I'm ready to say that. You know, Torkelson or whatever. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to pine for guys like Zack McKinstry to make an all-star team, but they play their role, and they do it really well. So am I out of my mind? Was I a little too relaxed this weekend? Was I a little bit too optimistic? But I felt like the sweep of Cleveland was what Cleveland did to you for so many years. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and win a 2-1 game. We're going to get out of every jam.
We're going to steal a game in which our offense does nothing until extras where we light your best reliever on fire. Guys, we've experienced a lot of Cleveland losses. This one felt different. Felt like a little bit of a burial. Hatchet was singing in the background, little Ava Maria remix. Kenny collecting flowers around the casket. It just felt different. So, who's with me? Who's ready to hang 3 division titles? And I know we can't predict the future. I know it could go woefully sideways. But as I sit here today, I just feel like that's what I took out of the weekend. That there's more than just the weekend. There's a statement being made. And this is your division now. And I think it's justifiable for me to say these things. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fine, you can make fun of me. Hell, I had 2 people call me an ethnic slur last week. It was a big week. I don't know what else to say. That's how I feel. 248-539-9797. David, Kenny, do you want a minute to think? Do you want to take a beat?
Yeah, I'll let you know what I think when we return.
David, how's your wife and my kids? That was an off-air joke. David didn't want to buy his kids a gift, so Uncle Mike's doing it because David is a selfish parent.
It wasn't that I did. Whatever.
It's fine. Did Uncle Mike step up or not?
Yes, you did,
Thank you.
Mike.
Thank you. All I want is the award of coolest white guy. That's all I want. That's all I aspire to, okay? I'm trying. Well, I want to hear from both of you. And if you think I am off my rocker, if you think I've been overserved like Kenny at Drunky McFallovers or whatever it's called, listen, you can take me to task on it. But I need reasons. Don't just make fun of me and call me pizza box guy or whatever. Come on. Let's chill out on the ethnic slurs. Okay, summer is heating up. What are you waiting on? You going to wait until the power's out for 4 days? How about this? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Be proactive and upgrade your system now. $1,000 off a new AC, they got you. New generator, because Lord knows we lose our power every 10 minutes. They got you. Save up to $1,000 on that. And a new furnace, of course, save up to $1,000. Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. It's Mastercraft. Honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, just getting started on a Monday. We've got a jam-packed show, but I've opened with weekend thoughts. I've given you the comp for what I think this Tiger team is, but then also maybe a stupid declaration. I think you're winning the Central the next 3 years. I've given you reasons, and I think it was more than just a 3-game set. That was a burial. And you did it to a team that's done it to you for years. David, please, you and Kenny both. I know I was a little verbose to open the show. Go ahead.
I'll say this because I was having a conversation with someone while we were eating barbecue on Friday, and they were excited about the upcoming series, excited about that game that night against the Guardians. And I looked at this individual and said, doesn't matter. We're going to lose. We're going to lose the series. The Guardians always give us trouble. I just didn't feel confident going into this series. And then the series happened, and it looked completely different than what it usually is. We looked really good this series, and yes, it felt different.
Mm-hmm.
It felt different. I'm not a person that really likes to care about the look on the athlete's face because you never really know what that is. But it just looked different for them in their reaction to what we were doing to them. And Sunday was something. It was kind of like, what are we doing here? Offense, I'm like, we need a right-handed bat all over again, and then we just get it done.
And I still think you do. But it's irrelevant because even without it, what's your record?
Correct.
Even without it, what's this division look like?
Correct.
And for the people, don't take it as a slight against you, but go look at the last 20, 25 games of every team not named Detroit. You haven't played particularly great baseball until this weekend. You were about a 500 team over the last 20 games. Every other team's woefully under 500. You may as well plaster a 5-15 tattoo on all these teams. They're terrible. And you just keep... Look, it's every reason why, David, I think they should go all in at the deadline.
Correct. And see, I thought the year that we were finally going to get it done and maybe the pathway of taking over the division was game 163 where Brandon Inge gets hit. And I'm like, here we go. We're going to win it finally from the Twins and we're going to take it over. And we never did. I feel like this is the moment. I think you're right. This is our division for the next 3 years.
That's what it feels like.
Now we just have to.
And I say 3 years based on the roster allocation, team control, who's here, a little bit of blind faith that they will replace. Look, there's no scenario a Scooble walks out the door and they don't go sign pitching. And I understand Scott Harris's free agent signings have been hit or miss. Newsflash, that's how free agency works. But overall, development-wise from the farm, the players you're going to be bringing up, I don't see any scenario they ever trade a Max Clark or a McGonigal. Those guys are going to be penciled into 2027's lineup. Look, I just feel like it's yours. Not only now, but later.
Well, when you look at Cleveland, and right now they're sitting at 25th in MLB payroll.
Right, their owners are a disgrace.
And that's
Cleveland's owners are a disgrace.
That's the point.
You have a Hall of Famer. I'm sorry, but I get so upset because a guy like Jose Ramirez deserves better. And you can hate Jose. I'm saying step away from it. A player like that deserves better.
You're exactly right. And I was shocked this offseason when they traded the Naylor brother and made these moves. And I'm like, should they be going all in? And they just chopped payroll, and here they are.
Minnesota, they've cut payroll the last 2 years. Chicago, full tear down, years away. And Kansas City, they can't score in a morgue. So, yeah, I think it's yours. If you think that's a little bit forward, a little bit optimistic, I'm fine getting made fun of. Kenny, I mean, your eyes got as big as pizzas there.
Oh, no, I was just reacting to your couldn't score in a morgue comment. I was like,
sorry. That's
less than ideal. Mike.
Yeah, apologies.
No, what's funny about this Tigers team, and I haven't felt this way about the Tigers in, a decade, is that it feels like you're going into a big series, whatever the series is, and it's like, we could probably take 2 or 3.
Yes.
And it seems like a routine now. I mean, they'll lose one of them, and they could take 2 or 3.
I haven't felt like it feels like an auto plant.
100%.
These are the amount of trucks we build per day. It doesn't change. Right. And you hit the button and you take 2 out of 3.
It feels automatic and it feels comfortable, which as a Tigers fan, I can't remember the last time I was used to that. It might have been the JV Scherzer era of Tigers. Is like, they'll take 2 or 3.
Yes.
I worry about the playoffs. Different conversation.
Kenny, I'm with you, and I don't want to go there.
I know we don't have to. It's positive. We just swept the game.
No, it's just people get so sensitive about stuff, and it's like, look, I think this team's excellent, but I do think they have limitations in the playoffs. But we're not near that, and there's a deadline. Let's all just breathe. So, David, what do the early ticket techs have to say on these declarations?
I agree with you, Mike, and giving all of the reasons you have for them winning the division over the next 3 years, don't you think Detroit would be appealing to top free agents now?
Oh, no one wants to be here. Regards, Steve Eiserman. Yes, I think there's an element of that. I'm sorry, the Friedman stuff bothers me. We're going to get to it at 3 o'clock, Kenny, because I can't wait any longer.
I would love the Tigers to win the division for at least the next 3 years. However, I'm a little leery with the 162-game schedule, injuries, changes of team lineup, Detroit fan in Nebraska.
But who's deeper? If you look at the way the Tigers run their operation, roster optimization, right? That everything they do is every guy plays a role. Nobody's a bench warmer. Everybody plays. Everyone needs to be tuned in. And it's the same thing with pitching. If an arm gets hurt, they'll go chaos mode. Has it been as effective this year as last year? No. There was no scenario it ever would be. But they have pitching and bullpen arms. And do they need more? Of course they do. What contender doesn't look in the mirror and go, need another reliever? Come on. Everybody does. And from a lineup standpoint, it's mix and match. And they've, as bad as the Maeda or Cobb signings have been, is as good as some of the little lineup moves. Whether it's a Veerling, right, who's given you nothing this year, but I'm talking in the past or what might be the future. A McKinstry. These role players who do exactly that. They play a role. Ibanez last year, not effective anymore. No problem. Hey, look, Trey Sweeney's terrible. Just kidding. He just went yard. Everyone does something.
I could not believe that happened. I'm watching with my son, and I'm like, who was that again? Can you please remind me?
It's that kind of year, man.
Joel in the car says, Mike, I could pick up what you're putting down with the Detroit winning the Central for the next 3 years. However, I don't think it's World Series championship good, and that worries me.
And I agree with you, but this town is not capable of having those conversations together. It's water and oil. So I'd rather not go there. Let's worry about that after the deadline, and there will be a show that we do, and it's going to be, did they do enough? And then we're going to get to the start of the playoffs. We'll do it again. Nothing's impossible. But no team has played the way you play without stars and payroll. 29 of the last 30 at a top half payroll. And won it. So, yeah, maybe you're a trailblazer. Maybe you're the 04 Pistons. We're going to go out and win games 73 to 68. I don't know. But I don't want to have that conversation today because ultimately people will lose sight of what we're really talking about.
John in Florida says, hey, guys, Mike, I am with you. The Tigers can sell AL Central shirts in the store and on Fanatics.com. Would you add a World Series banner to the AL Champs banners?
No.
Wow.
Can't go there, brother. I've seen too many really good regular season stories die in the first round of the playoffs. Baseball's a coin flip. You talk to anybody or listen, you talk to people who work in the game, in the front offices, right? Whether it's on the analytics side, scouting side, coaching side, talk to anybody in baseball. The playoffs get very coin flippy, and it can help you or it can hurt you. And look, my team is an example, right? If payroll meant everything to winning a World Series, the Yankees wouldn't have gone 17 years without one because they ain't winning it this year. I think it can ensure you make the playoffs. Yankees always do. I think it can ensure you make playoff runs. But what it doesn't guarantee you is a win. It's the same thing when these teams, look at Baltimore a couple years ago. They were hot as a firecracker. Youth, excitement, power, pitching, out in the first round. Baseball it's not like other sports. That's the best thing I can say. You know, it would be like if the NHL playoffs solely relied on puck luck. Baseball gets very puck lucky. It gets very goofy. Now, that might help you, but it also might leave you in disbelief like Lions fans on a cold January night after a rookie tucked him into bed. So we'll deal with that later. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of calls to get to, and we're going to do that next. 97.1. All right, to the phones, talking Tigers now. Going to get to the Wings in the 3 o'clock because Elliot Friedman, I'm going to read it to you. I give you my take, and then it really comes down to you guys. Because there's a phrase we use on this show, and I think it's going to come up. That's what the money's for. This isn't a hobby. It's not a charity when you run a team. So I'm not going to turn you into a victim. Be better at your job. We'll get to it. Let's go to Garrett, Lake Orion, 97.1. Garrett, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, doing all right, man. When Hatchet said what he did about the Tigers, I thought you were going to pull your church donation for Greater Life there. I really did. I was waiting for you.
No.
That's unacceptable if you ask me from Hatchet, man. But hey, it is what it is.
I know.
So
It's negativity constantly from David. It's unbelievable.
I know. I mean, hey, something has to happen there, like I said. Anyways, just to kind of expand upon your point, though, about the Tigers. I've listened to you a long time, and there's a couple things that you've always mentioned about what good teams and good organizations do. And a couple of things have been being able to plan down the road in the future. And if you've got a good farm system, being able to weaponize those players, right? Being able to kind of see where certain pieces are going to fit. Well, I think with the Tigers, you're 100% right about the pitching. Because, like, for example, Tyler Holton was nobody before he came here. Now he got an MVP vote last year, which everyone loves to use. Obviously, they bring in pitchers. They know what they need to do. But who's to say that in a couple of years, and I think you're spot on, by the way, with everything. I think the Tigers have a 5-year window that the Tigers have so many of these young guys there that they're going to be able to get a king's ransom for a lot of these guys anyways, even if Skubal does walk. Because what do teams covet a lot of? Left-handed hitting with good power, guys with good approaches that can get on base, that play positions. And guess what the Tigers farm system is? A bunch of guys who are left-handed hitters with good fielding that can draw a walk, that can really force a lot of problems for teams on the base paths. And that's what good teams do, right? You find those players that if it's a mold, you've got to go back to it at some point, right? And that's what the good organizations do. So I think now with Jeff Greenberg, now with Scott Harris, I absolutely do think that you're going to see that happen. And that's why even if Skubal, I hope Skubal doesn't walk, but if he does walk, like, it's not the end-all be-all on a lot of things. And that's where I kind of think that there's this delineation we can make where, yes, you wouldn't be a better team long-term if he's not on your roster, but at the same time, if you have to make that decision 3-4 years down the road, you're still going to have McConaughey. You're still going to have, hopefully, Bryce Rainer's ready at that point. You're going to probably have a Burkenya or a Lorenzo ready to go for you at catcher.
Garrett, you said it. There's also going to have to be trades, right? You're going to need fully developed, fully ready pitching to kind of backfill. Yeah, but you've nailed it. Is most trades, unless it is a Chris Sale type deal years ago, a Soto deal. Like in the Soto deal, the Yankees sent Michael King. Like only deals of that scope take prospects of that scope.
Not only just Soto to the Yankees, but even when Soto went to the Padres, and I know Rizzo got fired, but he got a nice return back from that. I mean, those were 3 quality players that they got back.
Yeah, hell, those players helped beat the Tigers. You know, so yes, but Garrett, that's the whole point. And I don't say it lightly. I feel like the rest of the division also, like if I'm Cleveland, I'm probably blowing it up. Kansas City, they're stuck in the mud. Chicago's atrocious, and Minnesota continues to reduce payroll. And they've hitched their wagon to a bunch of off-injured people. So, yeah, Garrett, I feel like it's your division.
Yeah, and the Twins don't have an ownership group, and Reinsdorf will probably be dead in Chicago before Ishbia takes over. So, like, that's, this team's got a 5-year window, and you got to maximize it the best you can. And I want to see a World Series here because, I was in college when that team with Verlander, Scherzer, and Bryce and all of them did that. And I feel like there's still a little bit of still a bad taste in my mouth from that time. But now I think this is a very, I think this is a very different type of situation. And I think it's actually setting up to be a very, very solid time.
Yep. And again, baseball is coin flippy. We have no idea on July 7th, Garrett, who's going to be playing well on October 7th. A lot of baseball is about having your best players play their best at that time. Like, it doesn't matter what a guy, like if a guy had okay, and this is not slander, but like Javi Baez in April, I don't care about April. What are you going to be in September and October? So a lot of that plays a role too. And then here's the other thing. The playoffs hit different. Hell, there might be a team with a star-studded lineup and their guys just don't fire because in the playoffs, the pitching gets better. The bullpen usage goes up. And look, now we're being positive about the Tigers today, but I want to offer you one of the red flags. You've got a gaggle of players that has basically a 10-1 strikeout to walk ratio. 60-6, 80-8. Bottom line, you get in the playoffs, the strikeout percentage goes up because the pitching's better. You're not going to see a guy 3 times through the rotation unless they're an absolute stud muffin. And everyone's doing a little bit of bullpen chaos. It is matchup city. So if you're a guy who strikes out 200 times in the regular season, that's a red flag. So yeah, they've got a nice window to get into the dance, I think, multiply, certainly this year. But I'm future casting for a couple of years past that, and I go, okay, can we just say it out in the open? They're winning this division the next 3 years. And that, I've gave you reasons. Sure as hell, hey, if I knew that was going to be right, I wouldn't work for a living. So I'm offering you what the weekend provided me. Let's go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good, Ivory. What's up?
Yeah, so I was watching the Tigers game last night. You know, I'm a big Tigers fan, man. Been all my life, really. And I was watching the game, and I'm like, man, this division sucks, man. And like you said, you know, you don't want to like rely on like what other teams are doing or aren't doing. You just want to focus on getting your organization better. But it's just like the Lions, you know, you want to like capitalize on the moment and what you have. And you know, I think the Tigers, if they can continue, they have pretty much the best deepest farm system in baseball. They, like you said, they have a young team that's controllable as far as young players. You want to capitalize on what you have. I don't think what they have is in the playoffs. It worries me, and World Series wise, it worries me because at first I'm like, do they need pitching? Do they start? They need to start. I'm like, okay, Mize is he's doing good now. Schoolboy, you know, Flaherty hopefully can be a decent number 3 guy or 2 or better, something like that. But then the hitting really is what worries me, like kind of, because like Riley Green is as good as a player as he is. He does this every year, and the bad part about it is you don't know when it's going to happen. He'll be superstarish, pants on fire for like 2 months, and then for like 30 days he'll just disappear on you. So all I'm saying is that I just wanted to get your idea on like I really like Osuna Jr. from Atlanta. Like, I don't know what it'll cost for them to get him.
Oh, well, you named 2 players there. There's Ronald Acuna Jr. and then there's Marcell Ozuna. Those are 2 distinctly different humans.
Acuna Jr., the guy from Atlanta.
That's a whole different ball of wax. Yeah, I think Ozuna is available. You're going to have to DH him, but that's a right-handed power bat. That's a hammer. They
need that.
They do. Ivory, I'm going to continue with it. I know different shows are going to disagree with me. That's fine. But I'm not going to trust the others. Like I term it like the MLB playoff, the NBA playoffs. Your stars dictate whether you get to win it or not. The others play well at home and terrible on the road. Like, I'm the same way with baseball. I think.
And I just
go ahead.
I just think that, and another thing, like on the not really negative side or red flag side, but I don't want them. It's a good and a bad thing. Like when you have a team this deep and this good, as far as you know, minors and your top level people on the MLB are young and costly. I just hope they don't rely and sit back and take it easy and kind of coast. You know,
no, I'm with you
on the moment.
Yeah, and you can't. And I think if you get comfortable with, you know, Zack McKinstry saving your season and stuff, it's going to burn you. And look, Ivory, I don't want you to think I'm being dismissive, but the Acuna thing, you're talking about a guy. I mean, guy's hitting, what is he, 340? Guy's got to have an OPS of 950, which translates to roughly what? OPS plus 175? Like, if Atlanta put him out there, you're gonna have to give away things you don't want. He's having an incredible year. He's an incredible player. Now, here's your problem. As much as he's hitting, the knee injuries have taken away the speed. I don't think there's going to be any more running. Remember, he blew out. I think it was on a pickoff attempt getting back to second. That's not going to, but again, I don't get hung up in a name. It's about the role. You need what I consider to be a stabilizer in the order. Not a guy that I'm taking out that is matchup dependent. Okay? Like as much as I love Kerry Carpenter, he's not had a good year. And he can't hit lefties. It's a problem. I need a stabilizer. Somebody that I pencil in top 4 in my order from the right side every day. And whether that's in the 2-hole, leadoff, third, cleanup, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. They need that player. And if you do that, that will unlock a lot of other things for AJ and for this lineup and for this team. You need someone that other teams fear and they can't match up their way around. You need the non-negotiable. It's no different than an edge rusher. It's no different than a star quarterback to which you feel like there's no defense against. Pick your sports comparison. It's James Harden in his prime. You're not going to guard him. They're going to go ISO. He's going to get to the line. That's what it is. And again, not everyone's created equal. I mean, I have bemoaned Aaron Judge's postseason performances for a while, but like, look every day. You can't work your way around an Aaron Judge. No Aaron Judge will be available at the deadline unless something crazy happens like when Soto got dealt. But you've got to have a few more non-negotiables in there. Because right now, when the playoffs come around, people are going to be able to maneuver and do it in a different way. Remember, there's no fourth and fifth starters in the playoffs. There's no saving of your bullpen. You're just going to go. So, Ivory, I'm with you. And we've got a few weeks to sort it out. Right-handed bat, I'd love to see an arm or two in the pen. You do that. Why not? Why not us? I have no problem with that. But I do think you gotta, you gotta pay the cover charge to get in the bar. All right? Like David charges to go to his church. You gotta pay. You want that good sermon.
That is false.
David, I clicked donate on the website.
That is not
$20
true.
entry fee, and it's $25 if you do the dramatic reading of Psalms 49. And that
25 at the door.
That comes with an open bar, too. Got a hell of a thing going on down there. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, located right in the heart of Las Vegas at Circa. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Let's get a little football in the mix. The production will tell us the direction we're going. It's football today.
Yes, we're going to do some college football here.
Okay.
And The Athletic put together a little list here. I'm not going to go through all 100.
Yes, all 100 in 8 minutes.
It is the top rivalries in college football.
You want me to guess?
No.
Or you okay?
Right now, initially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through what Michigan State is involved with and what Michigan is, and then I'll go through the top 20.
Okay, those are boring, by the way.
65, MSU, Penn State.
Too high.
Okay.
It's not a rivalry. It's artificial. It has the ugliest trophy that no one really wants in their trophy cabinet. Not that State's capable of getting it in their cabinet. I've never believed in the land grant thing. I'd say no to this. It wouldn't even qualify as a rivalry.
Then number 51 is Michigan and Minnesota.
Oh, the jug.
Yeah.
Again, the problem is
like that
one
one being
team
there.
never wins it. Is there really hatred? Do Michigan fans even know Minnesota's their rival? It's too high. Rivalries have to be based on hatred and competitive balance.
Correct. At 47, you have Michigan and Penn State.
That's too low. I think Michigan and Penn State, there is absolutely a healthy dislike, especially with Key and Peele as their head coach over there. They've gotten into it in the tunnel. They've had dramatic games, meaningful games. I don't think the fan bases like each other. That, to me, would be more in the top 25 range.
Number 45 would be Michigan State and Notre Dame.
Shouldn't be on the list because they don't play. This was a top 25 rivalry. Steeped in tradition, geographically relevant, driving distance. Yes, some of the best games of my life have been Michigan State, Notre Dame. Road trips, the home games. Yes, Little Giants was fun. The overtime win with Jason Teague. But they don't play because Rico ruined the sport.
Yeah, he ruined the sport.
But if they played, top 25. The fact that they don't, hell, take it off the list. Incomplete.
And we will get to some more Michigan and Michigan State involved rivalries in a second. Let's start at number 20 here. You're going to laugh at this one, guys. Harvard-Yale. 20th best rivalry in college football.
Harvard-Yale is like when soccer guy tries to tell you about their sport. Okay. I mean, I get made fun of for Army-Navy. At least it's Division I and with athletes. I mean, who wants to watch the Nerd Bowl? I'm going to say no to Harvard-Yale.
Yeah, not at all. Number 19 is Kansas and Missouri.
Oh, well, the wagon wheel.
But they don't play each other anymore.
Yeah, again, this was a Big 8, Big 12 thing. And it was a rivalry, albeit Kansas couldn't get up off the floor most years. I'll allow it, but David, they don't play.
Well, you mentioned how Michigan State and Notre Dame don't play anymore, so incomplete. Well, at 18, you have Michigan and Notre Dame on this list.
And again, I would have that as a top 10 rivalry if they still played. It's brand name, it's dislike, it's relevant games, tradition, driving distance, all of it. The fight songs, the whole bit. They don't play. But hold on, can I just allow me this 10 seconds?
Sure.
Okay. This is why I've grown to hate the sport. Look what we're talking about. How many of these rivalries so far? And I go, asterisk, they don't play no more. This is like talking about dead Hollywood actors. I mean, it's depressing. Go ahead.
You're exactly right. So this next one here, this one's for you, Kenny, because we were talking behind the glass. I gave you what the list would
Georgia,
be,
Florida.
And you asked about Georgia. How many are on there? Well,
Georgia Tech.
At 17, you have Auburn and Georgia.
Again, though, I mean, this list is really going to be predicated to me based on who's actually good and how long have this rivalry been competitive for.
Here's what I'd like to do. This is fun, and we'll do this today. I want to do a real rivalry ranking before the season, some slow summer day. And Kenny is right. To qualify for this list, you must play. This enough of dead guy theater.
Because I'd expect Georgia and Florida to be on this list, but Florida hadn't been any good for a while now.
No, but there is a tradition. There is the neutral side of it. There
it's
is
ranking it based on what carries more weight.
Yeah, and at least they play.
At number 16, teams that do play, Michigan and Michigan State.
Little high. Do I think it has been a good rivalry? Yes. Now there's multiple factors. There's three. Cheating scumbags. One team that wets the bed and can't get out of said bed, Michigan State. And then, look, the whole thing's toxic. It's not even fun anymore. I mean, it's just gotten stupid. So I would say little high.
Little high.
Until MSU can figure out how to stop wetting the bed.
Okay, so I'm going to skip down to number 12 because the other ones here at 15, 14, and 13 teams suck.
Let me hear them.
15, they just started playing again. That's Texas A&M. 14,
okay, no. You got to leave that one.
But they just started playing again.
Yeah, but that's a good version of Michigan State.
Okay. 14 is USC, UCLA. They both suck, so it doesn't matter.
All that game's good for, best uniform game of the year.
Correct.
Because they both wear the dark jerseys.
The picture's right there next to the game.
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful picture there. 13 I'm skipping at is Alabama and LSU.
Why would you skip that? How dare you?
Because I wanted to get to this one. This is the one that Kenny really cares about at number 12, Georgia, Florida.
I'm putting LSU Bama above it.
I would too.
Yeah, me too. One of the teams has to be competitive for this to be a real. And I'm not trying to slander the rival, but
you better be careful. You're going to lose them this year.
You think so?
I do.
I'll take a lunch bet on that.
I'm Team Lagway. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. I got to go with our man Napier.
So let's get into the top 10 here. 10, Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Stop. What is that? The pig? Or no, that's the battle axe.
No, that's the battle axe.
Yeah. Whatever it is. Nobody cares. The games are unwatchable. These dairy-eating losers. No, that should not be in the top 10. That's ridiculous.
At 9, Florida State. It used to be, but not anymore.
That's a little much for me. That's a little high.
At number 8, Ohio State and Penn State.
Yes. Absolute dislike. High-level games. High-level atmosphere. Egregious amounts of beard dye from Ryan Day. Yes.
At 7, Miami, Florida State.
No, stop. Miami doesn't even have fans. That's ridiculous.
At 6, Nebraska, Oklahoma.
Yeah, too bad they don't play. They're not in the same conference. It's a joke. Used to be, not anymore.
At 5, USC, Notre Dame.
Yes,
they
the
will
shillelagh.
not play in the next few years, right? Or after this year or something like that.
If we're basing it on the fact that they still have been playing.
True.
Yes, it's classic, dating all the way back to when Notre Dame, trains have been invented and we'll go play in L.A. I like all that stuff. Uniform game, elite brands, yes.
So I skipped through and Kenny looked at me and asked me, he said, did you miss Army, Navy? I did not, because at 4, Army, Navy. Is it too high?
No, I mean, it's look, if you're telling me it's going to look like Alabama LSU, it's not. But it's the height of disdain, but also ultimate respect. It's the opposite of Michigan and Michigan State. And these guys are doing something bigger than football. And I like it. I like the patriotism of it. I like the uniforms. I'm fine with it.
If you want to tell me it's top 10, top 15, I have no issue with it.
Okay.
But top 5?
No, I'll compromise.
That's a little.
Kenny, I will compromise with you. I also think they don't deserve their own Saturday anymore.
That's true.
They need to fall in line. We're not going to hold the playoff for you guys. I'll tell you what. Backload it between 8 and 12. Done? Deal's made. Drop the gavel. Sold.
So the top 3 all make sense. You can mix them up, change them, whatever. Oklahoma, Texas 3.
Yes.
Auburn, Alabama 2.
Yes.
Michigan, Ohio State 1.
No.
Yes.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
But again, you can mix them up. I think all 3 games, it doesn't matter what the record is.
The fact that they play, the fact that they dislike each other, the fact that the games now are again relevant. For a while they weren't. I don't know that Michigan OSU is the best one. I still think it's got to be an SEC game like a Bama LSU or an Iron Bowl. Man, you got people poisoning trees over those games. It's just different. But yes, it should be in the top 10, and I'm not going to quibble. Where's BYU and Utah for the Beehive boot? What the hell?
BYU.
TCU, SMU for the skillet.
BYU and Utah is number 28 on the list.
I know. I'm just busting.
Yeah, they're not going to be top 20.
Come on.
At all. That is your college football blitz.
At least you didn't include the whistle in there. Thank God. Rico on vacation. If you want Tiger talk and my bold proclamation, Odyssey.com rewind. Kenny, I don't do this to anger you. I don't do this to anger fans. But, man, as optimistic and positive as I was about the Tigers to open the show, as negative as I'm about to be about this, the Elliot Friedman report on Steve Eiserman. Whoa, buddy. I'm going to read it to you. No editorial. I'm just going to read it. And I'm going to give you my thoughts. Then I'll probably turn my microphone off and just tell Kenny, take it to 4 o'clock. Elliot Friedman writes the following. I think he had some interest in Arvidsson. He ended up in Boston. I heard the Wings liked Mason Marshman. Ended up in Seattle. So there were some things that Eiserman wanted to do, but he wasn't able to do. Friedman believes the current direction of the Red Wings will be hard to sell to diehard fans of the Red Wings. I challenge that point. There's plenty of bathwater drinkers in this town. It's a hard sell in Detroit. It really is. It's been too long without the playoffs. The thing about Eiserman is he believes in himself. Even if nobody else believes in what he's doing, he thinks he's doing the right thing, and that is drafting and developing their guys. Now, David, if you would, there is also a piece of this that talked about they wanted a meeting with Ehlers, and he went like this. Wasn't interested. Players don't want to play here. If you could include that, I'd appreciate it. Just copy and paste that in. Look, see, this is a problem for me because to accept this is to absolve this. Meaning, if I accept that the only thing we can do in little old poor Detroit is draft and develop, and how could I ever expect more, then you are absolving the last 7 summers. And I'm including this one because now I feel like a fool ass. They didn't make a big trade yet. And what it does really is, if you accept that, then you're basically saying we don't get to expect more of Steve Eiserman. That in essence, that's not what the money's for. Because you had a Steve Eiserman starting lineup figurine. Or you loved him in NHL 94 when he was just 19C. Like, I don't roll that way. The idea that Steve Eiserman can't broker those conversations is poorly thought of by agents, hard to deal with. These are things that have been reported. It is not well thought of here. The fact that in the 7th summer, the product on the ice is so boring, so egregious that you can't get people here is a statement about the failures on its own, in itself. And I understand. We're not Florida. We have a state tax. Noted. I understand that players wanting to go south, it's a little bit of a new thing in hockey. Poverty hockey's caught on. Maybe the NBA guys have it right. Noted. Don't expect us to get every free agent. This isn't 2002. We don't just shake our shoes and a Luke Robitaille falls out. I understand. But the fact that Eiserman essentially got hung up on, hi, it's Steve Eiserman. That's a problem. The fact that Eiserman is now, in essence, backed himself into a corner, I'm going to do it my way. Oh, boy. When you've reached my way phase, you know you have a problem. And when Elliot Friedman says it, I'm believing it. The fact that Detroit is not looked as desirable. The fact that Eiserman is not well thought of by agents. Hard to deal with. The fact that Eiserman is showing defiance. The fact that, and I'm not being disrespectful, but whether it's an Arvidsson, whether it's a Marshman, whether it is an Ehlers, these are still not A-plus list guys. This isn't like I called Connor McDavid, he sent me to voicemail. No. This isn't even the Noah Dobson thing that you basically didn't participate in. And Dobson chose to go play in Canada with an even worse tax rate. Is this what I have to accept now? Because if you are one of the wingnuts, if you are one of the devotees, you're telling me I have to accept this. Detroit's not desirable. Players want palm trees. Poor Stevie. We're just going to draft and develop. What I would argue is when I hire the best general manager in the sport, I expect more. Cut through the excuses. What's Scott Harris's excuse? What's Brad Holmes' excuse? Players trip over their dinghies to play in Detroit. Whoa, football's different. Is it? There's teams in Miami. There's teams in LA, 2 of them. There's teams in southern states. I don't want to hear it. And look, I understand it's not A-listers, but Trajan Langdon signed players last year. Now, I know this year we've taken a year off from doing anything interesting. But my point is, do you accept what Friedman is saying? Or isn't what Friedman's saying a statement that Eiserman has failed? Now, it doesn't mean that he will fail, but that he has failed. The idea that the Wings, who are one of the 8 or 9 most valuable franchises in the league, original 6, new-er building, iconic logo, history, right? The top North American franchise. The fact is the brand is thought of worse now than the day Steve took over. That's failure. The fact that Steve can't get on the phone with people, much less get things done, that's failure. The fact that agents don't think he's easy to work with, that's failure. Newsflash, you have to evolve. The hammer and nail approach where you're the hammer and every player and the agent are the nail doesn't work anymore. Player empowerment has even reached the poverty league that is the NHL. Rigidity doesn't work. Don't want to do term. Don't want to pay more than I pay my captain. Don't want to trade any of my prospects. I'll show you. That doesn't work. I mean, the bottom line is, when you look at it, if you can't get a meeting with Nikolai Ehlers, then what are we doing? If you're thought of as bottom rung, then why is Eiserman here? What's the point of any of this?
Yeah, if a player doesn't even want to have a meeting with you, then what are you here for? Your job is to get players and find a way to get them here, and you're not doing that. That's Steve Eiserman's failing at every part except drafting. He's not failing at that, but that's not winning us anything right now.
No, and look, it doesn't mean it's going to predict the future. What I'm trying to say is there are successes and failures all within the same tenure of coaches, players, executives. It's okay to say that as of today, he's failed. That doesn't mean he'll fail tomorrow. It doesn't mean that he won't eventually turn this thing around. But I'm sorry, the Elliot Friedman report, that's damning. Now, Kenny, I've tried to lay that out. I would love your thoughts. No yelling, but
no, there's no yelling.
You can yell at me. I just don't want to see you lose your mind.
No, I've already lost my mind and reached the acceptance phase of this. I mean, I told you this last week where I thought, he's going to nickel and dime it at the very end, add no real pieces of meaning, and then that was going to be the offseason plan.
I want to say this to you, and then I'll let you continue. I want to say this for all of Detroit to hear, for all of our massive streaming audience nationwide. I want everyone to hear this. Kenny, you were right, and I was wrong. You were right.
You just didn't reach the acceptance phase that I had already.
Because I don't.
And I understand that. I completely get why you thought things were going to turn out differently.
I'm not from here. I don't accept less.
You don't know puck.
No. Oh, no. I'm a complete knob.
No, but it's everything that I thought this offseason was going to be, and he's very rigid. He's very stuck in his own ways in terms of being a GM and how he runs his team. His pro scouting department is not very good. That's why he wasn't able to A, attract free agents, or B, be able to sign them.
The fact that they put overtures out to Ehlers, and it was like, thanks, but no thanks. Okay.
It's everything that report about him being difficult to deal with. It makes that true. And also, I think the most salient point that you made was this is an original 6 franchise. This is a franchise that's supposed to have plenty of cachet within the NHL. And to hear that it's in a worse place than it was before he got here, that's damning. That's unacceptable. You're right. He has failed. Now, he could make a couple of big trades and turn this whole offseason around, and that's fine. We change our tune.
Correct.
But where it stands right here, right now, this has been a failure.
I
And
would
a large one.
I would like to know if it's acceptable to say that as of Monday, July 7th, not predicting the future, not saying it can't get turned around, but as of today, with this Friedman report, is it acceptable to say the Steve Eiserman tenure has been a complete failure? Because once again, to summarize what Friedman wrote, nobody wants to play here. Agents don't like Eiserman. Calls go unreturned or politely declined, basically like, yeah, well, glad you're interested. I'm not. I got to lace my shoes. And Eiserman is intracted that he's going to do it his way, draft, develop. Fair or unfair? And if it's unfair, I need reasons why. I need to know why. Because without Eiserman changing, I don't know how this gets better in any relevant term. Meaning, if you have a lifetime contract and you don't care about family members dying by the time you win a Stanley Cup, that's fine if that's your prerogative. But when I hire someone to do a job, look, here's what I'll tell you. Obviously, I'm not going to conflate these. Every industry has their own time frame. I can tell you that if I took a job in another city and I didn't have the show I was hired to do, minimum, staring eye to eye with the competition, much less beating them, I'd be on the hot seat. That's how my game works. Maybe you're a chef. You go to a new restaurant. If you don't get that turned around in a quarter or two, you're on the hot seat. Food's not better. Food cost is worse. Reviews are bad. You're out. You're a contractor. You're routinely getting outbid. You're getting destroyed. You're not getting jobs. Now, the guys you hire to do the work for you, they're going to other people. You're going to be out of business. Whatever that time frame is, in sports, if I hire you, I don't care if it's to be the GM of Akron football. If you don't have me in a bowl game in 2 years, you're fired. If I hire you to run my baseball team and you don't have me in the playoffs in 4 or 5, you're fired. Pick whatever you want. There's no world where it's acceptable to go 6 years without the playoffs and do nothing in year 7 when it is being reported that basically the brand, it is tarnished. That you are the sad grandfather clock you inherited that you never wanted. It's a relic. Nobody wants to be here. Nobody wants to deal with Eiserman. You can't even get a phone call with Ehlers. And, quote, the current direction of this team is going to be really hard to sell to fans. So why is it wrong then on July 7th to say that as of today, Eiserman's been a complete failure? Doesn't mean he'll be a failure at the end. Maybe he'll turn it around. Maybe by year 9 we'll have something. I don't know. But as of today, what I can't wrap my arms around it is why people get offended by saying what is so clearly obvious. He's failed. He's failed. Laser Beam Eiserman was brought here to elevate the brand. And frankly, when you see that, well, it's hard to sell to players. Players don't want to play there. Don't you understand that that is nothing more than a Yelp review of Eiserman Cafe? What he's cooked in 6 years is undigestible. Players don't want to eat here. And I will always allow for the comment, of course, well, we have a state tax. I understand that. Don't need this to be the epicenter. But, man, if I can't get on the phone with B-level free agents, and I don't think anyone's going to look at an Arvidsson and an Ehlers and a Marshman and term them as A-listers. If I can't get on the phone with the B squad, that's a bit of an issue. Well, they kind of liked Arvidsson, and he went somewhere else. I mean, what are we describing? Kenny's first crush? Yeah, he really likes Cynthia. One problem. She's in the flatbed of Kenny's best friend's pickup. Like, come on. But that's Kenny. That's not Eiserman. That's Kenny. I expect less of Kenny. 248-539-9797. Let's get into it, shall we? If you've been injured in an auto accident, you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who could care less about you, David Femininio, the call you got to make. If you think the insurance companies are on your side, not happening. Get David, get paid. It's not just a catchphrase. It's a promise. Going to get to work, going to get your results. Call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, if you're looking for Tiger baseball, we opened with it. Super positive, great weekend, and I think it was more meaningful than just 3 games, including a bold declaration. All positive, but just something bold. We're talking Eiserman, Elliot Friedman. I thought it was pretty damning stuff. He had the 30 thoughts, 30 teams. Let me summarize. Players don't want to play here. We've read the reports. Agents find Eiserman arguably the most difficult guy in the league to work with. This is going to be a hard product to sell to fans. Friedman's words, not mine. They haven't made the playoffs in a long time, too long. What have we bitched about? But then we get scolded. This is the problem. This is also the issue. Look, let me just say this too. And I know I sound a little bit like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino, like snarling. This is the problem when we've lost free thought. And what I mean by that is we live in an era now where if you're a Red Wings fan, a diehard, a devotee, you can create a world where everything's positive all the time. And I'm not singling any specific person out. I think this is every team in every town in every sport. You get these fan pods and fan blogs, and then the worst part is the teams are like credentialing these people. And it's like, yeah, because you're a part of the PR army. And then fans, when they listen to open discourse, which is what we do, it is instead of viewed as open discourse, it's viewed as acerbic, toxic, negative, agenda-driven. No. The goal is we want a parade. We all want to be together at a parade. Anything short of that is failure. It's bad. When you haven't made the playoffs in a decade, it's bad. It's okay to just say that. Hey, how was your day today? I got hit by an effing car. I had a bad day. Like, it's okay to say that. No, you don't have to be laid up in a body cast going, well, golly gee, things could be worse. Yes, it could have been a semi and you're dead. Great. Now that we've established that, it was a pretty lousy Monday. You got hit by a car. So that is just part of the issue I take is we're losing the ability to have real conversations because the waters get polluted with frankly, propaganda.
And it's all social media, if you ask me. If you go online, you can basically create a social circle where you don't see anything to the opposite opinion. You just follow the people that say what you want to hear.
How do you think we got to where we got in politics?
Oh, it's 100%.
The same thing. It's just a translation of cable news to sports.
But that's where the team almost needs to be a stopgap when they're credentialing these people that run like fan blogs. It's like, okay, well
why?
You're not a member of the media.
No, but if you're the team, it's a smart thing to do.
It is, if you want to control the message. Then
Sell
yeah,
tickets,
absolutely.
Control message, and single out what? Voices of dissent become bad. See, it used to be you just disagree. If you don't agree, it's fine. But I don't think there's any agenda other than what's the job description? Fix the Red Wings. 6 years later, headed into year 7, not fixed remotely. Now, again, if we were making the playoffs every year and you're like, we can't get over the hump, totally different conversation. Guys, more than half teams make the playoffs. Teams that were good when you sucked, started to suck, got good again in the time that you still suck.
Yeah, multiple teams did that. That's just unacceptable. And in year 7, that can't be what you know what's funny is you said this last segment is we were targeting B+ B level players. We couldn't even land those guys.
No.
Like that. This is supposed to be, I was raised on, this is the Detroit Red Wings. You're always going to be a destination. You're an original 6 team. And you have a guy who's an NHL legend who is now struggling to get players to even think about, Ehlers wouldn't even pick up the phone for you.
And I think the most dangerous, and again, I view the Red Wings like the New York Yankees of hockey. I do. And if you don't like that comparison, then the Boston Celtics of hockey or the Lakers of hockey. Like the Red Wings are the business. The Red Wings are the standard. And if it's thought of way worse than that, that falls at Eiserman's feet. The last part, and then I'll get to the people, I promise. But there's a lot to unpack with this Friedman thing. If we're reaching defiance stage, that's dangerous. Whether you do a radio show, whether you're a chef, whether you're a trim carpenter, if what you've been doing isn't working, and changes are necessary in order for you to be successful, and you get defiant and intracted, you'll fail. And when you read the comment, even if nobody else believes in what he's doing, he thinks he's doing the right thing, and that is drafting and developing guys. That's very dangerous. Now, if he's here long enough, maybe it'll all work out. Year 8, year 10, year 12. I'm talking about today. I think judgment's absolutely fair. Go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It was just when you say we're at the defiant stage, brother, I think we've been at the defiant stage for a couple of years now.
I know.
I think since the DeBrincat trade, I feel like that's kind of where we've been. I think that was his, all right, here you go. Here, you got your guy. I made the big splash. Is everybody happy? And then since then, nothing.
But even DeBrincat's a B-level guy.
100%.
He's not an A guy.
Because we can't get A guys.
And if you can't get A guys and you haven't produced A guy, and again, I want to be careful. Like, we liked what we saw from Casper last year.
Yep.
But don't get it twisted. That's not Lane Hudson.
No.
Different positions.
He's on the way up.
Right.
Steve's drafting has never been in question.
But different impacts.
100%.
Right? Like, if you can't get the A guys and we haven't produced the A guys, what's the money for exactly?
I stopped myself from saying it several times during the first 2 segments of this.
It's okay.
That is entirely my mindset on that.
I understand. So, look, let's have the conversation. We'll get to the ticket text. Callers, I do appreciate your patience on it. I know we've been blowhards, but there's just that Elliot Friedman 3 paragraphs was a lot to unpack. Let's see where it goes. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. 97.1. Straight to the people. And I'm sorry that took so long, but I mean it when I tell you there's just so much to unpack with that. If you want Tiger talk, we gave it to you. All positive. Odyssey.com rewind. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Kevin. He's in Grosse Pointe. Kev, thanks for your patience, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, Mike, no problem. This Friedman report really makes the comments that Larkin made in May on the heels of the Four Nations Cup a lot more interesting to me, because either he's communicating to other players and finding out they don't want to be here, or he's communicating to people and saying this is not the place to be. But certainly it seems like the perception has ramped up since that time, given what Friedman report has said. Also, I think Eiserman is empowered to do what he's doing. I don't respect that he took a job where he's in this position, but I think the handcuffs are really put on him, and I'm not letting him off the hook because he shouldn't have done that. But
what handcuffs?
The organization. I don't think Ilitch wants to put a lot of money, time, and effort into this.
Okay,
whole
but
thing.
hold on. Kev, let me say this, because we've gotten about a half a dozen of these calls the last 10 days or so, and I'm yet to get an answer to this. This sport has a salary cap. The Wings do not operate like Anaheim did, 30 million under. They spend their money. They just don't spend it wisely. And we've highlighted that by saying their pro scouting is awful. Now, look, if you want to somehow tell me, look, Mike, they'll spend short-term money, but they don't want to do 7-8-year deals, and that's a organizational thing. You know what, Kev, maybe. We'll have to leave that one in the middle. I can't prove that or disprove it. But, Kev, this isn't baseball where there's no cap and you're the Chicago White Sox with, a $10 payroll. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, I thought they were operating about 8 to 10 under the mean, but maybe I'm incorrect in that.
No.
But,
year, now hold on. Now, Kev, let's be clear. Last summer, when they had all that cap space, yes, they signed their own people, but then look at the people they brought in. It was a total failure. Now, this year, they have cap space. The Friedman report is telling you they can't get anybody. I think that's different than Steve held back. I can't say that. Because
I went out too far on that limb, but I do believe that Larkin and being out there with the best players in the world, and the word gets around, and those guys are talking. And
look, when Larkin said the team was bummed out that they didn't add, that was a window into the room. And Eiserman clearly didn't take kindly to it. So I'm with you there. But, Kevin, that's Eiserman holding himself back. That's the equivalent of a coach who has a system he likes, and the system doesn't work anymore. And instead of hiring a different coordinator, he hires one of his golfing buddies. That's being stubborn.
To your point, about this crowd in Detroit, too, when that all came out, everybody was cheering Eiserman for putting Larkin in his place after that. And that's the kind of attitude you have in the town about Eiserman and how much forgiveness he gets.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Kev, to give you an example of what's out there now, I mean, Kenny, have you heard some of the rumors regarding a player we've joked about?
I've heard rumblings, as the hockey folks would say, about an Erik Karlsson deal.
Right, the Malcolm Brogdon of the NHL with his Lego feet.
Right, a broken D-man who doesn't play any defense. So
plays no defense. Now, he can be productive offensively.
Very, yes,
and help your 5-on-5. But like Kevin, when you started the summer and you go, okay, this is going to be the summer, right? We got rid of Tarasenko. We got John Gibson. If I said to you your move was Erik Karlsson, and you better pray the Penguins are taking at least half of that money retained, what would your reaction have been?
I'm crying in the towel.
There you go.
To be honest.
Kev's on the bench with the towel over his head. That's it. We're done. But think about it. This team had the worst penalty kill in the history of the sport, basically. What have they done to fix it?
That ticket text just came in about 5 minutes ago. The Red Wings had the worst penalty kill last year and literally have the same defense going into next year.
Right.
How is this acceptable?
And again, yes, we're bringing in Axel Sandin Pellikka. Fine. To put that on a rookie is an absurd notion. That he will somehow single-handedly walk through the door and he's Scott Stevens. Like, stop. Yeah, he's Rob Niedermeyer, day one. Yep, got it.
Rob Niedermeyer. What is it, 2003?
Buddy, that's my hockey zenith. We're talking Ulf Samuelsson. Which Samuelsson did you like better? 248.
Adam Foote, would that work there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I got one.
Yes. With an E at the end. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? How you been?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
You know, after all these years of Eiserman being here, I would agree with you. It's a complete failure. You know, I've been a long-time hockey fan ever since I was, knee-high to a grasshopper. And seeing him be the GM and people refusing to come here, or, the rumors that people are talking that they don't want to come here because it's hard to work with, it's unacceptable. As a GM, you can't be hard to work with, especially when we're trying to sign top-tier talent.
Yeah, and look, let's be clear, too. You don't want to be a pushover for agents. You don't want to be an agent's retirement plan where you're overpaying for people and the wrong people. But the idea that Eiserman is not thought well of in the agent community, per reports, then you put this Friedman report, and Elliot Friedman is as good as it gets. He's the Woj of the NHL. Yeah, Anth, I'm failing to see what we got going here exactly. And if the team hasn't made the playoffs, it's because of Eiserman. So therefore, because of his work, it's only making the job harder. Then how can I call it a success?
You can't. And when he first came here, I kind of gave it about 4 years to where, if we were sniffing the playoffs, all right, we were building something. But year 7 now, and it's nothing. We've got signings. We hear all these reports about the young kids coming up. But what does that do for us now? And, I don't want to just win a championship now and then not win another one for 25 years. So I understand that aspect, but I want to be closer than we are.
I think it's also difficult I hate using the term like you getting lapped by people. That's not accurate. But like people have passed you. People have, the Ottawas who we used to make fun of have passed you. Montreal has passed you. I mean, Columbus's best player died last summer. They were better than you. The guy died. And they were better than you. Like, you just have a hard time squaring the circle on it where you look around and go, okay, well, everything's fine. No, it's not fine. Because in the end, even if you tell me a hockey rebuild is the singular hardest rebuild to execute, I would argue with that and say baseball is. But fine, hockey is certainly more difficult than the NFL, no question. Certainly more difficult than the NBA. But let's not act like a hockey rebuild is curing pancreatic cancer. Those who are good at it are good. And those who aren't. Sign Buffalo. You either have a guy or you're Buffalo. That's really the long and short of it. You have a guy or you're San Jose. I mean, look, I'm not telling you my team's any great shakes. We hired a dinosaur. Lou Lamoriello graduated with twin brontosaurus. Okay? He was teammates with a T-Rex. Lou Lamoriello, you want to talk about a place nobody wants to play? The Islanders didn't have an arena. Then they did, but it was a dump. Then they had one in Brooklyn where nobody wanted to go to. Then they're at Belmont Park. Nobody wants to be there. The Islanders still have made 2 conference finals in the time frame. Still have made the playoffs almost every year. And honestly, they're better than you. Even in an injury-riddled season, they're better than you. That's not acceptable. This is the Detroit Red Wings, man. Yeah, the Islanders have 4 Stanley Cups. When I was still busy messing myself in a diaper, nobody likes the Islanders. The Islanders almost moved to Kansas City under an owner. The Islanders had a fraud. They had a complete con man on the team. Look up David Spano. Come on. We had them. I know. Me too. I had Mike Milbury run my team. This is the Red Wings, man. Come on. We'll get to the rest of the calls. 97.1. If you're paying noticeably higher energy bills in the summer to keep your home cool, it is obviously an annoyance. Let's see if we can fix it. 2 areas that cause this, well, your roof not being ventilated right and your windows just not being sealed or having a seal and an appropriate one. Best advice, call Victor's Home Solutions. Free 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over every square inch of the roof and attic, make sure it's properly ventilated, carefully examine every window in your home, and make sure you're not losing money. Simple. Have them come out, get the inspection done. If you decide you need a new roof or new windows, $500 off. And generally, they'll find a small problem. It'll be with a cheap, easy solution. So call Victor's 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can go online anytime at victors.com. All right, we'll knock down the last couple of calls. We got plenty of stuff to cover. Tiger baseball as well. We hit it at 2. I think this was more than a sweep this weekend. I gave you a declaration. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. David, ticket text right now, though. What do you got?
Eiserman is afraid to hand out term, so no major free agents will come here, and he's afraid to trade first-round picks, so he won't make major trades. It's a recipe for disaster. Calling Steve Eiserman a failure when we are in a final year of paying for contracts like Justin Applicator is just clown behavior. But I'm just a hockey elitist.
Okay. Well, hold on. No sarcasm or anger. I'm in a good mood. If those contracts were truly an issue, you'd be in a bad cap situation. You're not, and you haven't been. Last year, you had $25+ million. This year, I believe you had 21 at one point before the John Gibson trade. I don't think those things square. No sarcasm, no smarm. Man, if you've got to go to the Abdulcator button, gee whiz. I mean, come on. That's like saying the Tigers are hamstrung because of Cabrera. What? Come on, man.
Just excuses for Steve.
Yeah,
Eiserman
the
all
Pistons
over again.
are still paying Josh Smith on the stretch provision. I mean, come on. Please, let's do I'm not mad at you, Ticket Texter. Not that you care, nor should you care if I'm mad at you. I don't understand the level of defense. Why?
Yeah, if we went into the offseason with just a few $1 million over the cap, and we're like, you know what? Yeah, I see where that would hamstring us, but we're not.
If I hire somebody to run the New York Giants and they don't make the playoffs in 3 years, first of all, they're fired and they're a failure. Right?
Correct.
That's reality. Well, you've had your guy for 6. I think it's okay to say today, look, my heart is open for success. Can Eiserman turn it around? Yes. I don't think that you're in a debt spiral. But if he doesn't change his behaviors, it won't turn around anytime soon.
Well, see, and that's the thing. And Kenny has been telling me this for years, that the salary cap was going to go up in the NHL. And
next year's a big one.
Yeah, I had hope, but the problem with that is when Steve doesn't want to give term or any of that, then it doesn't matter. And now everyone else will have more room because the cap went up, and now we're back where we are today.
Correct. And that's, look.
And by the way, players know that the cap is going up, so high-value free agents, they're going to demand even more now because that's the new market value. That's what happens when a cap goes up in a league. Players, agents understand how that works.
You know what
they can demand more.
Eiserman's the guy dropping offers 20% below ask on houses. Well, good luck. You're never going to buy a house. The market's the market. You don't have to
enjoy your apartment. That's what you have.
Enjoy the sick pad because you're never getting a new one. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
The thing about Eiserman, to me, there's a good comparison to Hardball there. I think they're both really stubborn, but that's not why I called. But I both think they're like really stubborn in both their own ways, and I haven't heard that comparison.
Yeah, the difference is Harbaugh was willing to change in order to get where he had to go. He knew. They cut his pay. He was on the hot seat. He couldn't beat OSU. What did he do? He cheated. I'm not telling you Eiserman should cheat, but at least the guy was self-aware. If I don't change, I'm going to get canned.
No, exactly, and they're both the hometown boys, right? I mean, they're both the players that did well. So, I mean, I think that was a comparison for me. But I did call about the Tigers,
yes.
And I did a couple of comparisons if you want to take those. But so they don't really – they kind of fly in the face of each other. One is I think the Tigers this year are kind of like the 04 Pistons in the sense of like everyone thinks – they're a bunch of nobodies, but you remember the 04 Pistons, they still had 4 All-Stars. At one point we had 4 out of the 5 people playing in an All-Star game. It's kind of the same way this year. Like we have, we have 4 All-Stars. It's not the same sport, but we do have a lot of good players. So, the narrative that Tigers aren't that good, I think there's a little bit to be said there.
No, they're very good, but they're good as a collective, like the Pistons.
Yeah.
They're not going to out-talent or out-star other teams. But collectively, the brand that they play, like the Pistons, a good comparison, Justin. They play clean. They play the game the right way. There's a Larry Brown phrase. So, I think there's there's a definite connection there.
And I love that comparison because you just transitioned me right into what I was saying. This kind of flies in the face of it. I think we have the 2 best people in the game in terms of manager and pitcher. So that's like I think AJ Hinch. I mean, you could argue. I think you'd be right there with me. He's probably the best manager in the league. On top of Tarek Skubal being the best pitcher in the league. I mean, you compare him to like Patrick Mahomes. It's not the quite same, but like a starting pitcher is so important and can affect a game or a series so much. The fact that we have the best one. And that players can lean on him. I mean, that changes any 3-game series, any 4 games in 5 days. When you have him, it's not only are you going to win or you think you're going to win, but it's a calming effect. Like you're never going to go on a losing streak. So I mean, like he's not Patrick Mahomes, but to have the best player at a single position that's so important, I think that goes a long way. On top of a manager that's
I think you're right, is that you have a coaching advantage which I know we generally only talk about it like in college football, like Coach A is so much better than Coach B, but no, it matters at the professional level. AJ Hinch is elite at what he does. That matters. And you have the best pitcher in baseball, period. Yeah, those two things alone are going to put you in a position to be more confident 4 out of 5 days than the players you're facing. Yeah, I think it's a great comparison. Let's go to Mike. He'll get the last word on the Wings. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm good. So, like kind of what previous callers mentioned, like if a GM and the team captain are fighting in public, like that's like every free agent is going to look at that, especially if all the teams have money. They're going to be like, hey, anywhere but here because these guys seem really disorganized. And in the press conference, Eiserman's like, yeah, it's really tough to get elite talent through free agency because teams don't let it go. And it's just like, okay, you were here, they bottom out. If it's really tough to get top talent, then maybe bottom out for like a year or more longer because, you know, before the 2023 draft, which everyone said was the really good draft, you know, there's Mate Michkov, there's Connor Bedard, Will Smith. Like the Wings decided to go for it and like kind of like a half attempt, and they got the number 9 pick. And, you know, people are asking, oh, who's going to be the top left winger for the Wings? And no one can answer that because they're like, oh, Nate Danielson needs another year in Grand Rapids. And it's just like, okay, but if we didn't sign Ben Sherrod, if we didn't sign Andrew Kopp, maybe we would get Ryan Leonard, who's expected to start, or maybe we would get Mate Michkov. You know, it's just like,
yeah, but you know what's interesting too, and like Mike, I don't want to make a big thing of this. I don't know this guy from a hole in the wall, but it was an article I read this weekend. But it was this idea of like, how did the Islanders get this Shabanov kid from Russia? I know he's 4 feet tall, right? He'll never translate. He was supposed to be a flyer, I thought, to play with Mishkov. Just kidding. Here are the Islanders out of right field. Why does it matter? Because they're trying something. It's a 1-year deal. If it works, the dude on tape is a revelation. He's also the size of Theo Fleury. He's tiny. But, like, the Wings don't even try that stuff. They give you Craig Smith or James Van Riemsdyk, age 46. So, like, I'm not pounding the desk going, damn it, why didn't... It's just, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, Kenny, you saw that. I almost fell over when I go, wait, the Islanders got him?
Yeah, it's a total effort thing. I mean, the best we got in that realm was the backup goalie in Grand Rapids that we signed.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know.
And again, if Shabanov doesn't work, doesn't translate, gets utterly stuffed in a locker on a nightly basis, it's a 1-year deal.
Also, your fan base can look around and go, well, we tried. It's not like we didn't try.
Right.
This feels like lack of try. This feels like I am stubborn in my ways, and nothing will change my mind. I don't care how much fans are upset. I don't know how the radio station ripped me. I don't care about any of that.
And what's interesting, and again, I do not want to fall into this trap. I'm not pounding the desk. I've never seen this guy play. I don't know if he'll be any good. I know a lot of teams wanted him. That's all I can say. The point is, I'd rather have that. Give me a Maxim Shabanov or whatever it is. Give me that over roster filler guy. Because with this, there's upside. With that, there's an insurer and diapers. It's just like, at least I have, you know what? We try. Kenny Cott, 2026. We tried. The campaign. 248-539-9797. We'll get a football today next. 97.1. All right, let's touch table on a little bit of football. It is time for Football Today.
Well, let's get started with this story because, yes, now the Steelers are in bed with another malcontent. His name is Jalen Ramsey. The Sun Sentinel is reporting that Miami was fed up
I sound like Santa Claus for Christmas Story. Ho, ho, ho. David, I almost felt bad for you. Go ahead. Share with the people.
Yeah, Miami apparently was fed up with the veteran cornerback, and he was hurting the culture of the franchise.
Oh, why was that, David?
Ramsey was regularly late to practices and would constantly undermine former defensive coordinator Vic Fangio and head coach Mike McDaniel.
And want to get paid at every turn.
Correct, and his attitude reportedly spread to other team members. So this is a two-part here.
Mm-hmm.
Will losing or getting rid of him help Miami and Mike McDaniel, or is there just too much going on there? And then why do the Steelers continue to get these guys?
I want you to handle part B. For Miami, look, I mean, it'll be an automatic upgrade to the culture, but Minkah Fitzpatrick doesn't line up and play D tackle. You know, he's not going to play in the front seven. There's too much going on. But Minkah clearly was drafted by Miami. He's a well thought of player, good culture guy. I don't think it fixes them. And look, the Steelers, I want you to handle it. It's your team. I'll just say this for the average fan, they don't realize the Pittsburgh Steelers actually kind of deal, the currency for them is bleep hole.
You're right.
They deal in
right.
bleep hole. They always have an appetite to take on the troubled player.
They look at talent over anything. And while I think Jalen Ramsey is not as talented as he used to be, he's still talented enough to where when you're on a 1-year run, he can bring you something on the roster. So
Can Tomlin rein him in?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
That's the scary thing because he always seems to be able to do it. Yes, I think he can do that.
Okay.
Wow. Man, here we go again. we just got rid of one. We just traded one to Dallas. Woo. All right, so I'm going to include a couple stories here together, and I'm going to ask you what happens here leading into training camp with these guys. It is contract situations with 2 or 3 of these guys. The first guy is Terry McLaurin. The report here from Jeremy Fowler and Adam Schefter is that they are far apart.
Yeah.
And there's no progress. There's a huge gap between both parties. And we'll see what happens leading up to training camp. The other one is a Steeler. It is TJ Watt. Jeremy Fowler again on ESPN Sports Center said, well, people I've talked to around the league believe that it's guaranteed money and it's term length.
Yeah.
That's the problem with negotiations. Will both of these guys... so they won't show up at camp?
Watt will get done. He's a legend. He's the face of the franchise. I think he's a Hall of Famer. McLaurin, I know what this is. He wants a Tyreek Hill deal. He wants to make $30+ million a year. And
Yep.
I love Scary Terry. I'd love to have him on my team. And he's a very good player. But if I start naming the 5, 6, 7 best receivers in the sport, he's not one of them. He's close. But like right here, right now, like, am I going to pay you $150 million over 5 years? No. There's got to be a happy medium in there. I view Terry McLaurin much more like T. Higgins than Jamar Chase. Well, therefore, the contracts have to have representative value.
See, I'm glad you ended that with that statement there because the next guy I want to talk about, we've sort of talked about it. It is James Cook. James Cook he wants a new deal with the Buffalo Bills. He's a major part of their offense. Josh Allen loves him, but we talk about it here. Can't pay running back. So what do you do with him if you're the Buffalo Bills?
Franchise tag. Enjoy. I just, look, I think ultimately they probably get something done. They have a window here.
That's what it is, yes.
And David, I'm going to regret saying this. I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. I know.
Whoa.
I know. That's kind of where I'm angling at as I start my NFL work this year. I think the Bills put it all together. And I don't think you want a distraction there. I think they'll get it done.
Well, if you're thinking like that, then yes, then you have to get a deal done because you cannot go into training camp. You have to have everybody in the same direction, moving in the same direction.
That is correct, sir.
So let's talk about that. Since you think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl, that leads me right into my question.
I'm going to regret saying that. Do I reserve the right to change? It's only July 7th.
Sure. It's July 7th. No one's in training camp yet.
Okay,
you can change.
Thank you.
But it leads me into my conversation regarding the Kansas City Chiefs here. Patrick Mahomes was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams this morning, and he quote says, I feel like I've had to sit back and just listen to people talk and talk, and I'm like, let's just play football and just handle it out there. It seems like they're taking this as a revenge tour out there for their 2025 season, but my question for you is this season the last dance for the Chiefs? Meaning the core, you got Kelsey that's probably out of here. They maybe reshuffle some things. This is it.
It feels like there's going to need to be a San Francisco-like retooling. Probably a year too late. I mean, we made the Super Bowl last year. Yeah, I know, but it looked distinctly different.
Yes, it
did. You got
did.
very fortunate. Hey, the Broncos missed an extra point again. So, probably needed a retool now. I understand why they're running it back. Yes, Rashee Rice will help. Yeah, David, I'll say it's the last dance.
Yeah, because we've talked about the division itself becoming tougher for them, let alone everything else in the AFC. While, yes, Baltimore has failed in the playoffs, they're still there.
Yes.
Buffalo is still there. There's a lot of teams in the AFC.
And I think they're going to get overtaken in their own division. Why am I offering hot takes on July 7th?
I love it.
I'm sorry.
I love it.
I think old Harbaugh might get him. He might have their plays.
So I wanted to close it out with this.
David, come on.
That is so good.
It writes itself.
I will not hold you to those statements
it's
on
July
7th. I will
Thank
not
you.
do that. But I want to close it out here because Fox Sports did an interesting, I think, weird list here of top 10 most iconic NFL stadiums today.
Okay.
Could not believe what was number 10. MetLife Stadium.
Place a dump.
What? MetLife number 10?
I've been to MetLife many times. I don't know Giant fans who like it. I don't like it. I think it is the most woeful use of $1.5 billion. It is a stadium that already feels archaic. That's before we write the jokes about it being built in the middle of a swamp with a shopping mall next to it. No. The answer is just no.
Yeah,
Do you know how many playoff games MetLife has hosted in its lifetime? Yeah, one.
See, and that's what I think of. Iconic means there's been moments there. I don't remember moments happening at MetLife.
Yeah, I remember a lot of losing.
Number 9, they had Lincoln Financial. 8, they had Mile High over there, Empower Field for the Broncos. The Caesars Dome, Superdome. Number 7, Acrisure Stadium. I don't get it.
Why would the Superdome be there?
I don't get it.
I mean, I know they've had a renovation, but that is not well thought of. Also, you know what? I'll save it. Keep going. Look, Broncos Mile High should be up there. Kansas City ought to be up there. Philly ought to be up there.
Number 2 on their list.
Buffalo, Ralph Wilson Stadium should be up there. Pittsburgh, Heinz Field should be there.
That's number 6.
Baltimore should be there.
Baltimore is not there at all.
That's crazy to me.
I could not, but Lambeau Field is number 1 for them. Kansas City, then Dallas, AT&T Stadium, Soldier Field. Seattle's Field at number 5. I don't get this list.
I got to say this, and I promise you it's not my bias of being a Cowboy hater, okay?
You're right,
but
though.
we have got to stop with this Dallas thing. Oh, we put windows on it so God could see the team play. Okay, you blow. You haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. Your team's a joke. We got to stop. Not everything Dallas does is good. Dallas is like USC football. It's just, Like, that's enough. No, I don't consider Jerry World the 8th wonder of the world. Why is that on there over a Baltimore?
It shouldn't be. I mean, for honorable mention, they got SoFi Stadium on here.
So basically, what is this? The bells and whistles list?
It says iconic, and I'm like, none of this is iconic.
No.
Allegiant Stadium is a honorable mention. What's happened there? The Raiders don't do anything. It was weird.
You know what? That's called we need to fill time. It's July. Have Bobby the intern compile a ChatGPT list. That's all it is.
Exactly.
You may as well
right.
have had Stephen A. make that list.
3 weeks to training camp. We got to talk NFL. Put this together.
Bobby, hit the button on the phone.
That is your
Yikes.
football today.
We mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. So let's plan it, build it, and do it with the right people. It's Northville Lumber. Take home some samples, and no matter what you see, it's in stock, period. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? Rico on vacation. Opened up with some Tiger talk. I think it was more than a sweep of Cleveland. I think there's a couple of proclamations we can make. We covered that. We also hit this Elliot Friedman report about the Red Wings and Eiserman not going great. But again, Odyssey.com Rewind on that. I'll get the ticket text. Just a brief note. This Pistons Dennis Schroeder thing is still a thing as far as it being a sign and trade. The NBA's really got to get control of this. The idea that teams are making deals and will, quote, figure it out later, or a third team, a fourth team, or in the case of Kevin Durant, a seventh team could get involved. Guys, come on. This isn't JCPenney in 1992. There's no layaway. You make a trade, who's involved, who gets what, that's it. But John Collins was in a separate deal today. Why is it relevant? Because John Collins has been one of those names. Linked with the Pistons a little bit. P.J. Washington is a name I would love to add. I think P.J. Washington could play a really nice role here. But John Collins is off the list. He was involved in the Norman Powell trade. Norman Powell goes to Miami. Good luck with the Tyler Hero, Norman Powell backcourt. I mean, defense? They'll have to use Rosetta Stone to look up that word. But John Collins goes to the Clips. That's a really nice move for the Clippers because he can be their fourth option. So another name to cross off. I don't know what the Pistons are going to do, but last check, even the beat writers are talking about it. It's still a sign and trade question mark. So I'd love to see a player. That would be really nice. That'd be swell. David, ticket text, though, before we move along to other business.
Calling Vegas now, putting my house on Buffalo to win the Super Bowl.
No.
Chris in Detroit.
No. Look, it's July 7th. I shouldn't have even said it. I'm not ready to say these things, but I just was like, well, let's just cut it loose.
This is the year Josh Allen and the Bills get it done because I'm a Cowboy. Yee-haw.
He played so much better last year. And he cut down the red zone nonsense. And he cut down a lot of the Cowboy bravado. And he just played quarterback. And he's tough. And we all know he's unbelievably athletic. He showed me a lot. And I think they fixed the last piece to their puzzle is they needed to get, hey, Kenny, need to get bigger on the blue line. The Bills need to get bigger on the D line. They were like the Lollipop Guild. They needed more physicality, more brute strength to hold up in the run game. And they addressed that this offseason.
Mike, I think we've been sold a bill of goods with respect to the Red Wings prospects. These prospects were swept in the first round of the AHL playoffs. They ain't looking that great.
All right, I'm not going to do Grand Rapids Griffins.
No, certainly not. But I also think like this development is not linear with these prospects, but also we're not going to see them, a bulk of them, play their, the meat of their careers for a little bit now. So even if they're great, it's not going to help you right here, right now.
No. And that, Kenny, the whole idea is, and I say this and fans get so offended and I don't know why, because it's not meant with any malice. And I just, you can hire anyone if the only thing you're asking them to do is draft and develop. Fill the roster with filler, but just draft and develop.
Make him the director of amateur scouting then. If all he's good at is drafting, right, that's not the complete package. That's not what you sign a general manager for.
Whether you are the GM of the Georgia Bulldogs or the GM of the Detroit Red Wings, the job is no different. The job is you have X amount of levers. And if you're not using every tool or every lever at your disposal, then you're obsolete. Look at Clemson football. For a while, they tried to do it without pulling the magic lever of NIL and of the portal. They didn't want to do it. Even now, they're getting hip to it because they were getting left behind. If Eiserman cannot or will not execute high-level trades, cannot or will not recruit and pay market value for high-end free agents, then what's the point? And if you read what Elliot Friedman said, it paints that picture. Now, if you think that's unfair, take it up with Elliot Friedman. mainly because he spells his name in a fancy manner. David's got it with 3 T's on the show sheet here. Elliott.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Okay?
Elliott. What a luxurious way to spell. Go ahead with
He
this.
probably would love to do it that way, but
Elliott.
I'm pretty sure. Eiserman said the entire time it's building through the draft. I'd rather build a team than just make the playoffs.
Okay. So, again, I'm in way too good of a mood to be smarmy, so I'm going to be nice to you. Why does it have to be mutually exclusive of one another? The great franchises do it all. And I don't really care what Eiserman said 7 summers ago. The fact is, according to Elliot Friedman, the fact that Eiserman hasn't moved this program forward now has made you an impossible sell to players. Think about it. Guys you're trying to sign were 14 when you made the playoffs. It's a bit of an issue. But you keep clutching prospects like old ladies clutch pearls. I don't know what to say. Because here's the thing. And now this is, now Kenny, I want you to stop me if I'm out of line. For years, we said this in basketball. And the very same fans who are sitting here and giving Steve excuses were the ones who told me you can't be bad for too long or you'll create a toxic culture. I used to say, look, I need the Pistons to tank. We need to get a high pick. I was right. So I was told you can't do that because if you go without the playoffs for 4, 5, 6, 10 years, you will create a toxic environment that no one will want to be a part of. Yet, those fans are perfectly okay with Eiserman essentially doing just that.
No, I don't think you're out of line there at all. The problem now is that Eiserman has signed his core guys, his Mo Sider, his Lucas Raymond. I think those are going to be tremendous NHL players.
Well, I also think they're going to be tremendous values. The cap's going to go up. I'm not going to say half price, but Sider and Raymond with the new cap are a lot closer to $12 million a year than 8. Fair?
Absolutely. But the problem with doing that is now you've started your clock. Now you've opened your window. And every year they don't make the playoffs, every year those guys don't get playoff experience is a wasted year in my eyes.
Yeah, and mind you, the playoffs isn't the goal. Thank you. The goal is championships. That's what the Red Wings are about.
I know, but I just got clowned so much about, Jake Waldman got turnstiled in the Cup final. And I'm like, yeah, in the Cup final.
Yeah, exactly. Playing meaningful minutes for a Stanley Cup. And again, what do you want, the Oilers? Yeah, you're right. I'd hate being in a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Finals. And the team they ran into is kind of like the Miami Heat with LeBron, D-Wade, and Bosch. It's one of the best hockey teams of the last, I'll be conservative, 15 years. An absolute wagon. Sorry. Fans just do weird things. And I guess I was just born with a defect. Like, I don't do that with my teams. Why would I? Like, I thought we all stopped playing pretend when we were kids. Like, some of these Red Wing fans, I feel like they still have pretend friends. Like when they were 8 and they speak secret languages to each other. It's like, you're grown.
Yeah, they do. It's called social media.
Oh, I leave that to you, buddy.
I try to stay away from it.
Yeah. Keyword is try. Do me a favor. Give me your phone during the break. We'll do better than try.
No.
Gone.
Or you just post something awful. And then
I would never do that.
No,
no, because years ago, Doug and Scott used to leave their shared, X account now open. And I did that a few times. And it was nothing egregious, but it was just, ha-has. I got all upset. It was a whole scene. It was a terrible thing. That's the best thing to do. 248-539-9797. We will get some football in the mix. I want to bring up a Tigers thing, though. And it's different than what we started with. But I have to ask a question. Tarek Skubal said something this weekend, and I was a little confused. We'll talk about it next. 97.1. All right, I want to read to you something Tarek Skubal said this weekend, and I don't know. I want to, let me admit bias. My bias is I don't care about the All-Star team. I don't care about the event. I don't think fans care about the event. And frankly, and I'm not accusing Tarek of this, I don't think a lot of players care. Like, we're a long way from Pete Rose and Ray Fosse, all right? So I'm telling you that up front. But Skubal said something, and I didn't bristle at it, but I was just more like, all right, take it easy. He goes, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed only getting 4. The Tigers have 4 All-Stars. I think there are a lot more deserving guys on our team. We've got the best record in the American League. I'd like to think we'd be more represented. He rattled off Zack McKinstry, Spencer Torkelson, Dylan Dingler, Will Vest, Tommy Kahnle, Casey Mize, all deserving a spot on the team. As much as I enjoy that I'm going, I'm disappointed only 4 of us are going. There's more deserving people in the room for sure. Close quote. Really? I just so we're being straight. Zack McKinstry with a straight face. Spencer Torkelson? I mean, love the power, but really? All-star. Now, you want to make a case with Mize off of that start this weekend? I'll tell you one thing. It's part of the reason I don't want to go screaming and yelling about pitching until near the deadline. What did I say to you? Let me see Mize healthy. Let me see Reese Olson on return. Let me see Alex Cobb at some point. The point is, who got snubbed? If you're a Tiger fan and you're nodding dutifully with Tarek Skubal, who got snubbed? Who am I supposed to send to the All-Star game? Now, mind you, the All-Star game is dumb the way they do this. And I'm not trying to be insulting, but anytime you let fans vote on anything, you've automatically gone dumb. Second of all, baseball's the sport for eternity that's had every team gets somebody in the game. Look, who got snubbed in your mind? Tell me. And mind you, one of your All-Stars hits 9th. So let's just think about this for a minute. I'd say you're fortunate to have 4. But if you think there should be 5, who? Feel free. This is nothing I'm willing to yell about. I'm just saying both things can be true. Skubal can be a good teammate and do what he did there. Show respect for the guys in the room, pump up his own guys, hype up Detroit. Cool. You know what else can be true? He's totally wrong. And that's okay. It's not a big deal. Yes, Kenneth.
Since when is 4 a bad thing? 4 is good. If you would have signed me up for 4 at the beginning of the season and you said, hey, 4 of your guys are going to be all-stars this year, I'd be like, it's a pretty damn good year we're having, huh?
Correct.
So I don't know why 4 is a bad thing.
But who got snubbed?
I don't think anybody got snubbed.
No?
As much as Zack McKinstry has played well, and he has, I don't know, man. Putting him as your, third baseman? Yeah, no.
Now, if you wanted to say Will Vest, I'll live with it. But okay, what closer are we taking off the All-Star team? And then you start getting in the mix of A, fans vote, and B, if you're starting to list elite closers in baseball, as good as Will Vest has been, he's not in the conversation. Okay, Tommy Kahnle, he's been wonderful, but he's a setup guy. That's even harder to make an All-Star team. The best case you might have would be Mize. But I'm not losing sleep over it. 4 All-Stars for a team that's light on star power, that's pretty good, man. I think Skubal supported his guys. I think Skubal did the right thing. I'm not mad about it. I think there's something to be said for when you're a team leader, you say certain things. That's why I said I didn't bristle. He can be right and the point can be wrong. And you can have those two things together and no one needs to be upset about it. I think Skubal was being a good teammate. But we don't have to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, this is terrible. Get the pitchforks out. Like, come on, man. I mean, the one thing I would say is, Tarek, you kind of got off on the wrong foot with a McKinstry shout out as the first. In what world is he making an all-star? Come on. I understand. Value? Yes. Have they needed him? Yes. Just like Javi. Totally get it. But, come on.
Really?
See, you're exactly right. Tarek is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to be a great teammate. He's supposed to be a great leader. But part of it is what you said earlier about the propaganda. I am not supposed to then just believe everything that comes out from the team and just say, yep, you're right. You're exactly right. Because I don't believe there should be more than 4. Really, because of the fan vote, there should really only be 3. Javi should not be in the starter in center field. That's just me. But they were pushing McKinstry on the they were pushing him on the broadcast last night, and I was trying to be nice, and I was
honestly,
trying not to roll my eyes. But
David, if I left it up to Benetti and company, they'd say my grandma Carmela should be in the All-Star game. One problem: she died in '93. You can't take that broadcast seriously. You just.
But it was hard.
They have a job to do. That's all I can tell you.
It was difficult not to roll my eye because I'm like, they can't be serious, but they're serious. And you're right, they're doing their job. But no, Tarek Skubal is wrong. There should not be more All-Stars from this roster. There just shouldn't be.
Yeah, and
good for him to say it.
He's being a good teammate, man, and I'm fine with it. But yeah, I'm not going to just go along with it because then you start to look at it and you go, all right, well, part of the problem in all this is every team getting a say. You know, it's like, do I need to see Shane Smith in the ball game? Here's the idea. You're a White Sox. You're banned from the All-Star game on principle.
Now, that's what I would agree with you on. Now, if you want to do an All-Star game and actually put the All-Stars in and not someone from every team, then maybe you do get a Will Vest in there. That may be possible.
But can I put Will Vest in over Andres Munoz? Can I put him in over Josh Hader? Can I put him in over Aroldis Chapman? I can't do that.
No. But if you don't have a White Sox representative, maybe you think. But that's another conversation.
Then we're getting somewhere.
But no, there's 4's enough. It's the perfect number for this team.
It is. And again, I just goof around about the baseball stuff and the fan voting. And look, they're getting better at it. But for years when I was a kid and everyone got a spot, it drove me crazy. I'm like, what are we doing?
I mean, the fan voting should have stopped. When I was a kid in the NBA, Grant Hill was hurt the entire year, and he was voted a starter because of the fans. That should have been the end of it then. That's over 25 years ago.
How do you really feel? Hey, by the way, who's the Rockies All-Star? It should be the fans. If you've showed up and paid your hard-earned money to watch that dog turd of a franchise, you're the All-Star. You actually should be flown to the stadium.
I haven't looked. Is it a guy named Ryan? Because they love their Ryans there.
I don't care. I won't watch the All-Star. It doesn't mean anything to me. No, that's not like a flex or anything. I'm just saying, I don't. Preseason football and MLB All-Star game, they're basically equal to me. It doesn't matter. And it's not a serious event. All right, we can get some of the phone calls. We'll get a football today in the mix. I do want to reset this Elliott Friedman thing, and I'll mix the Tigers in the 5 o'clock, but in a good way, which is proclamations. Maybe bolder than the Buffalo Bills comment I made earlier. We'll mix it in the 5 o'clock. 248-539-9797. All right, Sunshine's got everybody ready to get out on road trips, go up north. A lot of people got done with that this weekend. Moran Buick GMC has got all the vehicles. 25 Sierra four-wheel drive crew cab, $279 a month, 0 down. A 25 Buick Envision, only $294 a month, 0 down. No employee discount needed. And inventory rolls in daily. It's MoranExpress.com. You'll find exactly what you need. Even Yukon Denali's are in stock. Plus, make sure your current ride ready to roll. You don't want to break down on the road. Moran certified service at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. Let's get a little football in the mix. The production will tell us the direction we're going. It's Football Today.
Yes, we're going to do some college football here.
Okay.
And The Athletic put together a little list here. I'm not going to go through all 100.
Yes, all 100 in 8 minutes.
It is the top rivalries in college football.
You want me to guess?
No.
Or you okay?
Right now, initially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through what Michigan State is involved with and what Michigan is, and then I'll go through the top 20.
Okay, those are boring, by the way.
65, MSU, Penn State.
Too high.
Okay.
It's not a rivalry. It's artificial. It has the ugliest trophy that no one really wants in their trophy cabinet. Not that State's capable of getting it in their cabinet. I've never believed in the land grant thing. I'd say no to this. It wouldn't even qualify as a rivalry.
Then number 51 is Michigan and Minnesota.
Oh, the jug.
Yeah.
Again, the problem
I don't
is
like that
one
being
team
there.
never wins it. Is there really hatred? Do Michigan fans even know Minnesota's their rival? It's too high. Rivalries have to be based on hatred and competitive balance.
Correct. At 47, you have Michigan and Penn State.
That's too low. I think Michigan and Penn State, there is absolutely a healthy dislike, especially with Key and Peele as their head coach over there. They've gotten into it in the tunnel. They've had dramatic games, meaningful games. I don't think the fan bases like each other. That, to me, would be more in the top 25 range.
Number 45 would be Michigan State and Notre Dame.
Shouldn't be on the list because they don't play. This was a top 25 rivalry. Steeped in tradition, geographically relevant, driving distance. Yes, some of the best games of my life have been Michigan State, Notre Dame. Road trips, the home games. Yes, Little Giants was fun. The overtime win with Jason Teague. But they don't play because Rico ruined the sport.
Yeah, he ruined the sport.
But if they played, top 25. The fact that they don't, hell, take it off the list. Incomplete.
And we will get to some more Michigan and Michigan State involved rivalries in a second. Let's start at number 20 here. You're going to laugh at this one, guys. Harvard-Yale. 20th best rivalry in college football.
Harvard-Yale is like when soccer guy tries to tell you about their sport. Okay. I mean, I get made fun of for Army-Navy. At least it's Division I and with athletes. I mean, who wants to watch the Nerd Bowl? I'm going to say no to Harvard-Yale.
Yeah, not at all. Number 19 is Kansas and Missouri.
Oh, well, the wagon wheel.
But they don't play each other anymore.
Yeah, again, this was a Big 8, Big 12 thing. And it was a rivalry, albeit Kansas couldn't get up off the floor most years. I'll allow it, but David, they don't play.
Well, you mentioned how Michigan State and Notre Dame don't play anymore, so incomplete. Well, at 18, you have Michigan and Notre Dame on this list.
And again, I would have that as a top 10 rivalry if they still played. It's brand name, it's dislike, it's relevant games, tradition, driving distance, all of it. The fight songs, the whole bit. They don't play. But hold on, can I just allow me this 10 seconds?
Sure.
Okay. This is why I've grown to hate the sport. Look what we're talking about. How many of these rivalries so far, and I go, asterisks, they don't play no more. This is like talking about dead Hollywood actors. I mean, it's depressing. Go ahead.
You're exactly right. So this next one here, this one's for you, Kenny, because we were talking behind the glass. I gave you what the list
Georgia,
would be,
Florida.
And you asked about Georgia. How many are on there? Well,
Georgia Tech.
At 17, you have Auburn and Georgia.
Again, though, I mean, this list is really going to be predicated to me based on who's actually good and how long have this rivalry been competitive for.
Here's what I'd like to do. This is fun, and we'll do this today. I want to do a real rivalry ranking before the season, some slow summer day. And Kenny is right. To qualify for this list, you must play. It's enough of dead guy theater.
Because I'd expect Georgia and Florida to be on this list, but Florida hadn't been any good for a while now.
No, but there is a tradition. There is the neutral side of it.
It's ranking it based on what carries more weight.
Yeah, and at least they play.
At number 16, teams that do play, Michigan and Michigan State.
Little high. Do I think it has been a good rivalry? Yes. Now there's multiple factors. There's three. Cheating scumbags. One team that wets the bed and can't get out of said bed, Michigan State. And then, look, the whole thing's toxic. It's not even fun anymore. I mean, it's just gotten stupid. So I would say little high.
Little high.
Until MSU can figure out how to stop wetting the bed.
Okay, so I'm going to skip down to number 12 because the other ones here at 15, 14, and 13 teams suck.
Let me hear them.
15, they just started playing again. That's Texas A&M. 14,
okay, no. You got to leave that one.
But they just started playing again.
Yeah, but that's a good version of Michigan State.
Okay. 14 is USC, UCLA. They both suck, so it doesn't matter.
All that game's good for, best uniform game of the year.
Correct.
Because they both wear the dark jerseys.
The picture's right there next to the game.
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful picture there. 13 I'm skipping at is Alabama and LSU.
Why would you skip that? How dare you?
Because I wanted to get to this one. This is the one that Kenny really cares about at number 12, Georgia, Florida.
I'm putting LSU Bama above it.
I would too.
Yeah, me too. One of the teams has to be competitive for this to be a real. And I'm not trying to slander the rival, but
you better be careful. You're going to lose them this year.
You think so?
I do.
I'll take a lunch bet on that.
I'm Team Lagway. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. I got to go with our man Napier.
So let's get into the top 10 here. 10, Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Stop. What is that? The pig? Or no, that's the battle axe.
No, that's the battle axe.
Yeah. Whatever it is. Nobody cares. The games are unwatchable. These dairy-eating losers. No, that should not be in the top 10. That's ridiculous.
At 9, Florida State. It used to be, but not anymore.
That's a little much for me. That's a little high.
At number 8, Ohio State and Penn State.
Yes. Absolute dislike. High-level games, high-level atmosphere. Egregious amounts of beard dye from Ryan Day. Yes.
At 7, Miami, Florida State.
No, stop. Miami doesn't even have fans. That's ridiculous.
At 6, Nebraska, Oklahoma.
Yeah, too bad they don't play. They're not in the same conference. It's a joke. Used to be, not anymore.
At 5, USC, Notre Dame.
Yes,
they will
Shillelagh.
not play in the next few years, right? Or after this year or something like that.
If we're basing it on the fact that they still have been playing.
True.
Yes, it's classic, dating all the way back to when Notre Dame, trains have been invented and we'll go play in L.A. I like all that stuff. Uniform game, elite brands, yes.
So I skipped through and Kenny looked at me and asked me, he said, did you miss Army, Navy? I did not, because at 4, Army, Navy. Is it too high?
No, I mean, it's look, if you're telling me it's going to look like Alabama LSU, it's not. But it's the height of disdain, but also ultimate respect. It's the opposite of Michigan and Michigan State. And these guys are doing something bigger than football. And I like it. I like the patriotism of it. I like the uniforms. I'm fine with it.
If you want to tell me it's top 10, top 15, I have no issue with it.
Okay.
But top 5?
No, I'll compromise.
That's a little.
Kenny, I will compromise with you. I also think they don't deserve their own Saturday anymore.
That's true.
They need to fall in line. We're not going to hold the playoff for you guys. I'll tell you what. Backload it between 8 and 12. Done? Deal's made. Drop the gavel. Sold.
So the top 3 all make sense. You can mix them up, change them, whatever. Oklahoma, Texas 3.
Yes.
Auburn, Alabama 2.
Yes.
Michigan, Ohio State 1.
No.
Yes.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
But again, you can mix them up. I think all 3 games, it doesn't matter what the record is.
The fact that they
hate each
play, the fact that they dislike each other, the fact that the games now are again relevant, for a while they weren't. I don't know that Michigan OSU is the best one. I still think it's got to be an SEC game like a Bama LSU or an Iron Bowl. Man, you got people poisoning trees over those games. It's just different. But yes, it should be in the top 10, and I'm not going to quibble. Where's BYU and Utah for the Beehive boot? What the hell?
BYU.
TCU, SMU for the skillet.
BYU and Utah is number 28 on the list.
I know. I'm just busting.
Yeah, they're not going to be top 20.
Come on.
At all. That is your college football blitz.
It's as old school Stern show as it gets. Elegant. Elliot often. All right. I want to give you a little bit of Tigers, a little bit of Wings. The Elliot Friedman stuff we'll get to in a moment. I want to bring this back to how we open the show. This was more than a weekend to me with the Cleveland Guardians. And if you think I'm taking it too far, guilty as charged. But I'm just not going to go on the air and lie to you. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm thinking. It wasn't just that you beat Cleveland. It's how. And when you step back from it and you look at everything involved, there were two things that really jumped out to me. There was a comp for the Tigers, who they are, how they operate, that I was comfortable with. And then a proclamation. Now, I understand the odds of me being right about this because in sports, bleep happens. I understand that it's probably not a 50-50 even, but I feel it in my heart. So let me offer you the comp. And it's a perfect example is the Skubal game. Skubal does what he does, but you're down 1-0. You're staring down Emmanuel Clase, who admittedly is not who he was last year, but he's still Emmanuel Clase, and if he got in real trouble, they got Cade Smith. They hit Torque. McKinstry steals second. Ground ball to third, right? Advance to third. Wild pitch, score. Oh, okay, just as I had that drawn up. But here's the key. I'm not demeaning it, and I'm not doing the luck thing. There's quality in that. A, having a guy on the roster who can come in and swipe that bag. Good base running over to third. Quality AB to advance the runner. The wild pitch is the wild pitch. There's nothing I can do about it. But you go into extras. They have Cade Smith, and you lit him up. Nobody lights up Cade Smith. You do. The team's approach, the all-in approach, everyone plays a role. You don't have many stars. Please don't be offended by that. We're all adults. You're great together. It reminds me of how it used to be, probably 2010 through 2015, Michigan State football. The D'Antonio years. We didn't have a lot of first-round picks. I think we had Jack Conklin. There's your first-round pick. But MSU was great as a team. They did all the little things. They were great in the margins and in the moments, right? Right? All right. So I can't believe you played that song. But my point is, you're better together. Now, the proclamation is, I'm going to sound like LeBron on stage back in, 2010 or 11. Not one, not two, not three. I think you're going to win the Central the next 3 years. This year and the two beyond it, 26 and 27. And you go, how the hell can you say that, pizza man? All right, hold on. A, you have the best manager in the division. True or false? I think you have the best GM in the division. You have the best player development in the division. You have the best farm system in the division. And for all of the hand-wringing, admittedly guilty for some of it, about payroll, you have the highest payroll in the division, albeit 17th or 18th in baseball. Minnesota's payroll's gone down each of the last 2 years, and their best players are walking Band-Aids. Cleveland's owners are garbage. Absolute disgraces to the sport. Garbage. Wasting a first-ballot Hall of Famer in J-Rim. Their payroll's like 25th. The Royals have never been spenders, and now they have the new feature, they can't score in a whorehouse. And the White Sox, well, gum on shoe. Guys, it's your division. The very same way it's been Cleveland's. I just feel like, seems like, sounds like, it was what I walked away with this weekend is comping this team out, being great in the moments, right? Doing the little things well. And while you don't have star power, not a lot of it at least, man, when you put all the pieces together, you've got the right guy pulling the strings, You've got a development program. I comped it out to, yes, the glory years of MSU football, because that's exactly how they did it. And as far as the division goes, I pride myself that it doesn't matter what I say, you'll get accused of it. Oh, hot take. None of it's a hot take if you back it up. I mean, I really don't try to throw things out there that I can't back up. Now, it doesn't mean I'll be right. And it sure as hell doesn't mean you need to like or agree with it. No doubt, respect. But it's what I think I've backed up my case with this. The Tigers have a runway here, with or without Scooble, because this division is ass. And you are not ass. You are good. In fact, really good. So I don't think it's insane to tell you that the rest of the teams in the division with declining payroll and or garbage pile owners and flawed rosters, while you're sitting here, and again, this year, I want pause in an AL Central Champs t-shirt at the stadium. Need it. But even next year, you will be the prohibitive favorite, provided Scooble's upright. And even when Scooble leaves, let's be real about this. No matter how disastrous, let's say, a Maeda signing was, or so far Alex Cobb, look, you've got smart people running this organization. And whether you have the answers in-house, you weaponize some prospects outside of the organization to get pitching, I just have a confidence level that between AJ, Feder, the front office, there's a synergy here. I think you have the best program, so to speak, in the division. And I thought this weekend was kind of like, I don't know, a line in the sand. It's like a wedding. All right, now you're married. It's different now. You put the Guardians in a coffin. And you did it the way they used to do it to you. So I wonder if anyone views that as anything other than silly. Like, do you kind of nod your head and go, I don't even like Mike, but yes, I agree. I really feel like this is your division now. Not just this year, though. What you've built, I think, will be longer standing. And again, guys, even if you win 90 next year, I think that's enough to win this division. Why? Flowchart, division's ass. And the teams beneath you do not have answers. Sans ownership spending their way out of it, because from a farm system standpoint, they're not going to have the immediacy. They're not going to have the ability to do what you're doing. I don't think they have people smart enough running their teams. So what do you make of that? Both the comp for your team, but also, if you so choose, you're winning the division the next 3 years. Do what you want with it. I can't lie to my audience. It's what I walked out of the weekend thinking. 248-539-9797. David, what is your thought when I said that initially? Insane? Overly optimistic? Or is there a level of sensibility to it?
Oh, yeah, there's a level of sensibility to it. It makes total sense based on the payroll, but based on what the feeling was over yesterday, really, because, the first 2 games were exactly what they were, and then yesterday, the way they won, it just felt like they were just snatching the entire division. And yes, I can definitely see 2 years. The third year is questionable in my mind because of the Scooble situation. But, if they continue to keep Feder and get pitchers and everything that they have in the farm system, then I can't see that the third year is not winning the division. This is their division for years to come. And it's finally their division again. Yes, we had the years with Verlander, with the years with Scherzer, but I really want it to always be the Twins and always be the Guardians and just know that we were going to have that division every year. I want that feeling again. And so it felt like, yes, we were taking the division back. It's ours. You cannot take it from us. It is ours for years to come. So, yes, That's what it felt like yesterday.
And again, I mean, this is sports. We talk. We're here on July 7th. God forbid it could all change. 3 players fall down a flight of stairs carrying deer meat like Clint Barmas did years ago. I don't know. But here today, it just felt different. And we've already said, I mean, obviously, they're winning the division this year. But it's about the future. And I look at the next 2 and I go, look at this division. You know, you start looking at a year and a half, like a year spread. We're not quite there, but we're approaching a year of the Tigers playing not 700 baseball, but 660. We talked about this over the last 162 games last week. There are 100 wins and 62 losses. Every other team in the division under 500. Even if you break it down over the last month, every team in the division under 500. So up until this sweep, you were 10-9 in your previous 19 games. About a 500 team, didn't matter. You gained on the division because they're all busy going 5-15. So you buying or selling. And look, I don't know what the comp is. I don't know that there's ever a perfect comp. I just see some of the similarities from a team that brought me a lot of joy. And I see those similarities in the team currently bringing you joy. I don't want to go into, but MSU got killed in the playoff. Can we just work with me on the day-to-day operation and the comparison? Not the fact that we ran into Alabama, a.k.a. the Dodgers. 248-539-9797.
Well, look, get there then. Get there.
Hey, there's a trade deadline ahead. I'm not doing any of that stuff until I see what they do or don't do at the deadline. You're a problem. You're a real. I'm sorry. It's Monday.
I'm sorry.
I've already had to step in with your wife and my kids and do something nice for your kids because you wouldn't. And we're not going to talk about it, but I'm going to state it for the record. The people deserve to know.
Do they deserve it?
Uncle Mike stepped in, and that's all that matters. Because you were going to be a mean person, and we're going to leave it there. 248-539-9797. All right. Weather's got everybody. Road trips, vacations, the up north stuff. Moran Chevrolet has got you covered. #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. You need a truck? They got them. 25 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab, $249 a month, 0 down. They also have the 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month. Promo code KARSH, if you like that, 0 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride at MoranExpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, straight to the people. I'll give you the Elliot Friedman stuff later in the hour. Kevin's in Detroit. He's up next. Kev, what's going on, bud? Kevin? Kevin? Kevin, don't make me sound like Mrs. McAllister and scream your name. I'll put you on hold. Kevin's point was going to be something about McKinstry's an all-star. Maybe it's better I didn't take that call. That's ridiculous. Because here, I'll just pretend Kevin was there. Is he better than Vlad Guerrero Jr.? No. Is he better than Jazz Chisholm? Nope. And not by numbers. Guaranteed. Okay. Other infielders that made the team. Is he better than Jeremy Pena, who's got a 400 OBP? Absolutely not. Is he better than, let's see, Brandon Lowe, who's got like 20 bombs? No. Oh, he's better than some guy named Jonathan Aranda. No, he's not. Jonathan Aranda's hitting about 340 and has been a revelation for the Rays. Like, who's he better than? Look, I understand that Bally or FanDuel TV or whatever it's called these days wanted to do their little McKinstry dance as a part of the Kremlin media. We're not doing that. McKinstry's been a very valuable player to this team. Full stop. He's not an all-star. Okay? I understand they did it on TV. It doesn't make it true. And I just gave you data. Facts are mean. Who's he better than? Here, I've just pulled this up. Who should Zack McKinstry have made the all-star team over? I've given you Pena. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Is he better than Jose Ramirez? No. Some guy named Jacob Wilson. Yeah, you mean the guy who had a 50-game on-base streak? No. I gave you Pena. I gave you Aranda. Alex Bregman? Definitely not, or you wouldn't be trying to trade for him. You have 4 all-stars. It's plenty. You want to blame anything? You could blame, well, why does every team get one? Look, you want an all-star snub? Juan Soto didn't make the all-star team, okay? How about Randy Arozarena? He didn't make the all-star team. Go look at some data. If anybody on the Tigers got snubbed, I could make a case it's Will Vest. It's not Zack McKinstry. So maybe it's better Kevin hung up or didn't want to play. Let's not do that. It's been a very positive day with the Tigers. Come on, man. Zack McKinstry, stop. You can be valuable to your team and not be an all-star. Let's go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Mike, I enjoy what you teed off the show with, and I always respect what you have to say. But you spent 5 minutes justifying something I think you could have started off by saying, okay, it's a given the Tigers are going to win the division the next 3 years in a row. What are we going to do in the playoffs? Are we going to get to the ALCS? I mean, I don't care if we win the division. I know that wasn't your point, but I don't care if we win the division the next 3 years in a row. And I don't think you needed to justify that nearly as much as you did, because I think that's almost a given.
Okay.
And I guess that's my
and James, I don't take offense to that. I guess for me, I'm not big into defending myself, but like, James, what I said honestly on surface is ridiculous to like future cast it. I guess I was making a point, but you're right. I probably could have been a little bit more efficient. Now, what are we going to do in the playoffs? I wish I had a better handle on it. Now, it's a different conversation because I'm with you. If we don't get to a World Series or win a World Series, what was it all for? Yeah, James, I'm riding in the boat with you on that. But I got to see the deadline before I can give you a real idea. If they do nothing, no, I don't think you're winning a World Series. If they do the right stuff, yeah, I have no problem saying you can get there. I think the American League's terrible, and I think you're really good.
Yeah. Anyway, I love your show.
No, it's all good, James. And listen, you're right. I probably could have been a little more efficient. It's like a pit stop. We could have done better. But on surface, you don't hear me say things like that very often. And to say any baseball team, look, if I were doing radio in L.A., I wouldn't say the Dodgers are going to win that division every year. You know, if I'm in the East, I wouldn't say Yankees aren't even at first right now. You get my point. Saying a team's going to win it 3 years in a row shouldn't be taken lightly, albeit if there's one division in baseball that's ripe to be owned, it's this one, because it's you and a bunch of nonsense. And you don't take nights off. You don't. You have an occasional sloppy game here or there, but in general, you're an assembly line. This is the amount of cars we're going to produce every day. We go into every series, we turn on the button, the assembly line begins, and we're taking 2 or 3. That's kind of who you are. And it's quite something. David, the ticket text.
I feel confident in this season and next, but since we don't know Scooble and what he will do, that third year to me is the big question mark, but I understand why you would say 3 years.
Yeah, listen, you know what? Maybe the Tigers bid on him in free agency. I don't know. I don't care. If he wanted to be here, he'd be here. Him and his agent have a plan. They have a price. Let him have it. I'll deal with it after the season. I'm not interested. Team's a zillion games over 500. Let's go win.
Tigers remind me of the 2004 Pistons. They just grind. They're a team. They're going at it together.
Larry Brown, play the right way. It's what they do. They do all the little stuff. It's very fair. I don't have a problem with that. But this team is way more exciting than the 04 Pistons. The 04 Pistons were the sports equivalent of anesthesia or chloroform. Like in the movies, you see someone put the cloth over someone's face.
Slowly go to sleep.
That was the Pistons. Hey, what's the score? 13-10. It's halftime.
The Tigers have a run differential of 106. No other team in the division is even in the positive territory. Tigers will own this division for at least the next 3 years.
And again, David, we got into it last week before the holiday. Well, we're a part of the reason the other teams are so bad. I'm like, no, actually, you're not. Like this, it's okay to just say you're really good, factual. Your division's really bad, also true. It's okay.
Aside from the 10th inning yesterday, the Tigers scored all of 4 runs all weekend, 1 on a wild pitch. That's concerning, and it worries me for the next 3 years.
Right, but look. This isn't the finished product, right? Parker Meadows has not gotten in stride yet. Fair? That's a guy who should be your leadoff hitter who's, since coming back, has hit a lot lower lineup. They need a right-handed bat. I'll continue to say it. Just give it time. The fact that they can win games low scoring and still win a 9-6 shootout, that's the mark of a really good baseball team.
Tigers are reminding me of the Lions. There's been a synergy for the last 2 or 3 years with the team, and now we're saying the same thing with the Tigers. Confidence level is just as high as yours, Mike. I am loving baseball.
Yeah, as you should. Kenny, did we just get another McKinstry truther? And they hung up. Can you explain? Since they won't stay on the line, now I've presented facts. What are their facts?
I think if pressed, they'd probably just say something like reasons. That guy thought that he was better than Jazz Chisholm.
Yeah, well, he's not.
I told him that. He didn't want to hear it from me.
No, I mean, and listen, I don't like Jazz. I think he's a loudmouth, and I think he's a bit of a selfish ball player. But day in, day out, there's not a GM in baseball who would select McKinstry over him. And second of all, by the data, OPS plus, all of it. No.
But by the way, nobody here has said that Zack McKinstry is bad.
No, he's very valuable to what you do.
He's valuable. He's productive. He can play multiple positions. Nobody's trying to take any shine off of McKinstry.
Okay, it's like Ben Rice for the Yankees. Ben Rice is a good ball player who's really valuable to the Yankees, even though they're undermining his career by attempting to put him in catcher. The point is, not an all-star. Really good ball player. Valuable. I went through the American League All-Stars. Who are you taking off of this team? You'd be taking off one guy with a 330 average, another guy with a 400 OBP, another guy's got 20 bombs. Guys, come on, man. I understand they said it on TV. You got to stop. You got to stop because TV at this point is state-run media. You got to take it with a grain of salt. If you think we're negative, well, then view them as propaganda and meet us all in the middle. Which, by the way, you can't say I'm negative when I'm sitting here telling you you're going to win the division next 3 years. It's like if you were going to do a drive to get the Tigers a 5th All-Star, make it Will Vest. Or make it Casey Mize. I can make a much more credible case. If you want to say Vest has been better than big name relievers, fill in blank. I'm not even going to fight you. But McKinstry, what?
Yeah, I don't know why you're gonna die on that heel. That is not the one to die on. That's not to me.
Yeah,
It
and
isn't.
I just okay. I'll let. It's been a very positive day. I want to. I just, you know what it is, and I apologize if you're driving home. I'm not trying to grind your gears. It's never enough. We're in this weird time in this city where no amount of positivity is enough. And that's where I bring the machine gun out and I go, if it's that good, where are my effing titles? Cool it. Good is good. You haven't seen greatness. Greatness is parades. Greatness is Hall of Famers. Greatness is championships. I ain't getting in greatness arguments about Zack McKinstry. This is a really good baseball team, and he's had a really nice season, and he's important. But enough. Doesn't matter what you do, David.
You're right, because it's enough to say he's a good player for us. He does and plays his role well, but just all-star? No, not even close.
Oh, but they said it on the telly. I don't care. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody. I want to give you this Elliot Friedman report on the Wings. Get Kenny's thoughts. Kenny, come on. We got to do it in the 5 o'clock for the people. It's for the people, Kenny. And I'm going to say something that isn't meant to be inflammatory, but somehow will be taken as that. We'll do it next.
I don't want to.
I don't either. 97.1. All right, let's touch table on a little bit of football. It is time for Football Today.
Well, let's get started with this story because, yes, now the Steelers are in bed with another malcontent. His name is Jalen Ramsey. The Sun Sentinel is reporting that Miami was fed up
I sound like Santa Claus for Christmas Story. Ho, ho, ho. David, I almost felt bad for you. Go ahead. Share with the people.
Yeah, Miami apparently was fed up with the veteran cornerback, and he was hurting the culture of the franchise.
Oh, why was that, David?
Ramsey was regularly late to practices and would constantly undermine former defensive coordinator Vic Fangio and head coach Mike McDaniel.
And want to get paid at every turn.
Correct, and his attitude reportedly spread to other team members. So this is a two-part here.
Mm-hmm.
Will losing or getting rid of him help Miami and Mike McDaniel, or is there just too much going on there? And then why do the Steelers continue to get these guys?
I want you to handle part B. For Miami, look, I mean, it'll be an automatic upgrade to the culture, but Minkah Fitzpatrick doesn't line up and play D-tackle. You know, he's not going to play in the front seven. There's too much going on. But Minkah clearly was drafted by Miami. He's a well thought of player, good culture guy. I don't think it fixes them. And all right, look, the so Steelers. This is before we get to a football today. And I want you to handle it. Tiger It's your baseball. team. I'll
Good
just say
series
this for the
Braves
average
coming
fan: they don't realize.
I want to read you the Elliott
Steelers
Friedman stuff. He had, thought for every team, and man, the Red Wing ones were.
I think it's pretty damning. But let me read this to you. And I want Kenny's opinion, and I'll kind of reset what I did earlier. So here's what Friedman wrote. I think he had some interest in Victor Arvidsson. He ended up in Boston. All right. I heard the Red Wings like Mason Marshman ended up in Seattle. They wanted Nikolai Ehlers, who simply didn't have interest in even meeting with them. So there were some things Eiserman wanted to do that he wasn't able to do. Friedman believes the current direction of the Wings will be hard to sell to fans of the Red Wings. It's a hard sell in Detroit. It really is. It's been too long without the playoffs. The thing about Eiserman is, though, he believes in himself, and even if nobody else believes in what he's doing, he thinks he's doing the right thing, and that is drafting and developing. I can't give you the long-form presentation I did earlier, so I won't try. We don't have the time. If the situation in Detroit is hard to sell, then I'm blaming the guy selling it because he created it. If it's hard to get people to eat at your restaurant and you have John Taffer there, well, you failed because Gordon Ramsay or John Taffer's here to save you. Like, you created the bad situation. You haven't moved it forward. Plus, we've read multiple reports where Eiserman is viewed as arguably the worst guy in the league to deal with by agents. No, I don't want my GM to be a pushover. I don't want him to be a pleasure pillow for agents. However, you do need to work with them. You do need to get their clients there. What Friedman's writing and saying, if I'm to accept it, then that means Eiserman is simply here to draft guys. Full stop. Can't get free agents, doesn't make good trades, and essentially the winged wheel is thought less of today than it was the day he took over. Yeah, I can't do that. Now, it's July 7th. Everything could change overnight. And by no means can I tell you if he's not given long enough that he can't succeed, won't succeed. I'm not doing that. But today, July 7th, if this is the offseason we're being given in year 7, and this is what Friedman is telling you is really going on, then why can't I say today, as we sit here today, this has been a complete failure? That's not hot takey. That's not inflammatory. But if you're a chef and you're rocking a 2.4 on Yelp, you failed. You're objectively bad at cooking food for money. I don't know what else to say. Oh, well, they haven't made the playoffs in a long, long time. Whose fault is that? Oh, yeah, B-list free agents won't even answer their phone call. Well, if you can't recruit, if you can't or won't make trades, what would you say you do here? Now, look, drafting, developing, great. I guess I'll see you in, year 9, where we're making a meaningful run? I'm still begging to just help me. I'm poor. I want to make the playoffs.
And that's presuming that all of those picks from those drafts are actually going to pan out. Growth is not linear in this league. So if you want to make it by year 9, that's cool. You still might not be able to because you're betting on young draft picks as opposed to pro talent.
Right. And now look at the report today. If Ehlers and Arvidsson and Marshman are B-level free agents, what's Erik Karlsson on that contract as a trade prospect? Now, is he a C-? Defense, he's the Norman Powell of hockey. I mean,
he's all offense,
all
no
offense.
defense.
He'll help you 5-on-5, no question. And at his best, he's still productive. Problem? Feeder made of Legos, doesn't kill penalties, doesn't play any D. And by the way, Pittsburgh would have to take on at least half of his contract, if not more.
But if that's what we're being sold as, like this is the answer. If it's Erik Karlsson, and nothing's happened yet, by the way, people.
No. It's just this rumbling of break glass in case of Karlsson. Like, if you've arrived at Erik Karlsson at this stage of his career on that contract.
If that's your solution, this whole thing has been a failure. And you're right. Things could change. It's only the 7th. Things could change in a minute. We could be waking up tomorrow with 2 fresh trades that we didn't know we were about to make.
Say more.
Please. But if the Friedman thing is correct, and I have no reason to ever doubt that guy, he's always spot on the money with hockey. If draft and develop is the strategy, then that's the strategy. And that's, to me, not good enough.
No.
You might make the playoffs in 2 years from now.
No, and listen, I will defend Eiserman in one regard. I understand we are not Florida or Tennessee. We don't have a zero tax state. I get that. We do not have palm trees, at least not real ones. I get that. But this is still the winningest North American franchise in the history of the sport. It is still an iconic logo. It is run by a legend of the sport with credibility, or had credibility. I'm sorry. Part of your job is to elevate the brand. I view the Red Wings as the Yankees of hockey, the Lakers of hockey. Like,
forget elevate the brand. If the brand is at its peak, if the brand is what it was when he took over, if it just stayed that way, I think we'd all be like, all right. I mean, it's the Red Wings. They're always going to be the Red Wings. He's devalued the
That's what
the
it
brand.
seems like, feels like, sounds like.
Looks like, seems like.
Let me get Bo in here real quick, and then we'll get to a football today. Bo, what's going on, brother?
Hey, Mike. What's up, man? Pleasure to talk with you. How you doing
Absolutely.
today?
I'm good, pal. Thank you. What's up?
All right. Well, today's Wings topic was spot on and just what I needed. It's about time Stevie gets called out, number one. From the daydreaming at the press conference, the no on Wallman, signing Kopp, Comper, and Rasmussen to 5 years at 4 years at 5, whatever you want to say. And then don't get me started on Petrie. But the problem is all this truth won't do anything. I think he knows his rope is so long with the Illich, nothing's going to happen. Mike, I got a call, and I'm a washed-up beer leaguer. I turned down Eiserman. So I don't know where we go from here.
No, and Bo, look, you're right in everything you're saying. Is that it's not about making a difference. It's more, Bo, I feel like I'm in space because I still, not today, but I still run into, when we do these topics, people who want to irrationally defend him. And I'm like, look, we all want the same thing, but what are you defending?
I heard a guy that called into one of the other hours, and he was saying, give him a few more years. I'm like, a few more years?
Yeah.
That's 7. What are we talking, 10, 12?
That's what I'm saying, Bo. At that point, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, I'm not telling you it's an easy job, but you could hire somebody off the street, give him 10 years. I mean, come on, man.
I'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bo, I've always made this joke is like, if you When you look at what it really is about, your life becomes the sport. Your job is the sport. You have a cabinet, much like a president. You have highly qualified people around you. You are going to have very high-level discussions. You are going to have every bit of information. And again, it's not an easy job, but I got news for you. It ain't as difficult like the guys down at Henry Ford trying to cure cancer, okay? You're drafting hockey players, and you're using a billionaire's money to buy them.
God bless you, Mike. Thanks for all you do.
Bo, appreciate you, pal. And again, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying, sometimes the devotees of some of these sports executives, you've lost touch with reality. My God, you think these guys are out on an oil rig in the Northern Sea? Like, you want hard? That's difficult.
That is what the money's for. I'll say it for Kenny.
Thank you. All right. Hungry Howie's. Right now, Hungry Howie's has got a large one-topping pizza, your choice of 8 flavored crusts, $8.99. Kenny, any chance Monday night is a pizza night for you? Is that possible? The Hungry Howie's deal. And again, it could be the exotic collection, the Kenny Cott collection of pizzas. Or if you're just a normal pizza box Italian like me, you could get something regular. $8.99, one topping large. All you got to do is go to hungryhowies.com or download the app, start the order online. That's it. That's all. $8.99, no tricks. You don't have to do a handstand or anything ridiculous. It's online carry out only, limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's touch table on a little bit of football. It is time for Football Today.
Well, let's get started with this story because, yes, now the Steelers are in bed with another malcontent. His name is Jalen Ramsey. The Sun Sentinel is reporting that Miami was fed up
I sound like Santa Claus for Christmas Story. Ho, ho, ho. David, I almost felt bad for you. Go ahead. Share with the people.
Yeah, Miami apparently was fed up with the veteran cornerback, and he was hurting the culture of the franchise.
Oh, why was that, David?
Ramsey was regularly late to practices and would constantly undermine former defensive coordinator Vic Fangio and head coach Mike McDaniel.
And want to get paid at every turn.
Correct, and his attitude reportedly spread to other team members. So this is a two-part here.
Mm-hmm.
Will losing or getting rid of him help Miami and Mike McDaniel, or is there just too much going on there? And then why do the Steelers continue to get these guys?
I want you to handle part B. For Miami, look, I mean, it'll be an automatic upgrade to the culture, but Minkah Fitzpatrick doesn't line up and play D tackle. You know, he's not going to play in the front seven. There's too much going on. But Minkah clearly was drafted by Miami. He's a well thought of player, good culture guy. I don't think it fixes them. And look, the Steelers, I want you to handle it. It's your team. I'll just say this for the average fan, they don't realize the Pittsburgh Steelers actually kind of the currency for them is bleep hole.
You're right.
They deal in bleep hole. They always have an appetite to take on the troubled player.
They look at talent over anything. And while I think Jalen Ramsey is not as talented as he used to be, he's still talented enough to where when you're on a 1-year run, he can bring you something on the roster. So
can Tomlin rein him in?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
That's the scary thing because he always seems to be able to do it. Yes, I think he can do that.
Okay.
Wow. Man, here we go again. we just got rid of one. We just traded one to Dallas. Woo. All right, so I'm going to include a couple stories here together, and I'm going to ask you what happens here leading into training camp with these guys. It is contract situations with 2 or 3 of these guys. The first guy is Terry McLaurin. The report here from Jeremy Fowler and Adam Schefter is that they are far apart.
Yeah.
And there's no progress. There's a huge gap between both parties. And we'll see what happens leading up to training camp. The other one is a Steeler. It is TJ Watt. Jeremy Fowler again on ESPN Sports Center said, well, people I've talked to around the league believe that it's guaranteed money and it's term length.
Yeah.
That's the problem with negotiations. Will both of these guys... No. So they won't show up at camp.
Watt will get done. He's a legend. He's the face of the franchise. I think he's a Hall of Famer. McLaurin, I know what this is. He wants a Tyreek Hill deal. He wants to make $30+ million a year. And
yep.
Look, I love Scary Terry. I'd love to have him on my team. And he's a very good player. But if I start naming the 5, 6, 7 best receivers in the sport, he's not one of them. He's close. But like right here, right now, like, am I going to pay you $150 million over 5 years? No. There's got to be a happy medium in there. I view Terry McLaurin much more like T. Higgins than Jamar Chase. Well, therefore, the contracts have to have representative value.
See, I'm glad you ended that with that statement there because the next guy I want to talk about, we've sort of talked about it. It is James Cook. James Cook he wants a new deal with the Buffalo Bills. He's a major part of their offense. Josh Allen loves him, but we talk about it here. Can't pay running back. So what do you do with him if you're the Buffalo Bills?
Franchise tag. Enjoy. I just, look, I think ultimately they probably get something done. They have a window here.
That's what it is, yes.
And David, I'm going to regret saying this. I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. I know.
Whoa.
I know. That's kind of where I'm angling at as I start my NFL work this year. I think the Bills put it all together. And I don't think you want a distraction there. I think they'll get it done.
Well, if you're thinking like that, then yes, then you have to get a deal done because you cannot go into training camp. You have to have everybody in the same direction, moving in the same direction.
That is correct, sir.
So let's talk about that. Since you think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl, that leads me right into my question.
I'm going to regret saying that. Do I reserve the right to change? It's only July 7th.
Sure. It's July 7th. No one's in training camp yet.
Okay,
you can change.
Thank you.
But it leads me into my conversation regarding the Kansas City Chiefs here. Patrick Mahomes was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams this morning, and he quote says, I feel like I've had to sit back and just listen to people talk and talk, and I'm like, let's just play football and just handle it out there. It seems like they're taking this as a revenge tour out there for their 2025 season, but my question for you is this season the last dance for the Chiefs? Meaning the core, you got Kelsey that's probably out of here. They maybe reshuffle some things. This is it.
It feels like there's going to need to be a San Francisco-like retooling. Probably a year too late. I mean, we made the Super Bowl last year. Yeah, I know, but it looked distinctly different.
Yes, it
did. You got very fortunate. Hey, the Broncos missed an extra point again. So, probably needed a retool now. I understand why they're running it back. Yes, Rashee Rice will help. Yeah, David, I'll say it's the last dance.
Yeah, because we've talked about the division itself becoming tougher for them, let alone everything else in the AFC. While, yes, Baltimore has failed in the playoffs, they're still there.
Yes.
Buffalo is still there. There's a lot of teams in the AFC.
And I think they're going to get overtaken in their own division. Why am I offering hot takes on July 7th?
I love it.
I'm sorry.
I love it.
I think old Harbaugh might get them. He might have their plays.
So I wanted to close it out with this.
David, come on.
That is so good.
It writes itself.
I will not hold you to those statements
it's
on
July
7th. I will
Thank
not
you.
do that. But I want to close it out here because Fox Sports did an interesting, I think, weird list here of top 10 most iconic NFL stadiums today.
Okay.
Could not believe what was number 10. MetLife Stadium.
Place a dump.
What? MetLife number 10?
I've been to MetLife many times. I don't know Giant fans who like it. I don't like it. I think it is the most woeful use of $1.5 billion. It is a stadium that already feels archaic. That's before we write the jokes about it being built in the middle of a swamp with a shopping mall next to it. No. The answer is just no.
Yeah,
Do you know how many playoff games MetLife has hosted in its lifetime? Yeah, one.
See, and that's what I think of. Iconic means there's been moments there. I don't remember moments happening at MetLife.
Yeah, I remember a lot of losing.
Number 9, they had Lincoln Financial. 8, they had Mile High over there, Empower Field for the Broncos. The Caesars Dome, Superdome. Number 7, Acrisure Stadium. I don't get it.
Why would the Superdome be there?
I don't get it.
I mean, I know they've had a renovation, but that is not well thought of. Also, you know what? I'll save it. Keep going. Look, Broncos Mile High should be up there. Kansas City ought to be up there. Philly ought to be up there.
Number 2 on their list.
Buffalo, Ralph Wilson Stadium should be up there. Pittsburgh, Heinz Field should be there.
That's number 6.
Baltimore should be there.
Baltimore is not there at all.
That's crazy to me.
I could not, but Lambeau Field is number 1 for them. Kansas City, then Dallas, AT&T Stadium, Soldier Field, Seattle's Field at number 5. I don't get this list.
I got to say this, and I promise you it's not my bias of being a Cowboy hater, okay?
You're right,
but
though.
we have got to stop with this Dallas thing. We put windows on it so God could see the team play. Okay, you blow. You haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. Your team's a joke. We got to stop. Not everything Dallas does is good. Dallas is like USC football. It's just, Like, that's enough. No, I don't consider Jerry World the 8th wonder of the world. Why is that on there over a Baltimore?
It shouldn't be. I mean, for honorable mention, they got SoFi Stadium on here.
So basically, what is this? The bells and whistles list?
It says iconic, and I'm like, none of this is iconic.
No.
Allegiant Stadium is an honorable mention. What's happened there? The Raiders don't do anything. It was weird.
You know what? That's called we need to fill time. It's July. Have Bobby the intern compile a ChatGPT list. That's all it is.
Exactly.
You may as well
right.
have had Stephen A. make that list.
3 weeks to training camp. We got to talk NFL. Put this together.
Bobby, hit the button on the phone.
That is your
Yikes.
football today.